Robb Stark stood upon the battlements of Winterfell, a place forever haunted by memory and longing. Though young by many measures, he had been aged by war, the responsibilities of a king thrust upon him too soon, the betrayals that had sundered his family, and a looming sense that there were still debts to be paid. His mantle as king in the north felt heavier than the wolf pelt cloak at his back, and the swirling winter winds seemed intent on driving him deeper into duty. So much had changed since his father's execution, since the ravens had brought word that Lord Eddard Stark was no more. The once innocent boy who had yearned to spar and ride alongside his father was buried under a crown of war. Yet in that quiet pre-dawn hour, the hush of the courtyard below only broken by the occasional clatter of a guard's sword against stone, Robb felt a tremor of possibility. The war had not gone as he had hoped. Cailin Stark was restless with grief, Grey Wind had grown twice as fierce, and the northern lords were growing weary of bloodshed without resolution. Men needed a reason to keep fighting. Men needed a new symbol, something that could weld them together again and drive them toward victory. In those early hours, his breath clouding the cold air, Robb's mind turned to Jon Snow. How many times had Jon fought by his side in the practice yard, the pair of them swinging wooden swords until they were bruised and breathless? How often had Jon stood quietly in Lord Eddard's shadow, uncertain of his place in the world and yet determined to be more than a bastard child? Jon was no less a Stark in spirit, if not in name. But now Jon was at the wall, bound by oath to the Night's Watch. Robb's memory of those vows, solemnly spoken before black-garbed men, weighed on him. When once he might have accepted that vow as final, the tide of war and new knowledge made him wonder if any oath was truly eternal in a realm as unstable as Westeros. It had begun as an inkling, a conversation with the great Jon Umber, perhaps, or a whispered thought from Cailin, who insisted that family must remain central to their cause. As his advisors bickered about alliances and debts, Robb found his mind drifting northward past the neck and the haunted emptiness of the Frost Fangs to the forbidding stronghold of the Night's Watch. Jon's sense of honor rivaled that of any knight, and his skill with the blade was quickly becoming legend among the watchmen. More than once, ravens had brought tales of whites and white walkers, of Jon's bravery beyond the wall, and of a creeping menace that threatened to consume everything. Robb, wrestling with the demands of a war for the Iron Throne, had scarcely been able to fathom those monstrous rumors. But if even half of the stories were true, then the Seven Kingdoms were balanced on the edge of a sword in more ways than one. The plan took shape in the hush of a cold morning while his war council still slept. Robb would ride north, entreat with the Lord Commander, whether it be Mormont or another, make an offer that might seem unthinkable. Free Jon Snow from his vows, or see the king in the north lead his armies into a cataclysmic conflict that no one wanted. The Night's Watch could hardly refuse the friendship of the north, not when its ranks were so thin and winter threatened. And if Jon agreed, if Jon, with his unshakable sense of justice, could be convinced, then Robb would have a pillar beside him, a true brother at arms. Not only that, but a bulwark of the old ways, a living symbol of House Stark's resilience. By the time dawn spread its pale light across the courtyard, Robb had decided. He rode out that very day, with Grey Wind padding silently at his side and 24 of his most loyal guardsmen behind him. The northern lords grumbled at this seeming whim. What business was the king in the north attending to at the wall when the war for the Iron Throne still raged in the Riverlands? But Robb's authority was absolute. He left instructions for the administration of Winterfell in his absence, dividing responsibilities among the faithful. Cailin would remain behind, as would the Frey host, still uncertain in its loyalty. The journey itself took days, but the presence of the king in the north, his direwolf by his side, banners snapping with the direwolf sigil, sent a clear message. House Stark was neither broken nor subdued. The closer Robb got to Castle Black, the more he felt that dark presence that seemed to thrum across the land. The wind was sharper here, the nights longer. Whispers of strange happenings beyond the wall drifted on the lips of passing travelers. None could confirm or deny these rumors fully, but a tension hung in the air like a drawn bow. Robb found himself scanning the line of trees, the horizons at dusk, wondering if the others were truly more than legend. It was not just a war for a crown that loomed, but a war for all life. When at last he arrived, the Lord Commander, Jeor Mormont, still clinging to leadership despite the rigors of his position, received him with stoic politeness. At the sight of Robb's retinue, the men of the Night's Watch tensed. They were sworn to take no part in the wars of the realm, but a king's presence was always cause for concern. Yet Robb's manner was courteous, respectful of their traditions, and he wasted no time with pleasantries. He asked after Jon, learned how his half-brother had adapted to the black garb, heard mention of how Jon had once ridden beyond the wall on a perilous mission. The memory of that journey was etched in the lines around Mormont's eyes. Robb's proposition was received with quiet shock. Jon Snow freed from his vows? Such a request had no precedent. The Night's Watch oath was for life, unbreakable, or so tradition dictated. Yet these were no ordinary times. The Watch was dangerously under strength, threatened by wildlings and worse. The promise of King in the North support. Food, supplies, manpower if necessary was not something Mormont could dismiss, for the threat from beyond the wall was real and deadly. If the entire realm fell into chaos, who would remember to send provisions for the Black Brothers when winter's coldest grip closed around them? Days stretched into nights as negotiations took place in the dim halls of Castle Black. The Black Brothers argued among themselves, uncertain if they had any right to break an oath so ancient. Yet Robb pressed on. He spoke of the war's course, of the atrocities done by House Lannister, of the imminent clash that could see either the North subjugated or the entire realm united under a just banner. He did not conceal the risk. He did not promise an easy path. He only vowed that if the Night's Watch released Jon Snow, they would have the everlasting gratitude and support of House Stark. The deciding voice came from Jon himself. Summoned before Robb, Jon's face was a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Though he wore black, his Stark heritage was stamped on every feature, especially the somber intensity in his dark eyes. He had grown taller, leaner, sharper in the time since they last parted. The nights beyond the wall had aged him as war had aged Robb. At first, Jon resisted the idea. His vow was sacred and the men of the Night's Watch were his brothers. How could he forsake them now at a time of growing peril? But Robb explained that his presence in the war for the Iron Throne might unite the North and the Riverlands, that it might turn the tide. He spoke of the larger threat, the need to unify all houses if they were to stand a chance against the White Walkers. A powerful question emerged. Might Jon do more for the realm as a Stark kingmaker than a single sword on the wall? The power to unify the houses, the ability to forge alliances in the name of justice, those might save far more lives than even the bravest defense in the frigid North. The moral quandary tore at Jon, as evidenced by the tightness of his expression, the set of his jaw. He worried for his Black brothers, for Sam, for the vow that made him who he was. But in the end, he saw something in Robb's eyes, a plea not just for help, but for brotherhood. The weight of House Stark's future rested on them both. Reluctantly, and only with the Lord Commander's solemn approval, Jon accepted. He knelt, turned in his black cloak, and accepted the mantle offered by Robb. In that moment, it seemed an age-old tradition had been both broken and remade. The Black brothers watched in silence, uncertain if they were witnessing betrayal or the forging of a new alliance that might one day save them. Jeor Mormont, gravely aware of what he was doing, insisted upon one condition, that if ever the Watch called upon Jon's honor, he would answer no matter the cost. That vow Jon took. When the king in the north and his newly returned brother departed Castle Black, the mood among their retinue was electrified. Jon, clad now in simpler garments of gray and black trimmed with the Stark sigil, rode near Robb. The weight of shattered oaths clung to him, and yet a latent excitement flickered in his eyes. He was once more part of a family that had been scattered to the winds. Perhaps his father would have understood. The journey south was marked by gatherings of northern lords and bannermen who came to see if the rumors were true that Jon Snow rode with the king in the north, openly recognized as a Stark ally. Over many evening fires, Jon reconnected with faces he had known fleetingly in Winterfell's corridors. The great Jon welcomed him raucously, giving him a hearty clap on the shoulder that nearly toppled him. Roose Bolton's pale eyes regarded him with quiet calculation. Others, like Lady Midge Mormont, measured Jon's presence and found it peculiar but not unwelcome. Though freed from the black cloak, Jon was not entirely free of the wall's burdens. He spoke in hushed tones to Robb about the White Walkers, about dead men walking with eyes like ice, about Samwell Tarly's narrow escapes, about whites and ancient powers awakening under the eternal cold. Robb found his spine tingle at these descriptions. Men had laughed at old stories, but now they sounded like ominous truths. If such a threat truly lurked beyond the horizon, then the war for the Iron Throne was but a petty squabble in comparison. Yet squabble or not, the Iron Throne determined the realm's unity. If the Starks sought to defend the North, they might have to control the South as well, or at least shape its leadership so that all houses would rally when the real war came. Quietly, over many days of travel, Robb and Jon forged a vision of what must be done. They would unify the North completely, bring the Riverlands firmly under Stark protection, and push south until the Lannisters' grip was broken. King's Landing was a crucial seat of power. If the North held it, then the realm could be better prepared for the coming winter storms, both natural and unnatural. No more incompetent kings, no more cruelty at the expense of the realm's security. With Jon by his side, Robb believed his forces would be reinvigorated. Morale alone might shift the tides of war. At Moat Cailin, Jon confronted the first real test of his new position. The fortress was held by a small garrison of Ironborn loyal to Balon Greyjoy, and the region was an uncomfortable reminder of the traitorous acts of Theon Greyjoy, once a ward and friend. Storming Moat Cailin was no easy feat, but the Ironborn were outnumbered by the combined might of the northern host. Jon advised a swift assault, reasoning that the Ironborn were notoriously bold fighters, but they would not withstand a concentrated strike. Robb agreed, and they planned a simultaneous assault at dawn, with archers targeting the ramparts while a shielded infantry pressed in. The memory of the night before that battle would remain with Jon. He stood watch with Grey Wind at his side, the great direwolf's fur rippling in the moonlight, while Robb tried to snatch a few hours of rest. The wind keened across the marshes, carrying with it the distant cries of marsh-lurking creatures. Jon's heart pounded with anticipation, but also a sense of renewal. For the first time in a long while, he felt part of a cause larger than himself. This was not just about personal honor, it was about securing a future for the North. At dawn, the northern host unleashed their fury. Arrows hissed through the misty air, striking down the Ironborn watchers on the walls. Rams battered the old gates, splintering the wood. The Ironborn fought viciously, living up to their reputation, but they had no respite. Jon led a contingent around a collapsed portion of the wall and scaled the crumbling stones. At the top, sword in hand, he met the enemy. He remembered the quiet oath he had made to himself. He might no longer wear black, but he would fight just as fiercely to protect the realm. His swordwork was quick, precise. He disarmed a long-axe-wielding raider with a feint and a pivot, then parried a slash from another. The clang of steel echoed, and the whetstone beneath his boots threatened to slip. Robb broke through the front gate soon after, Grey Wind bounding beside him. The direwolf tore into the Ironborn ranks with savage ferocity, scattering them. Within an hour, the fortress was theirs. The banner of the direwolf fluttered atop Moat Cailin's battered towers. The cost in northern lives was not insignificant, but it was a victory. The garrison survivors, sullen, bloodied, were taken captive. That day, as the northern host reorganized within the fortress walls, Robb and Jon addressed the men. The combined presence of two Stark brothers, one crowned, one newly returned from the wall, carried weight. The men raised cheers for the king in the north and for the Snow Wolf, a nickname that sprung up among the ranks. Jon's ears burned at the name, but he accepted it quietly. As the day wore on, Jon took part in the distribution of supplies, the tending of the wounded. He felt the men's eyes on him, measuring him. He was no longer simply a nameless bastard. He stood beside his king brother, forging a future. With Moat Cailin secured, the route south was once again under northern control. Robb ordered patrols to watch for any further Ironborn incursions. While the rest of the forces prepared to move on, a new wave of travelers arrived from the Riverlands, bearing tidings of the latest outrages of House Lannister. Tywin Lannister's forces were rumored to be on the move. King Joffrey, that cruel boy-king, demanded fealty from every corner of the realm. The rumors of the Stark host's success at Moat Cailin unsettled the Lannister loyalists. Perhaps the Wolf King was not as spent as they had hoped. Before long, the northern host advanced through the Neck and into the Riverlands. As they rode, the devastation inflicted by the war was evident everywhere. Fields lay burned, villages abandoned, corpses hung from gibbets. The smell of death clung to the roads. It was a stark reminder that the Iron Throne was more than a piece of metal. It was a symbol of order or chaos, depending on who held it. They passed through the ruins of Harrenhal, that cursed fortress of blackened stone. Jon stared in silent awe at the melted towers, haunted by the ghosts said to wander there. Robb, too, felt a chill. It seemed an ill omen. But the war could not be won without braving such places. They spent a night within those echoing halls, hearing the wind moan through the blasted gates. By morning, an uneasy hush clung to their camp, and many were glad to leave that place behind. All the while, ravens fluttered in and out, carrying messages from loyal bannermen scattered across the Riverlands and the north. The war had not halted just because Robb had ventured north. Battles had been fought, minor skirmishes lost and won. The phrase remained cagey. The Boltons pressed for greater influence. Walder Frey demanded a marriage alliance for his children, and the specter of betrayal shadowed every negotiation. Yet with Jon Snow standing firm beside Robb, many found renewed faith in House Stark. Word reached them that House Tully, Caitlyn's kin, held Riverrun still, though Lannister forces closed in. Riverrun became the next crucial step. If the Lannisters captured it, the Riverlands would be all but lost. So Robb pushed his army, forging a quick march. Whenever exhaustion threatened to break them, he invoked the memory of Ned Stark, the love for their families, and the promise of seeing the dire wolf banner over King's Landing itself. Jon rode at his side, bridging the gap between the foot soldiers and the king, talking with them, hearing their woes, forging bonds of camaraderie. It was not lost on the men that Jon had once served as a shield for the realm. Now, that sense of service extended to the entire host. As they neared Riverrun, outriders brought word that the Lannisters were entrenched outside the castle, laying siege with a sizable force. Barricades and tents ringed the stronghold. Caitlyn's brother, Edmure Tully, was within, defending valiantly. But supplies were running short, and the Lannisters seemed poised to either starve out the defenders or break the gates by force. Robb and Jon planned a bold strike at dawn, not unlike their assault on Moat Cailin, but on a far larger scale. The northern forces would attempt to relieve the siege by hitting the Lannisters from multiple sides at once, hoping to sow chaos and break their lines. Under the cover of night, small groups of northern cavalry circled wide to flank the Lannister encampment. At first light, horns sounded. The pounding of hooves on cold earth reverberated across the fields. Lannister sentries shouted alarms. Jon, leading one of the flanking parties, urged his mount forward, his heart thundering in his ears. He could see the golden lion banners snapping in the wind, the red of House Lannister Stark against the early morning light. Then came the clash, steel upon steel, screams echoing, the reek of blood and sweat. Jon fought with cool precision, reminiscent of the training he had received at Winterfell and the countless hours spent honing his skills at Castle Black. He dismounted in the thick of battle to better navigate the chaos, blade flashing as he parried a sword thrust from a Lannister man-at-arms. Another came at him with a spear, but Jon sidestepped and slashed low, felling the man. The heat of combat drew out the old instincts learned beyond the wall: remain fluid, strike quickly, never lose sight of your surroundings. On the other side, Robb led the main host, gray wind bounding through the fray. The direwolf's savage onslaught sowed fear among the Lannister ranks. The northern cavalry slammed into the besieging lines, splintering them. Amidst the confusion, the gates of Riverrun opened and Edmure Tully's defenders poured forth. The Lannisters, caught between two forces, wavered. Trumpets blared, men shouted in confusion, and the ground trembled under the weight of the melee. Within hours, the siege broke. Lannister banners fell, and their forces retreated in disarray. Edmure Tully, his face haggard but relieved, greeted Robb and Jon with open arms. Riverrun was free, and the combined armies cheered as one. That night, they feasted in the Great Hall, raising cups to House Stark and House Tully. Many paused to observe the bond between Robb and Jon, a bond that transcended the usual strictures of bastardy or blood ties. The realm's uncertain future glimmered with a brief, hopeful light in that hall, like the reflections of torch flames on polished armor. Yet war offers little time for celebration. Spies reported movement in the west, Tywin Lannister's host, seeking to regroup. Word came of King's Landing, where Joffrey's tyranny grew daily, fueled by the cruelty of his mother, Queen Cersei. The realm was Acturing. The Tyrells still weighed their loyalty, while Stannis Baratheon sat at Dragonstone, plotting his own ambitions. Meanwhile, in the far north, the days grew shorter, and the rumors of White Walkers would not be silenced. Jon confided in Robb that they must press south soon, for any delay only strengthened their enemies. But King's Landing would not fall easily. Even with the combined might of the North and the Riverlands, they would need cunning to breach the city's walls, overshadow the gold cloaks, and wrest the throne from the Lannisters. Each day that passed, more ravens took wing, carrying letters to the Vale, to Dorne, to Storm's End, all seeking alliances or at least neutrality. Some replies were carefully noncommittal, others outright dismissive. The North had been known to keep to itself, now it demanded recognition and respect. The march continued south, forging a line of battered but resolute men across the war-torn countryside. Villagers, frightened by Lannister pillages, welcomed the dire wolf banners as liberators, offering what little they could spare: dried meat, bread, and tearful thanks. Robb's heart ached at the sight of small folk suffering. Jon felt the same pang of conscience. More than once, they paused to help bury the dead or give reprieve to the wounded. Their progress slowed, but it won hearts. The realm noticed. As they approached the Crownlands, the tension thickened. Lannister scouts shadowed the northern column, slipping away whenever pursued. Robb divided his forces, sending one portion led by the Great Jon to harass the Lannister flanks while he and Jon pressed directly toward King's Landing. The strategy was risky, but an all-out clash in open field might cost too many lives. Better to force the Lannisters into a defensive posture near the capital, using the city's presence as both advantage and trap. When the walls of King's Landing finally came into view, high and forbidding, Jon felt a flutter in his chest. He had never seen the city before. The sprawl of it, the reek from the slums outside the walls, the distant shimmer of the Red Keep, it was all new and overwhelming. Robb, too, felt a mixture of grim determination and awe. Here was the seat of the Iron Throne, the root of so much suffering for House Stark, the place where Ned Stark was executed before a jeering crowd. To see it now, to stand at its gates with an army at his back, stirred something deep within him. Yet the city was well defended. Its gates were barred, the walls bristling with archers, and rumors swirled that wildfire caches were hidden throughout, thanks to the legacy of the Mad King. Outside the walls, the northern host made camp, establishing trenches and fortifications. This was not to be a swift assault. The Lannisters had prepared for a siege, and King's Landing might withstand a long one. But winter was coming, and time was not on the city's side. In war councils held in hastily erected tents, Robb, Jon, Edmure Tully, and other High Lords discussed their options. Some argued for a direct assault, storming the gates in a surprise midnight attack. Others insisted on waiting out the city, starving it of supplies. But the presence of thousands of innocent small folk behind those walls complicated matters. Robb did not wish to repeat the atrocities the Lannisters had inflicted. Jon wrestled with the moral dilemma. In the Night's Watch, he had learned hard truths. The realm's troubles were rarely solved cleanly. And yet, if they starved the city, countless innocents would die. If they attacked head-on, thousands more would perish in flames, especially with wildfire. They needed a stroke of cleverness, perhaps even subterfuge. Then news came that shifted the entire campaign. Tyrion Lannister, the so-called imp, had apparently been cast aside in King's Landing, overshadowed by Cersei and Joffrey's whims. Discontent brewed within the city. The Gold Cloaks were divided in loyalty after the brutality inflicted by the king. There were whispers that some of them would open the gates for the right price, or if they believed a just king waited outside. Robb and Jon seized upon this opportunity, sending covert messages into the city by night. They reached out to disaffected Gold Cloaks, promising fair treatment under Stark rule. The critical point would be forging a moment of confusion within the walls, a moment the northern host could exploit. Days of tense waiting followed. The Lannisters, aware of some scheme, began searching for traitors in the city. Rumors flew. The people grew restless. Food prices soared and desperation spread. Still, the northern host bided its time, occasionally clashing with Lannister forces attempting to break out of the city for supplies. These were minor skirmishes, but they wore at the defenders' morale. Eventually, a clandestine rider slipped through the lines at dusk, bearing a hurried note. The Gold Cloaks loyal to a certain commander would open a postern gate near the Mud Gate when the moon was high, but only if the northern army struck quickly before the Lannisters discovered the betrayal. Robb and Jon convened at once, hearts pounding. They had a chance, a slim one, to seize the city without the wholesale bloodshed of a full-scale assault. Under the cover of darkness, a select force of northern soldiers, Riverlanders, and trusted knights gathered. Jon took command of one squad, Robb another. They would slip toward the city's eastern flank, near the river, while the bulk of their forces feigned preparations for a main assault on the western gates. Timing was everything. They moved quietly with no banners unfurled, no trumpets sounded. The city's walls loomed overhead, torchlight flickering upon weathered stone. At the appointed hour, a section of the postern gate creaked open from within. Shadows moved, signaling them. Heart-hammering, Jon led his group through the narrow entry, swords drawn but muffled. Inside, they found Gold Cloaks who offered nods of tense acknowledgement, urging them to hurry before the alarm was raised. The corridor led into the cramped streets of Flea Bottom, where the stench of decay and sewage clung to the air. Rats scurried at the sudden presence of armed men. They spread out, securing key intersections. Robb's group moved toward the gatehouses from within, intent on lowering the portcullises that prevented the main host from entering. Tension coiled in every muscle. Any moment now, a Lannister patrol could stumble upon them and raise the alarm. But the confusion in the city was palpable. The Gold Cloaks loyal to Joffrey were already engaged, searching for rumored traitors. The men who had opened the gates quietly dispatched patrols or misled them, sowing chaos from within. Jon's squad pressed deeper, guided by a Gold Cloak who claimed to be disgusted with Joffrey's cruelty. Together, they reached the gatehouse mechanism. A fierce struggle erupted there, Lannister guards defending the controls with steel and desperation. Jon's men surged forward, steel clashing, blades slipping in the dim torchlight. Shouts echoed through the tower. Jon found himself face to face with a heavily armored knight bearing the Lannister lion upon his surcoat. The knight swung a massive mace, forcing Jon to evade and parry in a flurry of sparks. With a deft sidestep, Jon thrust low, finding a gap in the knight's armor. The man collapsed, gasping. Wasting no time, they seized the control room. The heavy gears of the portcullis groaned as they were turned. Outside, the northern host waited in the darkness, hearts pounding. When the gates began to rise, muffled cries of triumph passed down the lines. Men rushed forward, entering King's Landing by the thousands, a silent tide of wolf-sigilled soldiers. Yet secrecy could only last so long. Alarms rang out, horns blared. In the distance, the Red Keep's bells tolled, summoning every Lannister loyalist to arms. The city erupted in chaos. Some of the small folk cowered in their hovels, uncertain whether to flee or trust the invaders. Others took advantage of the bedlam to loot. Fire broke out in several districts as the fighting spilled into the streets. Robb and Jon rallied their men, determined to push toward the Red Keep before the Lannister defenders could fully organize. The next hours blurred into a vicious struggle. Narrow alleys became kill zones. Archers perched on rooftops, launching volleys at the surging northern ranks. The Goldcloaks who had sworn loyalty to the Starks did what they could, but not all their fellows joined them. Civil strife flared, soldiers turning on each other. Still, the northern advantage in numbers and the element of surprise spurred them on. They advanced into the city's wealthier districts, stepping over broken cobblestones, battered gates, and the bodies of the fallen. Gray wind slipped through side streets, occasionally ambushing unwary Lannister men. The direwolf's baleful howls echoed, fueling rumors of a demon stalking King's Landing. Above them, the Red Keep loomed, bathed in torchlight and ringing with the clash of steel. Crossing the courtyard before the keep felt like marching through a tempest of arrows. Lannister archers rained shafts down from ramparts. Bolts from scorpions whizzed past, burying themselves in the earth or unfortunate soldiers. Robb raised his shield, leading from the front, refusing to let fear deter him. Jon rushed beside him, parrying a spear thrust. Their men pressed behind, forming a wedge. Slowly, painfully, they gained ground. At last, they breached the Red Keep's outer gates, forcing their way inside. The sprawling corridors and high-ceilinged halls became scenes of desperate combat. Tapestries bearing the Targaryen dragon looked down as men died under the Lannister lion's banner. The memories of Aegon's conquest mingled with the present struggle. Jon found himself separated from Robb in the swirling melee. He battled side by side with a group of northern spearmen, pushing deeper into the keep. At times, he glimpsed the distant flicker of gray wind or heard Robb's shouted orders echo. Bodies littered the floors, and the acrid stench of wildfire threatened to grow if some mad pyromancer lit a spark in the wrong place. Eventually, Jon emerged into a great hall. He recognized it as the throne room from descriptions. There, the Iron Throne rose on a dais of twisted swords, the forging of Aegon's conquest. Torches flickered along the walls, and the clamor of battle echoed from outside. A handful of Lannister guards formed a desperate circle around the dais. Atop the throne sat Joffrey Baratheon, though the boy king's face was as pale as a ghost. Cersei Lannister stood at his side, her green eyes ablaze with fury. Jon advanced, sword in hand, chest heaving. He saw in Cersei's gaze a cold hatred, the cunning of a cornered lioness. The Lannister guards roared their defiance, and steel clashed once more. Over the guards' shoulders, Jon glimpsed Joffrey. The boy's hand shook where it gripped a crossbow. For a split second, Jon's mind flashed to the memory of Ned Stark's final moments. He pictured the statue of his father in the crypts, the promise of justice that led him here. His anger flared white-hot, but he forced it down, focusing on the immediate threat. The Lannister guards rushed them. Jon sidestepped a blow, countering with a quick slash that opened a man's thigh. Another lunged with a halberd, nearly catching Jon in the shoulder, but he twisted away. Northern spearmen joined the fray, thrusting pikes steel sang. Men shouted, and the swirl of dust and firelight turned the throne room into a scene from nightmares. At that moment, Robb burst in from a side entrance, gray wind at his heels. The king's face was set in grim determination. His armor was dented, a shallow cut dripped blood across his forehead, but his eyes burned with resolve. Joffrey let loose a panicked crossbow bolt that flew wide, clattering against stone. Cersei screamed at the guards to defend their king, her voice rising above the din. But the circle of lion sigils was shrinking under the northern onslaught. One by one, they fell. In mere minutes, the dais was surrounded by Stark soldiers, though many were wounded. Grey Wind stood snarling at the base of the throne steps, muzzle flecked with blood. Silence came in a jarring wave as the last Lannister guard collapsed. Cersei grabbed Joffrey's arm, pulling him behind her as if to shield him from the pack of wolves. Robb stepped forward, sword raised, his chest heaving. Jon stood beside him, breathing hard. For a tense moment, no one spoke. Joffrey trembled, eyes wide with terror, though rage still twisted his mouth. He shouted something incoherent about how he was the rightful king, how they would all die for treason. The crossbow in his hands shook so violently he could barely aim. Cersei remained silent, a calculating glint in her eyes. Robb's voice cut through the silence, echoing across the throne room. He declared that Joffrey's reign was over, that the North demanded justice for Ned Stark and all the atrocities committed at the Lannisters' bidding. He offered the boy king a chance to surrender, a chance for a more merciful end. Joffrey only screamed incoherently, pointing the crossbow at Robb. In a moment that would be recounted in hushed whispers for years to come, Cersei placed her hand upon Joffrey's, forcing the crossbow down. Her lips curled into a bitter smile. She knew it was over. The Northern army had taken King's Landing. The Lannisters were spent. Perhaps she calculated that living to fight another day was worth more than a pointless last stand. Or perhaps she hoped for some negotiation, some leniency. With a trembling breath, she surrendered. The throne room exploded into noise. Soldiers rushed to secure the dais, disarming Joffrey, restraining him and his mother. Trumpets in the corridors heralded the fall of the Red Keep. Through the shattered doors, more northern lords entered, eyes bright with victory. Jon exhaled, feeling as if his entire life had built toward this singular moment of justice, though it was not the justice he had ever expected. As dawn broke over King's Landing, the wolf banners flew high above the Red Keep. The city lay under new management. The war was not over, far from it, but the Lannisters' hold on the capital was shattered. Robb Stark, king in the north, stood victorious in the throne room. Jon Snow, freed from his vows to the Night's Watch, stood at his right hand. Murmurs spread through the city that the rightful king had come, that House Stark offered a steadier hand than the Lannisters' cruelty. The small folk, weary of war, eyed this change with tentative hope. Yet victory came with a price. The streets were littered with bodies, fire smoldered in Flea Bottom, and the flicker of green wildfire had threatened to consume entire districts if triggered. The Northmen set about restoring order, placing loyal watchmen at every gate, quelling riots, and distributing what rations they could. Within the Red Keep, the question of kingship weighed heavily on everyone's mind. If Robb claimed the Iron Throne himself, would the rest of the realm accept him? Would the North remain a separate kingdom, or unify the 7 kingdoms under Stark rule? Amid these complexities, Jon felt the pull of duty anew. The threat of the White Walkers had not vanished. It lingered in the darkness, waiting. For all that they had won the capital, they might yet lose the realm to the frozen terrors of the far north if they did not prepare. And so he found Robb in a quiet courtyard of the Red Keep among broken sparring dummies and chipped stone walls. Robb was leaning against a pillar, gazing out at the cityscape as dawn's golden light gleamed on the distant roofs. Jon approached, the soft scuff of his boots drawing Robb's attention. The two brothers locked eyes, each bearing the weight of their shared triumph and shared fears. Robb gave a weary smile. He looked older than his years, though a flicker of boyish relief lingered. They talked in low tones about the next steps. Cersei and Joffrey would stand trial, or at least face some form of reckoning. Tyrion Lannister was missing, whereabouts unknown. The city's lords and ladies would need appeasing or replacing. The Tyrells, Baratheons, and Martells all required negotiations if they were to accept a Stark-led government. But above all, Jon reminded Robb of the warning from beyond the wall. The long night threatened, and the realm needed unity and readiness, not petty squabbles. Robb nodded, acknowledging the seriousness of the threat. The war they had fought for the throne might pale in comparison to the war yet to come. He vowed then that he would do whatever was necessary to defend the realm. If that meant forging alliances with southern houses, so be it. If it meant sending men and resources to the wall, so be it. And Jon promised to stand by his brother's side, ensuring that neither King's Landing nor Winterfell forgot the looming night. The days that followed were a maelstrom of political maneuvering. Cersei and Joffrey were confined to tower cells, their fate debated endlessly among the northern lords. Some demanded a swift execution to avenge Ned Stark. Others advised caution, hinting at the possible leverage their prisoners offered in negotiations with Tywin Lannister or others. Robb listened to counsel but ultimately chose to exercise a measure of restraint. He was not the Mad King. Justice would be served in a manner that showed the realm the North was fair, not cruel. Jon found himself mediating between factions who had once been bitter enemies. Some of the gold cloaks bristled at the presence of northern soldiers in their barracks. Lords from the Westerlands sent embassies seeking word of their imprisoned king. The smallfolk clamored for food and peace. Everywhere Jon turned, he was reminded that winning a throne was easier than keeping it. And while he was no king, many within the city came to see him as Robb's closest advisor, a position of considerable influence. Amid these political quagmires, the biggest question remained: would Robb Stark sit the Iron Throne? Edmure Tully and other bannermen urged him to do so, claiming it was the surest path to stable rule. But Robb hesitated. The North had long dreamt of independence, free from southern entanglements. And yet if he abandoned the Iron Throne, the Lannisters or another great house might seize it again, fracturing the realm while a supernatural threat gathered in the far north. Ultimately, Robb made a solemn proclamation in the throne room itself before a gathering of lords, knights, and common folk. He would remain king in the north, but he would act as protector of the realm until a council of all great houses could be convened. In that council, the question of who should hold the Iron Throne would be decided. House Stark would guide the realm through the crisis to come, forging alliances, ensuring readiness against the White Walkers. The city erupted in debate, but the majority recognized the necessity of his stance. The Tyrells, seeing a chance to gain influence in a more stable environment, tentatively offered their support. Lords from the Vale, persuaded by Sansa Stark's survival and Littlefinger's uncertain manipulations, leaned toward recognizing Robb's authority as well. Jon watched these unfolding events with a sense of cautious hope. Though the realm was far from united, they at least had a chance now. Preparations for winter were made a priority. Smiths were ordered to forge dragoglass weapons once word spread that obsidian might harm the White Walkers. Ravens flew north to the Night's Watch, bearing messages of renewed alliance, urging them to hold strong. Still, conflict bubbled beneath the surface. Houses with old grudges, shattered alliances needing mending, these simmered like a pot ready to boil over. Robb knew he had to travel to the Westerlands soon to subdue the last of Tywin's loyalists or negotiate a peace. Jon volunteered to journey to the Vale or to Storm's End to rally more supporters. They would act as a single force, but they would divide their tasks to cover more ground. All the while, the Freedwolf, as some now called Jon, continued to wrestle with his conscience over the broken vow to the Watch. He resolved that, once the realm was secured, he would find a way to return the Watch's debt, perhaps by leading a campaign beyond the Wall to confront the undead threat head-on. Yet for the moment, the city was theirs. The war for King's Landing had ended in a stark triumph that many in the realm once deemed impossible. Word spread to every corner of Westeros. At Winterfell, Maester Luwin wrote letters by flickering candlelight, sending out news that Robb and Jon stood victorious in the capital. The old gods and the new had borne witness to a reordering of power none could have predicted. The boy King Joffrey, who had reveled in bloodshed and cruelty, languished in a tower, his voice hoarse from raging. Late one evening, after a grueling day of negotiations, Jon escaped the stifling halls of the Red Keep and wandered the castle's gardens. Though not as grand as the famed gardens of Highgarden, the King's Landing plots held a modest beauty, moonlight illuminating pale flowers, breezes carrying the scent of lemon trees. He found himself reflecting on how life had twisted and turned, bringing him here, so far from the icy ramparts of Castle Black. If someone had told him a year ago he would be in King's Landing, helping to topple the Lannisters alongside Robb, he would have laughed in disbelief. He thought of the vow he had once spoken: "Night gathers, and now my watch begins." But perhaps there were other ways to serve the realm. Perhaps his father, Eddard Stark, watched from the afterlife with approval, seeing that his sons remained loyal to the values of justice and honor, even if the path they trod was uncharted. A gentle rustle of leaves startled him. Robb approached, the faint clink of armor giving him away, though he had removed much of it after the day's council. The two of them stood there under a crescent moon, each soaking in the quiet. The city below still bore the scars of battle, but at least the night was peaceful. Robb clapped Jon on the shoulder. "I couldn't have done this without you," he said softly, voice rough from weariness. The sincerity in his tone was palpable. "When I rode north to Castle Black, I wasn't even sure you'd agree to come. But I needed you, Jon. Not just for your sword, but for your heart." Jon swallowed, emotion tightening his throat. He remembered how torn he had felt giving up the black cloak that was supposed to be his life. Yet looking at Robb now, he couldn't regret it. This was his family. Their father would have wanted them to stand together to protect the realm from the evils both within and beyond. They spoke in hushed tones of what the future might hold, of forging a new order in the Seven Kingdoms where justice reigned, where petty tyrants couldn't sacrifice families for power. They knew it would be no simple task. Already they had made countless enemies. If the White Walkers descended in full force, the realm's divisions could doom them all. But at least now they had a chance, a united front led by the Wolves of the North. Time slipped by, and eventually they returned to the keep, weighed down by fresh responsibilities. Each passing day brought new challenges, discontented lords, rumors of Stannis massing ships at Blackwater Bay, the potential threat of Daenerys Targaryen across the narrow sea, her name whispered in half-believing wonder. Through it all, Robb and Jon maintained their brotherhood as an unbreakable foundation. In the weeks that followed, the consolidation of power in King's Landing proved both complicated and perilous. Trials were held for captured Lannister officers who had committed atrocities in the Riverlands. Some were executed, others sentenced to life in the dungeons. Joffrey's trial loomed, an event that threatened to inflame tensions between House Stark and any remaining Lannister loyalists. The city's people, starved for entertainment and accustomed to the savage spectacles of the previous king, clamored to see the dethroned boy king face justice. Yet Robb insisted on dignity and fairness. It was not about vengeance, he repeated, but about restoring order. Jon stood watch during one such trial, hearing the crowd's muttered curses at the prisoner, a minor noble who had commanded a pillaging force. The man sneered, claiming loyalty to Tywin Lannister. In the end, he was sentenced to the wall to serve in the Night's Watch, an ironic twist that made Jon's heart ache with memory. Perhaps the Watch would soon have many new recruits from among their defeated foes. The thought unsettled him, but at least it gave the Watch more manpower. If only he could return there himself without forsaking Robb and the realm that now depended on them both. Despite these challenges, the Starks' presence in the capital began to bring a kind of guarded stability. The small council was reformed with representatives from various houses, ensuring no single faction could seize total control. Grain shipments were organized to feed the city's starving. Rampant crime was curbed by better-trained guards who had no tolerance for the excesses of Joffrey's reign. Some in the city grew to admire the northern sense of honor, while others feared the quiet ferocity that had allowed them to take King's Landing in the first place. Slowly, across the Seven Kingdoms, banners that once flew for the Lannisters began to waver. Some changed allegiance, some vowed neutrality, waiting to see if House Stark's new rule would last. Through all these swirlings of power, ravens brought updates from the wall, the wildlings were stirring, and sightings of the dead grew more frequent. The winds grew colder. In response, Robb dispatched scouts and supplies northward, forging an unbreakable bond between Winterfell and Castle Black. He vowed to stand by the Watch if the others came in force. Jon had a hand in organizing these shipments, ensuring that dragoglass, steel, and men of skill were included. With each passing day, he felt the intangible pull of the wall, as though it called him back to defend the realm in person. But he remained, heeding Robb's counsel that a united realm under Stark leadership was the best chance the Night's Watch had. Winter approached, a biting chill creeping into the nights even in King's Landing. The massive keep's corridors grew drafty. Fires were lit in every hearth, and the local folk grumbled about weather they were unaccustomed to. Robb and Jon found themselves in near-constant discussion with lords from across the realm, forging alliances, preparing for an eventual confrontation with the forces that opposed them. Yet in the midst of these weighty matters, glimmers of hope shone. Sansa Stark, once held captive, was found and reunited with her brothers, though she bore the emotional scars of her captivity under the Lannisters. Arya remained missing, her fate unknown, but rumors surfaced of a girl with a sword wandering the countryside. Bran and Rickon were said to be sheltered in the north, under loyal watch. Bit by bit, House Stark began to knit itself back together, proving to the realm that it was not so easily extinguished. At last, the day came for Joffrey's formal trial. The throne room was crowded, every corner teeming with spectators, lords, ladies, common folk who had managed to gain entrance. The dais was cleared of the Iron Throne itself, which now stood behind a curtain, a symbolic gesture that signified this was a trial by the king in the north, not by the Iron Throne. A hush fell over the hall as Joffrey was brought in, still dressed in fine garb though disheveled, face pale with fury and fear. Cersei sat to one side, her eyes sharp, but she was not allowed to speak in his defense. This was Joffrey's moment to answer for his crimes. Robb presided, seated on a carved wooden chair. Jon stood near him along with Edmure Tully, the Great Jon, and other northern lords. The charges ranged from the murder of Ned Stark to the brutal oppression of King's Landing's people. Witnesses spoke in trembling voices of Joffrey's cruelty, of how he ordered archers to fire on crowds or personally tormented servants. Joffrey spat denials, hurling insults at Robb and the North. Yet as witness after witness came forward, the weight of evidence crushed any defense. Silence reigned when Robb pronounced the sentence. Joffrey was to be executed for treason and murder, ensuring the North's dead were avenged in the eyes of gods and men. A stunned hush lingered. Some expected a more lenient sentence, perhaps a life at the wall. But Joffrey's crimes were too many, and the realm demanded a measure of finality to close this violent chapter. Robb, who had lost a father and countless men to Lannister treachery, saw no path to clemency. That evening, in the torchlit courtyard, the sentence was carried out. A small circle of witnesses gathered. Robb insisted on wielding the sword himself, evoking his father's creed that the one who passes the sentence should swing the blade. Heart-heavy, he used ice, Ned Stark's great sword, recovered from the Lannisters after they seized it in King's Landing. Joffrey died screaming curses, and the Watchers felt a chill settle over them as if the ghosts of House Stark looked on. After that, the city exhaled a shaky breath. Cersei remained in captivity, but her power was broken. Slowly, the populace began to accept that the Starks were not mere conquerors. They were an earnest house seeking to restore order. More bread was distributed in the streets, more fair judgments handed down. People whispered that perhaps the wolves were kinder than the lions. And so it was done. Robb Stark had freed Jon Snow from his vow, and together they had conquered King's Landing. Yet the realm's future remained precarious. The White Walkers threatened from the north, the political ambitions of other houses smoldered, and Daenerys Targaryen's dragons reportedly grew across the sea. But for one shining moment, House Stark stood ascendant, a beacon of honor in a war-torn land. In the weeks and months that followed, as winter's chill deepened, the city slowly adapted to its new reality. A grand council was scheduled, inviting every great house to send representatives. Robb intended to finalize a structure of governance that would keep peace and prepare for the encroaching darkness. Messages from the Night's Watch grew more urgent. The dead were rising in greater numbers. Robb began outfitting an expedition north, determined to see for himself and to unify the realm against this existential threat. Jon found himself wrestling with a singular question: should he ride north with an army to face the others, or remain in the capital to ensure the alliances held? Each option tugged at him. His duty to the Watch and to the entire realm echoed through his mind. While he loved his brother and recognized the importance of maintaining stability, he also knew where the true threat lay. Through quiet conversations, he convinced Robb that the realm needed an advance force, a legion of skilled warriors ready to stand beside the Night's Watch. Robb, though reluctant to send Jon away, understood. He entrusted Jon to lead this force, forging northward with the best men they could spare. Preparations for that departure filled the next few days. Blacksmiths hammered away at steel, forging new swords and arrowheads. Horses were shod, wagons loaded with food and medicinal supplies. Volunteers came forward, many from the north who respected Jon Snow's resolve, others from the Riverlands who had heard tales of Jon's bravery. By the time they mustered, nearly 2,000 men stood ready to march, a small but determined vanguard. On the morning of departure, Jon stood in the courtyard where so much blood had been shed and so many decisions made. Robb found him there, the two brothers facing each other in the crisp air. They clasped forearms, each recognizing the gravity of what lay ahead. Robb's voice trembled slightly as he said, "The realm is in your hands too, Jon. Bring us word of the truth in the far north. We'll do what we can here to hold the realm together." Jon nodded, his gaze intense. "I promise, brother. I'll come back with answers, and if the darkness beyond the wall is as dire as we fear, we'll find a way to fight it." Gray wind prowled around them, whining softly as if sensing the gravity of their parting. The men behind Jon bristled with anticipation, while the men remaining with Robb readied themselves for the political battles still to come. They embraced once more, mindful that they might not see each other for many moons. Then Jon mounted his horse, gave one last look at the Red Keep's walls, and led the column out of King's Landing. The Stark banners fluttered overhead, their dire wolf sigils a stark contrast against the pale sky. As they passed through the city gates, the small folk paused to watch the procession. Some murmured blessings, others offered simple gestures of respect. Jon guided his horse carefully through the throng, hearing snippets of conversation that evoked both hope and fear. The freed wolf was riding to the wall, they whispered, to face an army of the dead. Would he return as a hero, or vanish like so many legends? Jon tried to quiet the swirl of emotions in his heart. He remembered how it felt to be a black brother, how the vow had once defined him. Now he rode with a different purpose, but still in service to the realm. Perhaps the vow was not truly broken, only transformed. The city dwindled behind them, replaced by open fields, rolling hills, and the long roads leading north. With each league, Jon felt a mixture of homesickness for Winterfell and concern for the battles yet to be fought. Behind him trailed 2,000 souls, knights, foot soldiers, archers, blacksmiths, field medics, each one committed to defending the living against what lurked beyond the wall. The journey would be fraught with danger, both from brigands in the war-ravaged countryside and from the unknown terrors of the far north. But Jon pressed on, driven by the unshakable knowledge that Robb was working tirelessly in King's Landing to unite the realm, while he sought to protect it from the greatest peril of all. In the capital, Robb Stark turned his attention to the next round of negotiations, mustering fresh armies from those lords who pledged loyalty, preparing to face any Lannister or Baratheon resurgence. He oversaw the rebuilding of sections of the city damaged in the siege, ensuring that small folk had a chance to survive the coming winter. Each night, he paced the corridors of the Red Keep, recalling how his father once walked those same halls, a prisoner to the Lannisters' schemes. Now the roles were reversed, and the Starks held sway. But heavy is the head that wears the crown, and Robb felt that truth in every joint of his body. Still, whenever he felt that weight too keenly, he remembered Jon's steady gaze, the moment they had clasped arms before the freed wolf departed. He remembered the men cheering as the direwolf banners flew from the towers of the Red Keep. He remembered how a single act of brotherhood, freeing Jon from his vow, had brought them to this moment of improbable victory. That memory gave him strength. Winter would come, and with it new trials and tragedies. Yet for one shining chapter in the annals of Westeros, the northern wolves had run together, carving their own fate in the heart of a kingdom once thought unreachable. Robb Stark and Jon Snow, bound by blood if not by name, had broken the old order, forging a new path of honor, unity, and a fierce hope for the living. And so their story spread from tavern to tavern, from castle to castle. How the king in the north rode to Castle Black to free his brother, how a night's watch oath was set aside for the greater good, how the two united armies and retook King's Landing from the Lannisters, toppling the boy King Joffrey from his stolen seat. In the telling, legends grew, exaggerations mingling with truth, until peasants whispered of direwolf shadows that roamed the throne room and a bastard born with ice in his veins who could not be defeated. But behind every legend, there lived the real men. Robb Stark and Jon Snow, haunted by duty and spurred by loyalty, forging a realm that might yet stand against the rising darkness. A hush settled over the Seven Kingdoms as autumn waned. The nights grew longer, the winds sharper. Far across the narrow sea, dragons stirred. In the Westerlands, Tywin Lannister retreated to Casterly Rock, plotting his next move. Stannis Baratheon watched the painted table at Dragonstone, a prophecy burning in his mind. And in the far, frozen north, the dead stirred beneath the ice, marching slowly, inexorably, toward the wall. At the heart of this uncertain land, King's Landing flew the sigil of the direwolf. The freed wolf rode beyond the horizon, his purpose to guard the living from a threat most could barely imagine. The king in the north held the capital in a careful balance, determined not to let old hatreds or petty ambitions tear apart the fragile unity they had begun to build. The songs of courtiers and minstrels recounted how two brothers, divided by a vow, had reunited to shape history. Whether that history would be enough to save them all from the encroaching night was a question only the gods could answer. As the snows deepened, as ravens took flight bearing dire warnings, as the flicker of hope danced with the shadow of dread, the memory of that brotherhood, Robb Stark and Jon Snow side by side, offered a chance at deliverance. For if the Seven Kingdoms could stand behind the wolves, if ancient grievances could be set aside, maybe, just maybe, the realm would endure through the longest night. Such was the legacy of the night Robb Stark freed Jon Snow from the Night's Watch, and together they planted the wolf banner in the heart of King's Landing. Jon Snow rode at the head of his column, the rising sun casting long shadows across the well-worn road that curled toward the Riverlands. Though he had departed King's Landing just days earlier, it already felt like another lifetime. The sprawling city, so full of shifting loyalties, hidden daggers, and echoing ambitions, had vanished behind him, replaced now by the quieter devastation of a realm ravaged by years of conflict. Banners bearing the direwolf of House Stark fluttered along the column, testament to a new order in the capital and a renewed sense of purpose among these men. They were knights and spearmen, archers and mounted scouts, volunteers from the north and the Riverlands, now marching under Jon's command toward the wall. 2,000 in total, though that number felt woefully small when Jon remembered the stories of what lurked beyond the ice. He had promised his brother, Robb, that he would see for himself the horrors rumored to dwell in the far north. Their father, Ned Stark, had always taught that the lone wolf dies but the pack survives. In the days of Jon's youth, that lesson had been abstract, something about family and unity. Now he felt it keenly in the tension of his shoulders, in the steady drum of horse hooves and boots against frozen earth. Winter was coming, and not just in the words recited by generations of Starks. It was there in the wind, sharper every day laid. And with an unease that made the birds roost quietly in skeletal trees. The men behind Jon were a mix of seasoned warriors and untested youths. Some had fought at Riverrun or Moat Cailin, others had never so much as seen a proper battle. Yet all shared a sense of calling. They had heard that the freed wolf, once a brother of the Night's Watch, now rode north to confront a threat more terrifying than any Lannister host. They wanted to be part of that, whether for glory or for the realm's sake. Some carried basic packs strapped to their backs, others led mules laden with provisions and barrels of dragonglass arrowheads, hammered day and night by blacksmiths in King's Landing. Jon only hoped they would prove enough. He remembered too well the shambling horrors described in Sam's trembling letters and the ice-blue eyes of the whites he had once glimpsed in the haunted northern wastes. In the crisp morning air, Jon guided his horse alongside a few trusted captains. They spoke in low voices about the journey ahead, how many days until they reached the neck, the condition of the roads, rumors of brigands still roaming the countryside in the aftermath of the fighting. Every so often they paused to distribute rations or to let the men rest. Though in a hurry to reach the wall, Jon knew pushing them too hard would lead to stragglers and sickness. His leadership bore the stamp of lessons learned at Castle Black, that a weary force could be as vulnerable as one half its size. Here, he was no longer the steward or the bastard they barely heeded. These men looked to him as a commander, and he shouldered that duty with quiet resolve. They passed ruined villages, lonely farms with fences collapsed under the weight of neglect, and twisted scarecrows that swayed in the chill wind. Ravens circled overhead, croaking over meager fields where the harvest had long since been taken or burned. Now and again, a few ragged small folk emerged, hands extended for scraps of food. Jon ordered that they be given bread or dried meat wherever possible, mindful that too much generosity might deplete their stores. It was a delicate balance, how to embody the Stark sense of duty while preserving enough resources to face a winter that threatened to be the harshest in a century. His men, recalling Ned Stark's legacy or Robb's victories, often handed over small bits of coin or cheese anyway, perhaps recognizing how the freed wolf's mission was bigger than a simple campaign. The realm's survival was at stake. One evening, as dusk bathed the horizon in a band of orange and purple, Jon's force made camp by the shell of a large, half-burned inn. Its roof was gone, the walls blackened, and dead ivy clung to the remaining timber. The men found what shelter they could, lighting small fires in the courtyard where half a well still offered stale water. Jon dismounted, stretching his stiff muscles, and looked around at the ring of weary faces illuminated by flickering flames. 2,000 souls entrusted to his judgment. He felt the weight of it in every breath, in the ache of his shoulders, in the memory of the vow he had once sworn to the Night's Watch. As he stripped off his riding gloves, Jon sensed a presence at his side. Ser Hallis Hornwood, a gray-haired knight from a minor northern branch of House Hornwood, offered a cautious bow. "My lord," he said quietly, "we've had reports from our outriders. A band of brigands prowling near the road ahead, a few leagues from here. They say the ruffians have attacked 2 merchant caravans. Some of our men want to ride out and deal with them. Others say we should avoid a fight we don't need." Jon inhaled, gazing at the jagged silhouette of the ruined inn. He remembered the chaos in King's Landing during the final assault, how swift and brutal violence could be. But he also knew that leaving brigands to prey on travelers could erode the realm's chances of rebuilding. It might seem a small matter in the face of the White Walkers, but a king, whether or not he wore a crown, could not overlook those who relied on his protection. And for better or worse, he and Robb had pledged to restore justice. "We'll deal with it," Jon said, voice firm. "We can't let them cause more harm to the small folk. Assign a squad of 20 to ride out at first light. That should suffice." Ser Hallis nodded, the lines on his face relaxing. "As you wish, my lord." "John," he corrected gently, though his voice was heavy with weariness. "I'm no lord, just a man who rode with the watch." But he knew it was futile, there was no going back. Once called a king's brother, always treated with the deference due a highborn. He turned away before Ser Hallis could insist otherwise, running a hand through his thick hair, darker than ever in the dying light. Night fell fully, bringing a deeper cold. The men huddled around fires, telling quiet stories or dozing on bedrolls. John walked the perimeter of the makeshift camp, checking the watch and exchanging nods with the sentries. Their fear was palpable. Not just fear of brigands or stray Lannister forces, but the intangible dread of the winter that loomed. Many had heard hushed rumors of the dead rising, of ice demons with glowing eyes. John understood their doubts. Once he too had struggled to believe in children's tales. But he had seen enough beyond the wall to know those tales were all too real. Eventually, he found a relatively sheltered spot by a broken wall and settled down, cloak wrapped tightly around him. He thought of Ghost, his direwolf left behind at Castle Black. A pang of longing struck him. That ghostly fur, those red eyes, a companion he could trust unconditionally. But parted they were by necessity. He listened to the pop of the fires, the occasional murmur of restless men, and tried to let the day's fatigue carry him to sleep. Instead, his thoughts drifted to Robb, still in the Red Keep, grappling with politics more tangled than any battlefield. John wondered if his brother's tasks were simpler or infinitely more complex. A crowned figure in a den of vipers, striving to hold the realm together and prepare it for a threat most refused to comprehend. In that moment, John was grateful to at least be on a path with a clear destination. Across the many leagues south, the dawn broke over a city that had yet to fully recover from its violent upheaval. King's Landing still wore scars of battle. Shattered gates, burned streets and flea bottom, battered fortifications near the mud gate. But the stark banners flying from the Red Keep's highest towers sent a powerful message. The Lannisters no longer held the heart of the realm. Robb Stark, king in the north, now acted as protector of the realm until a grand council could decide the crown's fate. Some among the city's inhabitants accepted this new order, relieved, perhaps, that the unrestrained cruelty of Joffrey was no more. Others feared the wolves, remembering how direwolf banners once seemed so distant from the capital, and how savage rumors claimed they fought. Within the cavernous halls of the Red Keep, Robb Stark sat at a long table strewn with parchment and raven scrolls. He had barely slept. Letters from every corner of Westeros arrived daily, each bearing tidings of pressing matters that demanded the new protector's attention. One message from Stannis Baratheon offered a wary truce if certain conditions were met. Another from the Vale requested clarifications on the upcoming Grand Council. The Tyrells, with their formidable reach, expressed willingness to negotiate a broader alliance if certain trade arrangements were preserved. And always, overshadowing every discussion, the question of how to prepare for winter's terrors. Cailin Stark had arrived from the north shortly after the city fell, accompanied by a retinue of Tully guards. The lines of grief and worry etched her face, but a steel resolve underpinned her every gesture. If once Robb had yearned for his mother's counsel to guide him, now he found her an indispensable source of calm strategy. Her understanding of southern politics and her empathy for the small folk helped temper his occasional bursts of anger or impatience. They spoke now in hushed tones. "Lord Tywin remains at Casterly Rock," Cailin said, setting aside one parchment to reach for another. "He's gathering what strength he can. We have no illusions. He'll never meekly accept our rule in the capital. If he attempts to retake the city, we risk open war once more." Robb's jaw tightened. Memories of the war's toll haunted him. The men lost at the Whispering Wood, the devastation in the Riverlands, the siege at Riverrun. He had no desire to plunge the realm back into unending bloodshed. "If Tywin demands a fight," Robb said, "we'll meet him, but I'll hold out hope for a negotiated settlement first. I'd prefer to avoid burning fields again." A fleeting image of Sansa Stark's wide, traumatized eyes flickered in his mind. So much of this conflict had begun with the Lannisters' cruelty toward his sisters, his father, and countless innocents. Still, if there was a path to a stable peace, Robb knew he had to seize it. Cailin studied him for a moment. "Your father would be proud of your mercy," she said gently, though her own eyes betrayed how uncertain she was that Tywin would accept negotiations. "We must keep the Tyrells close. With Mace Tyrell's support, we have a better chance of dissuading Tywin from launching an all-out assault. I've already sent dispatches to Highgarden, reaffirming trade routes and offering them a seat at the Grand Council," Robb answered. "We can only hope they see the benefit." He paused, rubbing a hand across the back of his neck. More than once, he recalled his father's reluctance to come to King's Landing at all, how Ned had despised the city's intrigues. Now Robb lived immersed in them daily, with no clear end in sight. "Have you any news from Arya?" he asked quietly, lowering his voice as if the entire Red Keep might eavesdrop. The realm's new order had not changed the fact that his youngest sister was still missing, lost somewhere in the chaos of the war. Cailin's lips tightened, sorrow flickering in her expression. "None," she murmured. "Some say a girl matching her description was seen near the Riverlands, but no one can confirm. I have riders searching. We must trust the gods." Robb swallowed, nodding. He refused to let hopelessness settle. If Arya had survived so far, she would continue to fight. She was a true wolf, after all. Instead, he turned his gaze to the stack of letters that demanded immediate attention. In that moment, the door to the chamber opened and Edmure Tully stepped inside, face grave. "A new development," he said, exhaling. "We've had word of a large gathering of people near Maidenpool, possibly refugees, possibly Sellswords, it's uncertain. They wear no lord's colors, but some are rumored to follow the flaming heart of Lawler." "Stannis," Robb said, expression darkening. "He might be extending his influence to gather men under the banner of his Red God. Or it could be one of his lords acting independently. Let's send scouts to confirm. If these men are Sellswords, we might persuade them to stand down or join us peaceably. If they're a threat, we'll need to handle it quickly." Edmure gave a curt nod. "I'll see to it." No sooner had he left than another messenger arrived, this one out of breath and wild-eyed. He held in his hands a sealed raven scroll, which he thrust at Robb. "Urgent tidings from the north," he managed. Robb, heart-pounding, broke the seal. The letter was brief, almost frantic in its scrawl, stamped with the mark of the Night's Watch. "Supplies delivered, some men of your party arrived. Dead men rumored near the abandoned villages. The threat grows. We need more help." Robb felt a chill. Jon's group should be well on its way, but this message suggested the Watch had not yet seen the main body of men. The plea for help underscored everything Jon had been trying to communicate. A second war brewed beyond the wall, one that disregarded all the petty squabbles of lords and kings. Robb's grip tightened around the parchment. How long could they dally in King's Landing, forging alliances and negotiating with houses who barely believed the threat from beyond the wall existed? The notion that everything they fought for might be irrelevant if the dead overwhelmed the living haunted him. He stood abruptly, pushing back from the table. "Mother, I'm going to call an immediate war council. We need to expedite the Grand Council as well. The threat grows. If these southern lords won't heed warnings, perhaps they'll heed it when the dead are at their gates." Cailin frowned but rose, smoothing her skirts. "They'll think you're exaggerating, Robb. Most have never seen a white, never believed in the others." "Then we'll find a way to show them," Robb said, heart heavy with determination. He did not know precisely how, but the realm's unity was no longer just a hope, it was a necessity. He strode from the chamber, letters in hand, Cailin at his side, footsteps echoing down corridors once patrolled by Lannister guards. The looming question, could the realm truly unite in time? Days passed, turning into weeks as Jon's forces made steady progress through the Riverlands. The weather shifted around them. Nights dipped below freezing, morning frosts coated the fields, and thin ice crusted the edges of slow-moving streams. The men muttered about feeling winter's grip earlier than usual. The gloom weighed on them. Jon pressed them onward, allowing only necessary stops. They circled wide around certain pockets of destruction where roving bandits lurked, driving off smaller threats when needed. The brand of House Stark still carried weight among some of the local populace, who greeted them with cautious relief. One early morning, while the mists were still thick over a valley road, Jon's forward scouts brought word of a large group ahead. Wildlings, they said, or so they appeared. Wildlings? Jon's brow furrowed at the notion of free folk this far south. Unless they were part of Mance Raider's horde that had somehow slipped past the wall. Could it be survivors from a confrontation with the Watch? Immediately, Jon ordered the column to halt, forming a defensive perimeter. He and a handful of men moved ahead to see for themselves. They found them near a narrow ravine, huddled around dying fires. Women and children, along with a handful of scraggly warriors with the telltale furs and mismatched weapons of the free folk. At the sight of mounted soldiers, the wildlings stirred, grabbing spears or knives in alarm. One man, tall and broad in the shoulders, stepped forward. He wore a foxskin cloak, his face smeared with dirt. Jon lifted a hand, signaling no aggression, though his men remained tense. "Who are you?" Jon called. "What brings free folk this far south?" The man's eyes flicked over Jon's cloak, the direwolf sigil on his surcoat, the line of armed riders behind him. His grip on a crude spear tightened, but he didn't raise it. "We're runaways," he answered in a deep, ragged voice. "The dead are stirring in the Frostfangs, and Mance's people scattered after some raids. We lost track of our main force." His gaze roamed Jon's face. "We've nowhere to go." Jon's heart panged at the memory of how little difference existed between the free folk and the people of Westeros when facing the White Walkers. They all bled red. "Mance Rayder is rumored to be uniting the free folk," Jon said. "Has he truly lost control?" One of the women, clutching a half-starved child, shook her head. "The others came," she said in a trembling whisper. "We tried to fight, but they got up again, walking with eyes of ice. Mance had to retreat. Some of us fled. We do not know where he or Tormund Giantsbane went." Jon swallowed hard, exchanging a glance with one of his captains. The White Walkers were on the move already, it seemed, pushing entire tribes southward. "We're heading to the wall," he said carefully. "If you wish to come with us, you'll have to lay down your weapons and abide by our orders for the journey. I can't promise you an easy welcome. The Watch doesn't normally let free folk through, but this is no normal time." The tall man studied Jon's expression, searching for deception. After a tense moment, he nodded slowly. "Better than freezing to death or being hunted by whites." He beckoned behind him, indicating the small group. "We submit for now." Jon turned to his men, many of whom watched warily. House Stark's history with the free folk was limited and often adversarial, but Jon could not in good conscience abandon them to a certain death, not when every living soul might be needed in the battles to come. So, under watchful eyes, the wildlings surrendered their blades. Jon ordered half rations shared with them, though he knew it would strain supplies further. He could almost hear the voice of his father, or perhaps Maester Luwin, commending an act of compassion in the face of winter. They traveled on, slowed somewhat by the presence of the wildlings, but strengthened in knowledge. From the stories these free folk told, Jon gleaned that more and more of their people were streaming south, pursued relentlessly by the dead. The wall's protection was all that stood between the living realms and a force that seemed unstoppable. Jon pressed harder, driving his men onward at every dawn, determined to reach Castle Black in time to coordinate with the Watch. At last, the familiar silhouette of the wall loomed on the horizon, a monolith of ice stretching across the world, glinting in the pale winter sunlight. Even from a distance, Jon felt awe and trepidation. His last departure from the Watch had been under extraordinary circumstances with Lord Commander Mormont's reluctant approval. Now he returned not as a brother in black, but as a Stark ally leading 2,000 armed men. He could almost feel the spirit of old tradition bristling at the notion of such a host approaching the wall. When they finally arrived at Castle Black's gates, the Watch stood arrayed in black cloaks, uncertain how to greet them. Some of the senior members recognized Jon and greeted him stiffly. Others looked on with open hostility, uncertain if his departure from the Watch was a betrayal. Jeor Mormont, older and more careworn than before, emerged from the cold shadows. His eyes narrowed as he took in the ranks of soldiers, then the cluster of wildlings, then Jon's own stance, clad now in a Stark surcoat rather than the black of the Night's Watch. "You've certainly brought an army, Snow," Mormont said, voice gruff but not unkind. "I'd half thought you'd be lost in the political webs of the South." Jon dismounted, grimacing as the cold bit into his joints. "I couldn't forget my duty," he said quietly, "or the vow I made to you that if the realm needed me, I'd come." He gestured to the men behind him. "My brother, Robb Stark, sent these forces with me. We bring food, supplies, arms made of dragoglass, and we've come to fight for the living." Mormont's expression flickered, and for a moment, something like relief showed in his weathered features. "The realm will need every blade if the rumors are true." "Not rumors," Jon said darkly. We've found free folk fleeing the others deep in the southern hills. They confirmed the dead approach. With a grunt, Mormont motioned for Jon to follow him inside. They left the soldiers to pitch camp around the castle's courtyard. The wildlings, still wary, were herded to one side under guard. As Jon and the Lord Commander ascended into the drafty corridors of Castle Black's main keep, Jon glanced at the familiar stone walls. Once these halls had felt like the boundary of High's entire world. Now they seemed smaller, overshadowed by the larger stage of war he had seen in the south. But they were still home in a strange way, a place that reminded him of camaraderie and oaths. Inside a modest chamber warmed by a single hearth, Mormont poured them each a cup of fiery spirits. He sat heavily on a stool, the eagle on his breastplate scratched and dented. "Give me a full report," he said. "If the freed wolf has returned to the watch, I'd hear of everything." Jon's throat tightened at the old nickname, once used mockingly by a few black brothers who resented his ties to House Stark. Now it carried a different weight. He told Mormont of the events in King's Landing, how Robb had broken the Lannister hold, how Joffrey was tried and executed, how the city recognized House Stark as protector of the realm. He explained the Grand Council that was in the works, the uneasy alliances forming with houses in the south, and the plan to muster the realm against the others. Mormont listened in near silence, occasionally sipping from his cup, only nodding as Jon recounted the promises of men and supplies. By the time Jon finished, Mormont stared into the hearth, face etched with worry. "The realm's never been good at uniting," he muttered. "But if ever there was a time." Jon leaned forward, the firelight playing over his features. "We have to be ready, Lord Commander. Robb is doing everything he can from the capital. I brought these 2,000 men to reinforce the watch, to scout beyond the wall if needed. We have to know how close the others are." Mormont rapped his knuckles on the table. "We've had reports of whites at abandoned wildling villages near Craster's Keep. Our rangers confirm signs of mass movement, footprints in the snow, impossible to say how many. More wildlings have trickled to our gates as well. We can't keep them out forever, especially if they're fleeing the same enemy we face." A brief silence settled, broken only by the crackle of the hearth. Jon recalled his father's lessons about justice and mercy. The free folk, as well as the people of Westeros, had a right to life if they accepted peace. "Let them through," he said softly. "Mance once told me he wanted his people safe, not necessarily to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. If we deny them refuge, we risk them becoming whites on the other side." Mormont sighed, the lines around his eyes deepening. "We've debated the same. Some of my brothers insist we keep the old ways, no wildlings allowed south of the wall. But times are changing. I can't let pride or tradition sabotage the realm's best chance of survival." He shifted, setting his cup down with a dull clink. "You'll have command of your men, of course, but remember, this is still the Watch's domain. You'll coordinate with us. And if you're needed beyond the wall, you'd best be prepared to lead an expedition." Jon nodded. "We came ready for exactly that. Many of these men know the dangers, though they haven't all witnessed the whites themselves. We have dragonglass, thanks to the blacksmiths in the south. We'll see how it fares." They spoke for hours, drafting new orders, discussing supply distribution, forging a plan to rotate Jon's men with the Watch for patrols along the wall's length. Messages would be sent to Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower, ensuring all knew of the reinforcements. As night deepened, a cold wind howled outside, and Jon excused himself to check on the men who had traveled so far under his banner. He needed to ensure their lodging and supplies were arranged before bitter cold set in. Outside, the courtyard glowed with torchlight. Soldiers bustled about, erecting tents and makeshift kitchens, the swirl of activity reminiscent of an armed camp on campaign. The Black Brothers regarded them with a mix of curiosity, caution, and in some cases, relief. For all the centuries of the Watch's neutrality, they seemed keenly aware that the long night might not be fought alone. Jon exchanged brief words with various captains, ensuring each unit had instructions. Though exhausted, he pushed himself to keep checking on them, remembering how men found confidence in a commander's visible presence. Near the stables, he spotted a small gathering. Some of his men had cornered a free folk warrior, one of the group they'd picked up on the journey. Anxiety charged the air. The wildling, face bruised and cloak torn, crouched defensively while a pair of Stark soldiers loomed over him. Jon strode closer, frown deepening. "What's this about?" he demanded. One of the soldiers turned, startled. "My lord, this man was caught sneaking around the horses. We thought he might be a thief." "I wasn't stealing," the wildling spat, glaring. "I was checking that the animals were fed properly. We never had such beasts growing up, not in the same way. If they starve, we can't ride away from the dead, now can we?" Jon eyed him, considering the tension in his posture. The wildling might be telling the truth or might not. But the man's tone held an edge of desperation, not cunning. Jon nodded curtly. Let him be. We're all on the same side against the others. If you find him meddling with the horses again, speak to me first. Then, to the wildling, if you need something, ask. We'll do our best to accommodate. But if you break our trust, you'll answer for it. The free folk warrior swallowed, his gaze drifting from Jon's surcoat to the soldiers' sharpened spears. With a stiff nod, he slunk away, muttering under his breath. The two soldiers looked uncertain, but Jon offered a firm look that ended any protest. Since none of them were wearing the black cloak, tensions ran high, perhaps more so than if it had been purely the watch dealing with the free folk. But the freed wolf's presence carried weight. The soldiers parted, muttering apologies, and Jon turned away, shoulders heavy with the knowledge that forging unity in the face of the apocalypse would be far from simple. By midnight, Jon settled onto a pallet in a cramped chamber near the top of the common barracks, the cold stone walls half insulated by old banners. He rubbed at his temples, mind racing with what lay ahead. Tomorrow, they would begin organizing patrols and drafting a plan to venture beyond the wall to see for themselves the extent of the threat. Jon wondered if he would find Mance Raydo's camp, or if Tormund Giantsbane still roamed the icy wilderness. Sleeplessness tugged at him, but he forced himself to lie still, heart pounding with the realization that the real battle was beginning now. Morning came with shrieking winds rattling the wooden structures of Castle Black. Snow flurries drifted from a sullen sky, dusting the courtyard. Jon woke early, donned thick furs over his stark surcoat, and joined Mormont for a council of senior watchers and the captains of Jon's men. The plan was clear. A joint expedition would ride out in 3 days, heading north through the gate. 200 men total, 100 from the watch, 100 from Jon's force. They would attempt to locate any free folk enclaves, gather intelligence on white sightings, and, if possible, glean how close the others were to the wall. Jon volunteered to lead the Stark men personally. Mormont gave him a curt nod of approval. Preparations began immediately. Horses were chosen for the cold conditions, supplies sorted, dragonglass weapons distributed carefully. In the yard, blacksmiths hammered away, forging arrowheads, small blades, and spear tips from the brittle obsidian. The rhythmic clang echoed off the icy walls. Beyond the hustle, the free folk who had surrendered looked on warily, uncertain whether they would remain behind the wall or accompany the scouting party. Some approached Jon, offering to guide him beyond the wall if it meant a safer chance to reunite with any scattered kinsfolk. On the second day, as the sky remained iron-gray, Mormont received another raven, a note from Robb Stark penned in a swift hand. Jon, warming himself by a brazier in the yard, read the letter that Mormont extended. Robb's words detailed the swirling tensions in King's Landing. Tywin Lannister threatened to march again, Stannis was massing followers around Dragonstone and Maidenpool, the Tyrells were playing a cagey game, and the Grand Council's preparations moved slowly. Yet the letter ended with a fervent reminder that the true war was at the wall and that Robb would send more men if he could spare them. He urged Jon to hold strong. A mix of sorrow and gratitude filled Jon. It pained him that Robb was mired in so many troubles alone, but he took heart that his brother still kept the threat in the north foremost in his mind. He penned a swift reply describing their progress and the planned expedition. With each word, he felt a sense of urgency that perhaps only a Stark truly understood, the biting cold, the ephemeral swirl of falling snow, the intangible hush of an approaching winter. When he finished, he handed the letter to Mormont, who attached it to a raven's leg with a deftness born of long practice. That night, as the hour grew late, Jon walked the length of the wall alone. Icy stairs, slick and treacherous, led him to the top, where a fierce wind tore at his cloak. The view from that vantage always stole his breath. On one side, the lights of Castle Black and the faint glow of fires from the courtyard. On the other, an endless expanse of white and gray, a frozen wilderness stretching to the horizon. The black line of the forest, far below, resembled a sleeping beast. Snow blew across the ramparts in thin sheets. Jon stood there, remembering how once this had been his post, how he had walked these heights as a sworn brother with no illusions of grandeur. Now he returned as something else, a bastard prince in all but name, a man who had led armies and toppled kings, yet still carried the weight of the watch in his heart. He closed his eyes against the sting of the wind. Memories flashed before him, the training yard at Castle Black, the lonely nights of guard duty, the first time he had seen a White's glowing eyes. Then images of King's Landing, the roar of the crowd when Joffrey was sentenced, the clang of steel in the Red Keep's halls. It felt as though two worlds warred within him, duty to his family, duty to the realm, duty to the watch. Perhaps they were all one duty now, bound together by the thread of the others. Slowly he opened his eyes. The wilderness beckoned, whispering of an ancient menace. Tomorrow or the next day he would ride out there not as a lone ranger but with a fellowship of the living united under a dire wolf banner. He only hoped it was enough. Meanwhile, in the far south, the Red Keep's torches flared in the gloom of an overcast afternoon. Robb Stark stood in the throne room, though not upon the Iron Throne itself. That forbidding seat of twisted swords remained behind him, draped in simple cloth to mark that it was not truly occupied. Beside Robb stood Cersei Lannister, flanked by guards. Despite her captivity, she still bore herself with regal pride, though her features were drawn and her attire less ostentatious than before. The hall was filled with lords, ladies, and representatives from lesser houses, an uneasy assembly that waited to see how their new protector would handle the Lannister Queen Mother. Robb addressed them in a calm, clear voice. "We have convened to determine the fate of Cersei Lannister," he said, hands clasped before him, face somber. "She stands accused of crimes against the realm, conspiring in the death of my father, Lord Eddard Stark, abetting the tyranny of Joffrey Baratheon, and instigating the slaughter of innocents." A murmur swept the hall. Cersei's green eyes flicked from face to face, but she retained her composure. She would not break in front of this crowd. Next to her, a steward read out the charges, detailing the many acts committed under the Lannister regime. Some in the crowd recalled the devastation of the war, others quietly wept for lost kin. Robb allowed no outward display of anger, though inside he felt the old fury simmering. Still, vengeance was not the aim. The realm needed stability, and a fair hearing could help quell future rebellions by showing that House Stark did not rule through arbitrary cruelty. When the steward finished, Cersei cleared her throat. "May I speak?" she asked, voice resonating through the hall. Robb nodded, giving her the courtesy he knew she rarely offered her own enemies. "My son, Joffrey, was crowned king by the laws of the realm," Cersei said, lifting her chin. "Whatever crimes were committed under his reign, they were acts of a crowned monarch's justice, not mere whims. The war that followed was a product of multiple claims to the throne." She paused, eyes flicking to Robb. "And let us not pretend House Stark has clean hands. You marched south in rebellion." A swell of anger rippled through the onlookers, some scowling, others muttering oaths. Robb raised a hand for silence. "Our father was executed without trial," he said evenly, "under the orders of a boy-king manipulated by his mother. That is not justice." Cersei's lips thinned, but she did not yield. "If you wish to see me punished," she continued, "then do so. But know that however you cloak it, it is revenge for your father's death." In the hush that followed, Robb regarded her with a measuring gaze. He thought of the trust the realm needed to place in him, of the alliances still forming, of the letter from the Night's Watch describing the creeping tide of the dead. Another bloody spectacle would not bring unity. Yet letting Cersei walk free might embolden Lannister loyalists or incite talk of Stark weakness. He drew a breath, feeling the eyes of the hall upon him. "Cersei Lannister," he began, "for your role in my father's death and the oppression inflicted on the realm, you shall be confined to a strict form of exile. Not in some distant land, but here, within the walls of a keep appointed for your custody. You shall have no claim to the Iron Throne, no authority to command men. You will be allowed visitors under supervision, but no correspondence that might threaten the realm's security. Thus you will live, bearing witness to the realm you helped tear apart as it heals." An uproar of reactions followed. Some had wanted her head on a spike, others feared letting her remain anywhere in the Seven Kingdoms. Cersei's eyes flared with indignation, but she hid it behind a brittle smile. Perhaps she had anticipated a death sentence. Instead, she was relegated to a powerless captivity, forced to watch the world move on without her. The partial mercy might sting worse than an execution. Robb turned away, ignoring the swirl of murmurs. He had made his choice, guided by the memory of his father's sense of honor and the knowledge that the realm needed a show of measured justice. It would not satisfy all, but it was done. Outside the throne room, in the corridors thick with more petitioners and courtiers, Robb encountered Lady Margaery Tyrell, who had arrived in the city days earlier. Her presence radiated poise and subtle influence. The Tyrells were powerful, well-fed, and clever enough to seek advantage in this new order. She dipped in a respectful curtsy, the rose-shaped clasp at her collar gleaming in torchlight. "Your Grace," she said, her voice calm, a fascinating verdict. "My father will be pleased to see that House Stark is not wholly governed by vengeance." Robb nodded, though he studied her carefully. "I trust the Tyrells received my messages about the Grand Council. Will they attend?" A small, graceful smile touched her lips. "Yes. We mean to help bring peace to the realm and turn our energies to the winter ahead. My grandmother, the Lady Olenna, sends her regards. She has a keen interest in meeting you. She's quite fond of giving counsel to strong leaders." Robb almost smiled at the reference to the famed Queen of Thorns. I look forward to speaking with her, he replied. Perhaps we can discuss how the Tyrells might bolster our defenses in the coming winter. I intend for the Grand Council to address not just who rules the Iron Throne, but how to prepare for the threat beyond the wall. Marjorie's eyes flickered with polite curiosity. The stories we hear are strange indeed, walking corpses, a cold that devours entire armies. Most lords in the Reach find it difficult to credit, but I have a sense for where true danger lies. My family stands ready to do its part if properly recognized for its contributions. He recognized in her tone the delicacy of a political arrangement. House Tyrell would want influence, perhaps lands or marriages that bound them closely to the new order. We'll speak further, he said, giving her a nod. She dipped another curtsy and departed, her retinue trailing behind. For a moment, Robb thought how once he might have been intrigued by her grace and beauty, but these days, war and duty consumed his every thought. He made his way to the council chamber, where Cailin, Edmure, and several other northern lords awaited. They spoke of resettling farmland in the Riverlands, re-establishing trade routes with Pentos and Bravos, ensuring food would flow in the harsh winter. Word had reached them that Walder Frey was grumbling about the broken betrothal agreements. Robb's own personal promise had been undone by the war and by complicated affairs. Yet they needed the twins open to secure swift passage between north and south. Another tangle to unravel. At times, the burdens threatened to overwhelm Robb. Yet whenever he felt that sinking weight, he reminded himself of Jon, far to the north, leading men against an enemy that recognized no sigils. If his brother could march through ice and possible death, then Robb could handle squabbling lords and stinging political barbs. The realm needed them both in their respective theaters of war. That knowledge steeled him. Near sunset, he caught a quiet moment on a balcony overlooking Blackwater Bay. The water glistened under a dull sky, ships bobbing at anchor. The wind tugged at his cloak, a faint scent of salt and fish drifting upward. Robb closed his eyes, remembering simpler days at Winterfell's training yard, how he and Jon used to spar for hours. If the war against the White Walkers turned dire, perhaps he would leave the capital, gather the realm's armies, and march north in earnest. But first, the Grand Council had to convene, the realm had to be readied, and the lines of supply secured. He found himself whispering a prayer to the old gods, something about protection and unity. The swirling breeze carried his words away. At Castle Black, the chosen day for the expedition beyond the wall arrived. Dawn broke gray and cold, with a veil of fog clinging to the immense ice. Jon rose early, buckling on his sword belt, adjusting the fur cloak over his shoulders. He looked to the courtyard, where men gathered around sturdy garrons and destriers. The Black brothers wore boiled leather and chainmail under black cloaks. The Stark soldiers wore a mix of mail and thick wool. Beside them, a handful of free folk had volunteered, grim-faced warriors who knew the lands north of the wall far better than any southerner. They would guide the expedition, or so they promised. Jon checked his weapons, Longclaw, the Valyrian steel sword given to him by Mormont, and a spare blade of castle-forged steel. He also carried a small dragaglass dagger strapped to his belt. Over his armor, he wore warmer leathers given the biting chill of the far north. He thought fleetingly of Ghost and missed the reassuring presence of the direwolf's silent companionship, but Ghost was still ranging somewhere beyond the wall. Perhaps they would find each other out there. A small ceremony took place at the gate. Mormont, standing tall despite his age, addressed both Black brothers and Stark men alike. "You ride today to gather truth," he said. "To see with your own eyes what lurks in the ice. Return with knowledge or not at all. The entire realm depends on it." He gave Jon a nod that held a wealth of meaning. Then, with a clang of gears, the massive gate through the wall was opened. Jon led the column forward. The thick ice tunnel bore the tracks of countless patrols over centuries, but now it felt heavier with portent. Torches sputtered against slick walls, casting wavering reflections on the frost. Men shivered, horses snorted, hooves clattering on frozen ground. Within moments, they emerged on the other side into the true north, a realm of towering conifers, winds that hissed through dark branches, and an eerie hush that settled over everything. They split into smaller parties as planned to cover more ground and increase the odds of scouting effectively. Jon took the central route, guided by a free folk woman named Sava, who claimed knowledge of trails leading to a wide valley where large numbers of wildlings once gathered. They agreed to regroup at a rendezvous point in 7 days unless forced to retreat earlier. As they rode deeper into the gloom, the forest seemed to close around them. Snow lay in drifts, some as high as a rider's waist. Branches creaked overhead. The men spoke in hushed tones, scanning every shadow. For 2 days, they found little but abandoned wildling camps, scattered fire rings, and broken tents. On the 3rd day, they stumbled upon a grisly sight, a half-frozen body splayed out near a blackened pine. The corpse wore tatters of a wildling cloak. One arm was missing, the eyes pecked out by crows. The men drew weapons, but the body did not stir. It was truly dead, not a wight. Savin knelt, examining footprints in the snow. He fled something, she murmured, ran until he collapsed or was left behind. A silent pall fell over the group. They pressed on, tension knotting their stomachs. By the 5th day, the temperature dropped further and the wind carried a strange keening that set nerves on edge. Jon tried to stay vigilant, scanning the tree line at every turn. Thoughts of King's Landing and the watchers behind the wall felt distant, as if belonging to another life. Here, it was just the crack of ice, the hush of snow, and the sense that something unnatural lurked beyond human sight. Late that afternoon, they rode into a clearing strewn with the remnants of a large camp. Tattered tents, broken crates, scattered bones of animals, signs of a significant gathering. Sava looked stricken. This was one of Mance's forward camps, she whispered. Gone now. The men dismounted, spreading out cautiously. One soldier lifted a scrap of cloth embroidered with a red motif, possibly from a stolen southern garment. Another found a half-buried cooking pot, iced over. The entire place smelled of death and old smoke. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Jon turned, drawing Longclaw. One of his men stood rigid near a mound of snow, pointing. Footprints! The soldier called, voice taut with fear. Jon hurried over. Indeed, there were footprints, human in shape, but the spacing was unnatural, as if the things had shuffled or moved in eerie unison. They circled the edges of the camp, weaving among the wreckage, then veered into the tree line. Jon knelt and brushed away some snow, revealing partial handprints. They were blackened, twisted. The soldier swallowed, eyes wide. They're fresh, he said. Made within a day, maybe hours. A hush fell. Jon could almost feel the temperature drop. A memory of the White's eyes in Castle Black came rushing back. Form up, he ordered, rising to face the men. Weapons ready. Dragonglass at the fore. If we encounter them, aim for the neck or the heart. They advanced carefully into the forest where the footprints led, branches snagging at cloaks. The horses grew skittish, ears pinned back. Snow crunched under hooves, and every sound seemed amplified. Within a few hundred paces, they spotted movement. A cluster of pale shapes moving slowly between the pines. The men froze, hearts pounding. Jon raised a fist to halt them. Through the gloom, he caught sight of them. The Whites. 5 of them, once men or women, but now reanimated corpses stumbling in the perpetual twilight, limbs jerking with unnatural stiffness. Their skin, where it clung, was gray and mottled, faces partly decayed. The eyes glowed a faint icy blue. Jon's heart hammered. He remembered the fight at Castle Black long ago, how difficult it was to kill them without fire or dragonglass. He signaled 2 archers forward, each fitting an obsidian-tipped arrow to string. The rest of the men fanned out, forming a tight semicircle, swords and spears at the ready. As the archers drew back, the Whites turned as one, sensing their presence in that silent, eerie way. An arrow hissed through the air, burying itself in the chest of the nearest White. It staggered, letting out a choked hiss that sounded almost like the wind. Another arrow struck a second White's skull, punching through with a sickening crunch. That White collapsed, unmoving, so presumably the obsidian worked. The first White, though missing part of its chest, still crawled forward, arms outstretched, jaws working as if chewing on air. Jon felt a surge of revulsion. Spears, he shouted. A soldier thrust a dragonglass-dipped spear at the creature, piercing it through the throat. With a hollow moan, the White crumpled, black ichor seeping onto the snow. The rest of the Whites lurched into motion. Another soldier hacked at one with a sword of normal steel, and the blade bit into rotted flesh but didn't stop it. The White clawed at the soldier's shield, scraping furrows in the wood. Jon lunged, plunging his dragonglass dagger into the back of its neck. The White shuddered, then slumped. A foul odor permeated the air. The remaining 2 advanced relentlessly despite arrows embedded in their torsos. One soldier, trembling, dropped his sword. The White grabbed him, skeletal fingers clawing at flesh. The man screamed. Before Jon could intervene, Another soldier stabbed the white through its skull with a dragonglass spear, fell twitching. The last one was swiftly pinned under a pair of swords, and Jon delivered the final blow with his obsidian dagger, piercing the vacant, blue-glowing eye. Then silence. The men panted, some retching at the gore. One soldier bled from a gash in his arm, inflicted by the white's frantic clawing. Jon knelt beside the remains, chest heaving. The whites were inert now, only lumps of rag and putrid flesh. The reality of it weighed on him like a boulder. These had once been living people, now puppets of an ancient evil. And there could be hundreds, even thousands more. This was but a scouting party, or stragglers from a larger force. He looked to his men, who eyed the corpses with a mixture of horror and grim satisfaction. They had beaten them, but at what cost if a greater army approached? After a moment to collect themselves, they burned the bodies. Dry pine branches, soaked in oil, turned the clearing into a bonfire. The crackling flames devoured rotted flesh, sending dark smoke curling into the sky. Snow fell in light flakes, swirling around the conflagration. The men formed a somber ring, gazing into the flames, each perhaps imagining a sea of these undead marching on the wall. Jon thought of Robb's letter, the precarious alliances in the south, the petty squabbles that might blind the realm until it was too late. He prayed that this small victory would galvanize them to action. The whites were real, the threat was here, and the others likely lingered not far behind. They pressed on, searching for more clues about the main body of Mance's free folk or the location of the others. Every fresh set of footprints sent tension coiling through the column. They found more corpses, some free folk, some animals, frozen in poses of agony. A few nights, they camped in remote hollows, building large fires, setting watches of 4 men each. The howling wind carried strange echoes that might have been distant animals or something far worse. Sleep came fitfully, if at all. On the 6th day, as a pale sun struggled through thick clouds, they discovered a ravine where footprints and tracks indicated a significant group had passed recently. Upon following these signs, they encountered another band of wildlings. Some living, some undead. A vicious skirmish erupted. The living ones, panicked, attacked Jon's men at first, thinking them raiders. But when whites emerged from behind snow-laden trees, both sides united in desperation to fend them off. The clash was chaotic, rotting hands grappling with steel, dragonglass blades shattering rotted bone. By the end, a handful of Jon's men lay dead as well as some wildlings. The whites were reduced to scattered remains. The survivors of the free folk knelt in exhaustion, eyes filled with unspoken gratitude and terror. Jon carefully approached them. "We're not your enemy," he said. "We serve the Night's Watch's cause. We want to protect the living." The free folk leader, a scarred woman wielding a curved blade, stared at him uncertainly before nodding. They spoke in halting terms. She confirmed that Mance's raiders' forces were all but broken, scattered by the relentless advance of the others. Some had regrouped in a hidden valley, rumored to be somewhere to the east, but no one knew if Mance himself survived. The others had attacked in the night, and entire clans of free folk had vanished without a trace. The woman's tale made men shiver despite the already numbing cold. Realizing they could risk being outnumbered or surrounded if they pressed on, Jon decided to return to Castle Black with this vital intelligence. They had enough evidence, burned whites, eyewitness testimonies, to prove that an army of the dead was indeed on the move. The realm needed to know, and soon. He only prayed that the southern lords would act rather than dismiss these tales as mere fables. The march back was fraught with tension, scanning every shadow for another ambush. They moved with as much speed as the snowy terrain allowed, the weather turning colder with each passing day. The new wildling refugees, battered and half-starved, joined their column. Jon ordered them watched but not mistreated. The free folk woman who led them, introducing herself finally as Delena, proved cooperative, guiding them along safer routes. A grudging alliance formed between Stark soldiers and these desperate northerners, bound by the knowledge that the real foe wore no banner and spoke no language but death. When at last the wall's colossal silhouette emerged from the gloom, relief rippled through the group. The massive gates creaked open to admit them, and they spilled into Castle Black's courtyard, weary and half-frozen, yet alive. Word spread quickly of the whites they had fought, the new free folk arrivals, the truths gleaned. Mormont himself descended to the yard to greet them, face grim as Jon recounted each horrifying detail. The men who had witnessed it firsthand spoke in hushed voices of the Whites' unholy strength, the cold in their eyes, the need for dragaglass. By nightfall, the courtyard was a flurry of activity. More fires were lit, rations distributed, wounds tended. The dead among Jon's men would be given a watch funeral, though they were not Black brothers. Mormont insisted they deserved the honor. Torches flickered against the high walls as men labored to secure the gates more tightly to haul additional supplies up to the battlements. Everyone seemed to sense that the breathing space was short. The others could appear at any time, and the watch needed every advantage. In a smoky antechamber, Mormont convened an emergency council with Jon and several senior officers. Darkness pressed against the narrow windows. The men gathered around a wooden table, the flicker of candlelight playing across their drawn faces. They spread out maps of the lands beyond the wall, marking possible locations of undead sightings. The territory was vast, but the free folk survivors insisted the White Walkers were pushing steadily south, driving all before them. "We need reinforcements," Jon said, voice low but urgent. "We have 2,000 men here, but that won't be enough against a mass of Whites." Robb said he'd send more if he could, but the realm is precarious. Mormont nodded in agreement. "We'll send ravens to Eastwatch, the Shadow Tower, and to Winterfell if it's manned well enough to funnel help. And also to the king in the north, Protector, I suppose, demanding he bring the weight of the southern lords here. The time for them to bicker is done." A few Black brothers looked uneasy, still clinging to the Watch's neutrality. But the scale of the threat rendered neutrality absurd. If the Watch fell, the rest of the realm would quickly follow. Silence settled as they contemplated the bleak scenario. Jon's mind flickered to the south, to the lords who disbelieved. He wondered if sending a captured White south would help them understand. But capturing one and keeping it docile long enough to present proof was dangerous beyond measure. Still, the idea lingered in his thoughts. Finally, Mormont dismissed the council, urging them to rest. Jon lingered, staring at the flickering candles. He felt as though the realm stood upon a razor's edge, one misstep away from utter ruin. He had done all he could in the immediate sense, brought men, scouted, confirmed the threat. Now the question was how swiftly the realm could unite behind Robb's leadership. In King's Landing, word of the new threat trickled south by Raven in scattered reports. While many lords in the capital and surrounding domains dismissed the tales as exaggerations, Robb Stark took them seriously. He commandeered the city's blacksmith forges to craft more dragaglass weapons from the supply gleaned from Dragonstone's volcanic deposits. The tension in the city escalated as rumors spread that Tywin Lannister might attempt an invasion to restore the Lion's power. Meanwhile, Stannis Baratheon, rumored to be influenced by a Red Priestess, seemed to gather men under the banner of the Lord of Light, claiming only he could vanquish the darkness. Letters flew between these factions, each using the threat of the others to justify their own claims. Yet in the midst of these swirling ambitions, Robb pressed forward with the Grand Council. He scheduled it for a fortnight's time, summoning every great lord who would heed the call to King's Landing to discuss the winter crisis and the future of the crown. The city prepared to host an unprecedented gathering of power. Streets were cleared of rubble and lined with northern soldiers to ensure order. Flea Bottom's battered districts received shipments of bread and stew, courtesy of Robb's direct orders, for a riot over food could undermine everything. The Gold Cloaks, loyal to the new order after the old guard had been purged, walked the streets to keep the peace. Meanwhile, each day brought new arrivals. Dorne's envoys, tall and sharp-eyed, sporting the sun and spear sigil of House Martell. Knights from the Stormlands, who wore a patchwork of allegiances. Smaller lords from the Crownlands, trying to curry favor with the Starks. The Tyrell contingent was the most lavish, arriving in a caravan of colorful wagons, though only a fraction of their true host remained outside the city in well-ordered camps. Through it all, Robb navigated carefully, holding audiences, discussing alliances, and ensuring these powerful houses understood the gravity of the threat from the north. On the appointed day, the great hall of the Red Keep was packed with lords and ladies, sworn swords, scribes, and heralds. Robb sat at the head of a long table, distinct from the Iron Throne behind him, flanked by Cailin, Edmure, and a handful of trusted northern and Riverland lords. Among the crowd, Marjorie Tyrell stood with her grandmother Olenna, whispering observations. The Martell envoys eyed the proceedings coolly, while the Stormlander knights muttered amongst themselves. A hush fell as Robb stood to address them. "I thank you all for coming," he began, voice echoing in the vaulted chamber. "The realm has been torn by war for too long, but we face a greater threat now, a threat not of mortal houses but of the undead. Reports from the Night's Watch and our own scouts confirm that an army of whites marches south. The White Walkers, once considered legend, have returned. A wave of uneasy murmurs spread through the hall. Many cast doubtful glances at each other. Robb raised a hand. I know how this sounds, but I assure you, it is real. My brother, Jon Snow, leads men at the wall who have fought these creatures and witnessed their horrors. The Watch sends urgent pleas for aid. We must unite or perish. Tywin Lannister was absent. No surprise, as he had not accepted any invitation from the Stark-led capital. But Kevan Lannister, representing that branch of the family, cleared his throat and spoke. The Lannisters do not shy from any threat, he said stiffly. But we are told wild stories by men who wish to keep their crowns. We want proof. Others joined in. Lord Tarly of the Reach demanded specifics. How many whites? Who has seen them? Could these stories be wildling exaggerations? Robb glanced at the assembled lords, frustration creeping in. I have letters and testimony from the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Our own men returned with tales. If you doubt me, then send your own envoys to the wall, or wait until the dead knock down your gates. Only the gods know how soon that will be. Lady Olenna's cane rapped on the floor. Sense might be found somewhere in these proceedings, she said, drawing eyes with her tart tone. If half the realm's dignity hasn't already been devoured by squabbling. The Stark boy is correct. Better to err on the side of caution if it means avoiding an undead invasion. My question, Your Grace, is how do we coordinate such a massive effort? Robb inclined his head in gratitude. The Watch requires men, supplies, and dragonglass. We have begun forging obsidian weapons here, but we need more raw material. Dragonstone's volcanic mines may hold some. We need each great house to contribute. Walls can be rebuilt, but not if we're all white thralls. In the corner of the hall, a tall man in a red cloak with a flaming heart pin stepped forward. Courtiers parted to allow him forward. He cleared his throat. I speak for King Stannis Baratheon, he intoned. A hush fell at the mention of Stannis's name. He, too, has spoken of a darkness threatening the realm. He stands ready to fight the White Walkers, but he demands recognition of his rightful claim to the throne. He believes only the Lord of Light can banish this evil. If the realm acknowledges him, he'll march north without delay. A murmur of discontent rose among the lords. The Tyrells looked displeased. Some of the Stormlanders scoffed. Robb remained outwardly calm. We do not have time for another war of succession, he said. The Grand Council was meant to address the realm's future, not open a new front. Tell your king we need him. If he brings his armies to help the north, we can discuss the matter of the crown in good faith. The envoy eyed Robb coolly. Stannis is not one to compromise, he warned, then stepped back. The message was clear. The threat of the others might be leveraged by Stannis for his own gains. Politics overshadowed even the undead. Robb pushed down a surge of frustration, recalling how Tyrion Lannister once spoke of men playing the Game of Thrones even in the face of doom. Perhaps that cynicism was warranted. The session continued with each house putting forth conditions. The Martells demanded justice for Elia and her children once murdered at the sack of King's Landing. The Tyrells wanted assurance that their trade dominance would remain intact. The Vales region insisted on the safety of young Lord Robert Arryn. Amid the swirl of demands and barbed commentary, Cailin tried to guide negotiations, urging them to see reason. By the time the day ended, they had hammered out only a fraction of a plan, pledges of minimal troops from each region to reinforce the Watch, further discussion needed for the rest. Robb left the council with a pounding headache. He retreated to his solar where the setting sun cast long shadows across the stone floor. Outside, the city bustled, ignorant of the highborn drama within. He dropped into a chair and let out a long exhale. Cailin entered quietly, crossing the room to rest a hand on his shoulder. You did your best, she said softly. It's not easy to unify so many proud houses. He pressed his lips together. Jon doesn't have time for these games. Every day we argue here, the dead move closer. If the realm won't unite under me, under the crown, or under Stannis, we're finished. Cailin rubbed his shoulder gently. You carry too much alone, Robb. The realm has never seen a threat like this. It may take more than a council session to convince them. Before he could answer, a knock sounded at the door. A messenger entered, bowing low. "Your Grace, a raven from the north." "It just arrived." Robb took the scroll, heart thudding. He recognized Jon's handwriting. Reading it, he felt a chill. The expedition beyond the wall had fought whites, lost men, and confirmed that the White Walkers were very much on the move. Jon warned that if the realm did not send aid, the wall could be overrun. Robb handed the parchment to his mother, meeting her eyes. They conveyed the same grim realization: the petty squabbles had to end, or the living would suffer a defeat from which there would be no return. That night, Robb convened a smaller meeting of his closest allies: Cailin, Edmure, Lady Margaery, representing the Tyrells, Kevan Lannister, tentatively representing the Lannisters willing to negotiate, and a few others open to swift action. He shared Jon's letter with them, letting them read the horrifying details of white attacks and the scattered free folk. Kevan's face paled, Margaery pressed her lips together, a flicker of genuine concern crossing her features. "I propose we send an immediate relief force north," Robb declared. "If the main hosts cannot decide, then smaller contingents from houses willing to act must go. Will you contribute men, Lady Margaery?" She glanced at her grandmother, who gave a terse nod. "Yes," Margaery said. "House Tyrell can spare some knights. It won't be enough to leave Highgarden defenseless, but we'll do our share. We'll also send provisions, grain, salted meats, to Winterfell or the Watch directly." Robb turned to Kevan Lannister. "And House Lannister?" Kevan hesitated, the lines on his face deepening. He knew Tywin would not approve, but if Kevan refused, it could paint him as indifferent to the realm's fate. Finally, he inhaled. "I have authority to promise a token force, not an entire army. Perhaps a few hundred men, with some gold to purchase supplies. We must appease my brother enough that I'm not labeled a traitor to the West." Robb accepted the concession for what it was. A small step, but better than none. "Edmure, gather our own forces from the Riverlands. We'll form a vanguard. And Lady Margaery, if you can have your knights ready in a week, we'll march north to join them at Harrenhal. Then proceed. Kevan, your men can link up along the Gold Road or near the crossroads." They discussed specifics until the candle gutters ran low. Though far from an ideal muster, it was a start. A combined relief force that might bolster the Watch and hold the line. Cailin quietly observed that they still lacked any help from Dorne or the Vale, but Robb resolved to handle that if time allowed. When the meeting concluded, the participants filtered out into the corridors, weighed down by the knowledge that a second war, one of the living against the dead, had to be fought on unfamiliar ground. Robb stood at the table for a long moment, palms pressed against the polished wood. At least he had taken a tangible step. He prayed it was not too little, too late. Beyond the wall, the nights grew longer. At Castle Black, Jon Snow trained men daily in the use of dragonglass, drilling them on how to aim for a white's head or chest. The Black brothers shared stories of the first long night with the Stark soldiers, forging a sense of camaraderie amid the gloom. Snow piled high, and the northern wind howled constantly, as if heralding the arrival of an ancient evil. Outriders reported clusters of reanimated corpses in the deeper forests, yet the White Walkers themselves remained elusive, like a cunning predator toying with its prey. Still, the ravens took flight from the rookery, bearing pleas for help. The Watchers lit signal fires, peering into the swirling white. The free folk at the wall faced suspicion from some Black brothers, but at least they were not turned away, thanks to Mormont's grudging acceptance. Jon oversaw the distribution of meager rations, mindful that a hungry camp could crumble before the first wave of the dead. Each morning, he rose before dawn, scanning the horizon from atop the wall, searching for any sign of an advancing army. Most days, the horizon revealed only a vast expanse of untouched snow and the gray skeletons of trees. But sometimes, at twilight, he thought he saw shapes moving in the distance, or heard a faint wail that made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. He took no chances, reinforcing the gates, rotating the watch shifts, ensuring every man had a dragonglass weapon close at hand. In the hush of one such dawn, as he stood vigil, a horn blast shattered the quiet, one long blast. It meant a returning ranger or a friendly approach. Jon peered down to see a small group on horseback emerging from the treeline. They bore the banners of House Stark, though the standard was torn and dusted with frost. At the head rode a figure in dark armor huddled under furs. Jon's eyes widened as they drew nearer, for he recognized the rider's face as one of Robb's scouts, a man named Branston who had served in the Riverlands. The gates creaked open enough to admit them. Jon hurried to the courtyard. Branston nearly collapsed from his saddle, pale and trembling. His horse showed signs of a brutal journey, its flanks caked with ice. "My lord," he gasped, ice-feverish. "We rode ahead of the relief force. They're on their way, some Tyrell knights, some Lannisters even, Riverlanders. But we ran into something on the road. Whites, a big group, maybe a few dozen. Lost many men. We barely escaped. More might be behind us. They're crossing the Gift, heading south." Jon's stomach twisted. If Whites were already south of the wall in such numbers, the situation was dire. "Where are they?" "Last we saw, near Queen's Crown," Branston rasped. "They destroyed a homestead. The relief force is regrouping at the last hearth to gather the umbers, then coming here. But it'll be at least a fortnight. The roads are near impassable with snow." Mormont stepped forward, having arrived. His face hardened. "Whites in the Gift? The emptiness of those lands might slow them, but not for long. We can't let them slip around us, dividing our forces." Jon swallowed. They had men to hold Castle Black, but to go out in pursuit of Whites in the open fields could be a death sentence if there were too many. "We'll scout the area," he said, meeting Mormont's gaze. "If it's only a few dozen, we might be able to destroy them before they spread further." Mormont nodded. "Take as many as you think you'll need. The rest will hold the wall. If you can, coordinate with the umbers. Gods know we need their might." Jon turned to the exhausted scout. "Rest here, gather your strength. We'll ride out tomorrow at first light. If we can cut them off, we might spare the homesteads." That night, the men prepared in grim silence. They sharpened dragon-glass weapons, readied horses, and said their prayers. The knowledge that Whites had slipped south chilled them more than the biting wind. Jon tried to sleep, but found only restless half-dreams of ice-blue eyes and stumbling corpses. He rose in the middle of the night and made his way to the top of the wall once more. Gazing out at the moonlit expanse, he felt the creeping dread that even 1,000 men might not be enough to stem this tide if the others truly unleashed their forces. All his training, all his victories in the south, none of it guaranteed safety now. Yet he thought of Robb in King's Landing, rallying the realm, of the men forging alliances. If that effort bore fruit, maybe, just maybe, they stood a chance. At first light, Jon assembled a force of 300 mounted men. A mix of Stark soldiers, Black brothers, and a handful of free folk who knew the terrain. The gate yawned open, and they rode into the swirling drifts of the Gift, breath steaming in the cold air. Sunlight struggled through gray clouds, giving the snow a dull sheen. The wind battered them, carrying the faint stench of decay that so often preceded the Whites' arrival. They pushed deeper south, guided by the route Branston's group had taken, searching for tracks or signs of attack. Near midday, they found the burned-out remains of a small farmstead, the barn reduced to ash. No living souls remained, only footprints that led away into the distance. None dared linger in that haunted place. On they rode, hearts pounding, scanning every ridge for silhouettes of the undead. Toward evening, they crested a small rise and spotted motion in a frozen clearing ahead. Jon halted the column, raising a fist. With eyes narrowed, he made out a group of perhaps 40 or 50 figures, human shapes that lurched and twitched with the telltale unnatural stiffness of Whites. They clustered around what appeared to be a ruined wagon, half buried in snow. A chill sank into Jon's bones. This was likely the group that had attacked Branston's men. He turned to his companions. "Form lines, archers with obsidian, front. We'll try to thin their numbers before they reach us. Lancers, prepare to follow up. Keep your blades ready." The men's faces were ashen but determined. They knew the cost if they failed. Quietly, they dismounted or took up positions. A hush enveloped them, broken only by the moaning wind. Then Jon gave the signal. Arrows whistled across the snowy field, streaking into the Whites. A dozen fell, but not all stayed down. Some rose again, arrows protruding from torsos. Another volley. More fell permanently as obsidian found skulls or vital spots. Then the Whites turned, unleashing a collective hiss, beginning their relentless advance. Jon drew Longclaw, though it was the dragonglass dagger at his belt that would prove most effective. "Charge!" he roared, spurring his horse. 300 men thundered across the icy ground, forming a wedge aimed at the Whites' flank. Swords slashed, spears thrust. Horses reared in panic at the sight of rotting faces. Dragonglass chips and arrowheads glinted under the dull sun, stabbing into corpses that convulsed and fell. The Whites fought back, clawing at riders, raking through leather and fur. Screams mingled with the dull thuds of steel on flesh. Snow churned beneath hooves, stained red and black. Jon hacked at a White that lunged toward him with a broken arm jutting forward. His Valyrian steel blade severed the arm at the elbow, but the creature still snapped at his leg. Another soldier drove a dragonglass spear through its skull. Jon wheeled his horse around, glimpsing pockets of men overwhelmed by multiple Whites. One black brother went down under a flailing corpse, and a second White attacked from behind. Jon rushed to help, plunging his dagger into the White's spine. The soldier scrambled free, panting as the thing collapsed. Bit by bit, the living pressed forward, methodically dispatching the undead. The advantage of horses and greater numbers told. Within a quarter hour, the field was littered with twitching or inert remnants of the Whites. A few still writhed, pinned under fallen horses or battered shields. The men swiftly drove dragonglass daggers into their skulls, ensuring they would not rise again. The cost was not small. Dozens of Jon's men lay wounded or dead, but they had won the skirmish. In the aftermath, a hush fell, punctured by moans of the wounded. Jon dismounted, walking through the carnage with a hollow feeling in his chest. The stench of decay and blood soured the frigid air. Some of the surviving soldiers shook with adrenaline, tears freezing on their cheeks. This was no glorious victory, but a grim necessity. If Whites like these roamed in larger groups, the entire north could be devastated. He stooped beside a fallen soldier whose face he recognized from the march north. The young man's eyes were vacant, an ugly wound gaping in his belly. Jon closed the lids gently, the wind tugging at his hair. Another life lost to a war that most of the realm still could not fathom. He rose, swallowing the knot in his throat. "Burn the bodies," he commanded, voice thick. "Both ours and theirs. We can't risk them rising again." Men moved to carry out the orders, gathering wood, dousing the remains with oil. Jon oversaw the grim process, glancing at the horizon where purple dusk bled into the sky. They would need to return to the wall soon. They had thwarted these Whites, but how many more roamed out there? At least they had prevented this group from attacking the approaching relief force, if it indeed arrived as promised. That night, the pyres glowed in the darkness, a flicker of defiance against the endless cold. Jon stood watch, arms folded, as flames devoured the broken bodies. He thought of Robb, the realm's council, and the uncertain unity of the southern houses. If the combined might of Westeros ever mustered in earnest, perhaps the living could stand against the dead. But it would require trust, alliances, and the burying of old grievances. As sparks drifted skyward, Jon silently vowed to fight for that fragile hope until his last breath. The war had begun in earnest, one war in the south for alliances and one in the north against a nightmare-given flesh. Robb Stark and Jon Snow, once two boys sparring in Winterfell's yard, now stood at the helm of these struggles. The freed wolf in the snowy wastes, carving out a bulwark against the tide of darkness. The king in the north in King's Landing, wielding honor and cunning to unite a fractured realm. Their fates and the fate of every soul in Westeros hung by the thinnest of threads. Yet in that darkness, the memory of their unbreakable bond of Stark loyalty and the fires of determination offered a single, steady flame. And so the living fought on, praying it was enough to banish the looming night. Dawn came, gray and somber, staining the snowy fields with half-hearted light. The lingering smoke from the previous night's funeral pyres still clung to the air, mingling with the frost-laden breeze that scoured the men's faces. Jon Snow stood at the edge of the charred circle where white corpses and the bodies of the fallen had been burnt. The remains were little more than brittle bones and ash, now an ugly black splotch on a pristine canvas of white. Nearby, a handful of Stark soldiers tended to their wounded, and Black brothers organized scavenged gear in subdued, respectful silence. No one complained, no one even spoke unless they had to. The clash of the night before had left them hollowed. Word spread that a few more men had died overnight, wounds too grievous, chills too deep, or the creeping infection of a White's claw. Jon swallowed a knot of grief and fatigue, forcing himself to stride among the survivors. Each nod or brief hand on a shoulder was an attempt at reassurance, though he himself felt anything but certain. Their mission had been to stop this group from harrying the relief force headed to the wall, and in that they had succeeded. But the victory was razor-thin. Every confrontation with the undead hammered home how quickly things might spiral if the others brought their full strength south. By mid-morning, the wind picked up. Snow flurries danced around them, stinging cheeks and turning breath to steam. With the pyres reduced to embers, it was time to move. They had to return to Castle Black and regroup. For Black brothers would ride to the last hearth seat of House Umber and warn them directly of undead incursions, hoping the Umbers would be ready by the time the southern relief forces arrived. Jon gave them orders to speak plainly and urgently and to send any fighting men they could spare to the wall. The rest of Jon's force would push north, retracing their path. The roads were already half buried, and it would be a frigid, punishing journey. Before mounting his horse, Jon took one final look at the smoldering ruins of what had been a small homestead. Hoofprints and footprints marred the snow, all signifying that living men and dead things had waged war here. He inhaled sharply, tasting ash on the back of his tongue. Without a word, he swung himself into the saddle. A wave of sadness rose. He thought of how he had once dreamed of heroic deeds, never quite grasping that heroism might taste like soot and smell of rot. He turned away, voice steady as he gave the order to ride out. They set off at a brisk pace, mindful that any delay risked fresh attacks. With every mile, the gusts seemed keener, the skies gloomier. Though it was only late afternoon, the light began to wane in an early twilight that chilled bones and hearts alike. The men carried themselves stiffly, scanning the horizon for any shape that might lurch forward in that terrible, unnatural gait. The horses, too, seemed anxious, nostrils flaring, ears pinned whenever a stray branch crackled underfoot. By nightfall, they found temporary shelter in the tumbled ruins of an old watchtower once used by the Night's Watch to keep an eye on wildling raiders. The place was half collapsed, but it offered some respite from the roaring wind. Scouts swept the perimeter, searching the trees and hollows for sign of the enemy. None was found, though every man suspected that was only because the whites had not chosen to show themselves. Jon joined the men in building a series of small fires in the watchtower's courtyard, the old flagstones cracked by time and frost. Drifts of snow had gathered in the corners where the walls had crumbled. Soldiers and Black brothers alike formed a tight circle, huddling together for warmth. Jon passed around what little ale remained, a meager comfort for so many who had faced death. Now and again, someone would mutter a soft prayer to the old gods or the Seven. One of the free folk who traveled with them whispered half-remembered incantations from beyond the wall, beseeching the spirits of the land. No one mocked him. Jon shared a meager supper with the men and then took his turn patrolling the perimeter. The biting wind made his eyes water, and the dim moonlight revealed only skeletal trees and swirling snow. Nonetheless, he stayed vigilant, recalling too well how silence and emptiness often presaged a white attack. The memory of the white's cold, grasping hand on that soldier's shield lingered in his mind, unshakable. In quieter moments, Jon wondered how Robb fared in King's Landing. The letters that reached Castle Black spoke of partial success, Orelli. EF force, however small, was indeed on the way. But what if petty ambitions still overshadowed the true enemy? What if the relief force was a token gesture meant to appease the North while the Southern lords continued their power games? He closed his eyes, letting out a tense breath. If only they could bring a white, or a piece of it, to King's Landing. Something more tangible than stories. But the danger of such a thing turning in the heart of the city was terrifying. Jon forced himself to push the thoughts aside. First, he had to get his men back alive, then make certain Castle Black was prepared for another assault. At some point past midnight, he was relieved by a Black brother named Alfin, a stoic man with a pockmarked face. Jon found a corner near one of the fires to lie down. Sleep came fitfully, his dreams a twisting labyrinth of corpses in the snow and the echo of dire wolf howls. When morning arrived, dull and gray as ever, he rose with his men to continue north. They reached Castle Black on the third day, battered by wind and half-frozen. The gates opened to admit them, and the courtyard filled with stable hands rushing forward to gather the weary horses. Jon swung down from the saddle with a groan. Lord Commander Mormont awaited them near the main steps, leaning on his staff. He looked older than Jon remembered, shoulders stooped under the weight of too many burdens. But his gaze was sharp with concern. Jon's men had scattered casualties, another handful of deaths from the cold or infected wounds. Others had to be helped off their mounts, arms slung around comrades' shoulders. Mormont took in the scene grimly, beckoning Jon inside to report at once. Jon nodded, handing off his reins to a stable hand. His breath still puffed in white clouds when he stepped into the drafty main hall, lighting a wall sconce to chase off the gloom. Mormont stood across from Jon, arms folded. "How many more lost?" he asked quietly. "A dozen," Jon answered, jaw tight. "Maybe more if the wounds worsen. But we destroyed that group of whites. They won't be harrying the roads between the last hearth and here." Mormont's face remained impassive, though relief flickered in his eyes. "Small mercies," he said at length. But a momentary reprieve, I fear. Jon nodded. The bigger question is what lurks beyond the next ridge or forest. The free folk are certain the others are driving more dead forward. We might see wave after wave. He paused, feeling the weight of exhaustion claw at him. Any word of the relief force? Mormont let out a weary sigh. A raven arrived 2 days back. They gathered at the last hearth, though the snow slowed them. Lord Umber's men have joined. According to the message, some Tyrell knights, a contingent of Lannisters small in number but present, and a decent force of Riverlanders from Edmure Tully are all en route. He stared at the flickering sconce. They should arrive within a few days, if not delayed by storms. Jon exhaled shakily. To think that men of House Tyrell and House Lannister could stand side by side in the north was extraordinary. Let's hope they bring enough supplies, he said. We can't survive a winter siege here without them. Mormont set a hand on Jon's shoulder. You've done enough for now. Get some rest, Snow. We'll coordinate once you've recovered. Jon tried to protest, but his body betrayed him, trembling from the cold and the lingering adrenaline crash. Mormont waved him off, leaving no room for argument. With a reluctant nod, Jon trudged to his bunk in the common barracks. The corridors smelled of smoke and sweat, men bustling to carry fresh logs for the hearths. Despite the activity, it felt emptier than usual. So many had gone out on expeditions and never returned. The Night's Watch had been thin to begin with. War and the undead had taken their toll. Collapsing onto the straw mattress, Jon let the warmth of the furs envelop him. He stared at the rafters, thoughts drifting to Ghost. The dire wolf was still somewhere out there. Maybe Ghost had sensed the danger and kept away. Or perhaps he roamed with other wolves hunting the scattered whites. Jon closed his eyes, half wishing the great white dire wolf would appear and curl up beside him. Then he drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. Days passed in a flurry of preparations. The blacksmiths at Castle Black hammered obsidian into arrowheads and spear points. The meager supply of dragonglass shipped north by Robb's orders was carefully rationed. Jon oversaw archery drills in the yard, ensuring each man knew exactly where to aim on a white's body. Even a single missed shot could prove lethal if the white reached the line. Despite their best efforts, the men were too few. Some were old, some untested, pressed into service because they were all that remained. The free folk who had taken sanctuary at the wall continued to filter in, often bringing horror stories of entire clans devoured by the others. Suspicion lingered in some Black brothers, but Mormont and Jon insisted that survival came before old enmities. Each day, new tents sprang up near the southern side of the wall, a ragged settlement of wildlings living under the uneasy watch of men in black cloaks. Finally, the relief force arrived. It came in parts. First, a small band of Tyrell knights, 50 men in shining plate, though the shine was dulled by cold weather and travel fatigue, led by a spare young knight named Ser Alistair Mullendore. They bore the green and gold colors of Highgarden. Their arrival caused a stir among the Black brothers, for the Tyrell presence in the north had once been unthinkable. They carried 2 wagons of grain, dried fruit, salted meats, and fresh forging tools, though it was hardly an unlimited bounty. Still, it was more than the Watch had hoped to receive so quickly. Next came 300 men of House Umber, led by a scarred warrior named Eddard Umber, Ned Umber, though he was no boy. He had thick arms, a bristly beard, and a booming laugh. His men looked grim but determined. They dragged heavy sledges loaded with timber from the forests around the last hearth, as well as barrels of black pitch for fortifications. Their banners, the roaring giant of House Umber, snapped in the wind alongside the stark direwolf. Ned Umber greeted Jon with a massive clap on the back that nearly knocked him over. Close behind the Umbers rode a contingent of Riverlanders, archers, pikemen, and a handful of mounted lances bearing the Trout of House Tully. Some recognized Jon from Riverrun. They brought news that Edmure Tully was forced to remain near the twins to manage Lord Walder Frey's temper, but he had sent these 400 men, nearly all veterans of battles against the Lannisters. They were hardened but subdued, haunted by the war's toll. Then came the Lannisters. Their presence caused the greatest stir of all. Only 24 knights, led by a cautious man named Ser Rollin Brax. Their red and gold cloaks seemed out of place in the stark whiteness of the north. Tensions rose the moment they approached Castle Black, glowers from Black brothers who had lost family in Lannister raids, suspicious stares from free folk who saw the Golden Lion as a symbol of southern oppression. Yet they had come carrying a letter sealed by Kevan Lannister. The letter pledged House Lannister's partial support against the threat in the north, with an implication that Tywin Lannister still withheld the bulk of his strength. Whether it was cynicism, strategy, or grudging acceptance, these knights had journeyed to the wall. They brought gold, though little in the way of manpower or supplies. The gold would at least help buy additional food from White Harbor or from across the narrow sea if shipping lines could be secured. Altogether, the new arrivals swelled Castle Black's fighting force to nearly 4,000 men, still a fraction of what might be needed should the others arrive in full force, but more than the Watch could have mustered alone. The courtyard teemed with activity, the calls of men building new stable space, the ring of hammers, the shouts of officers trying to organize tents or billets. Jon and Mormont held hurried councils in the main hall with each group's leaders, trying to forge them into a single command structure. In those first gatherings, tension crackled like a drawn bowstring. The Tyrell Knights, accustomed to mild southern winters and comfortable living, gawked at the harsh conditions and muttered that they should be lodging in Winterfell, not at some windy fortress of ice. The Umbers, proud and boisterous, sneered that the Tyrells wouldn't last a day if the others showed up. The Lannisters kept to themselves, wearing guarded expressions as though any misstep might lead to open hostility. Threading them all together was no easy task. Jon stood in the center of one such council meeting, flanked by Mormont, Ned Umber, Ser Alistair Mullendor, and Ser Rollin Brax. A handful of black brothers took notes on parchment. The gloom of the hall was lit by braziers and smoky torches, the stench of sweat and stale air pressing down on them. Mormont cleared his throat. "We welcome you all to the wall. We share a single enemy here, the undead. If we cannot coordinate, we'll fail." Ser Alistair Mullendor, arms folded over his breastplate, spoke first. "Highgarden pledged men to King Robb's cause, and so we've come. But from what we've seen, these snows are no trifling matter. Many of my knights are already complaining of frostbite and chills. We need more permanent shelter, or they'll be useless in battle." Ned Umber gave a dismissive grunt. "Build your own shelter if you can, or join us in the watchtowers. This ain't a southern tourney ground. It's the damned north." Mormont raised a hand before the two could bicker further. "We have spare lumber now, thanks to the Umbers. We'll construct extra barracks, but speed is paramount." He glanced at Ser Rollin. "And you, Lannister? You've brought gold. What do you propose we do with it?" Ser Rollin's gaze flicked between the faces around him. "We can pay for additional provisions from the south, if the roads remain open or if shipping routes via White Harbor can be secured. My orders from Ser Kevin Lannister are clear. Support the Watch in staving off this threat. But we can't stay indefinitely. Lord Tywin demanded we return once it's clear the threat is real." "It is real," Jon interjected sharply. "You'll see soon enough if you haven't already." Ser Rollin took a breath. "I believe you, Snow. I've heard the stories from men who fought whites on the way here. But my lord has his own concerns. We will do our duty, yet I can't promise more men if we're needed back in the Westerlands." Ned Umber spat on the floor in disgust. Mormont's expression darkened. Jon felt the old frustration returning. How could they hold the line if these reinforcements scattered at the first sign that House Lannister's interests lay elsewhere? For a moment, he thought of telling them about the whites he had faced, the horror of looking into glowing blue eyes, but he knew words alone might not suffice. Still, they had to try to unify. Jon squared his shoulders. "The realm's survival is at stake," he said, voice taut. "Lord Tywin might think this is some minor skirmish, but we don't have time to wait for him to be fully convinced. Let's do what we can with the men present. Tomorrow, I propose a joint training. Archers, swordsmen, spearmen from each faction, drilling with dragonglass. We'll also plan scouting missions beyond the wall. If the others gather in force, we need early warning." Mullendor gave a hesitant nod. "We'll participate. My knights will learn to use these obsidian arrowheads. It's foreign to them, but we'll adapt." Ned Umber cracked his knuckles. "My men have fought in real snow. We'll handle whatever chores needed. Just make sure the southern pansies don't freeze to death." Ser Rollin tried not to bristle. "We're Knights of the West, but we'll learn. I only hope the threat is as grave as claimed, or else we're wasting time." Jon stared at him. "Pray to your seven it's not as bad as we fear, but I suspect it's worse." The council broke up, each leader heading off to see to their men. Outside, an endless swirl of snow battered the courtyard. Jon lingered near the hall's entrance, rubbing warmth into his arms, half listening to the clamoring of men building new structures. He felt a rush of conflicting emotions, relief that help had arrived, frustration at their limited numbers, and fear that none truly grasped how dire the threat might be. He turned his gaze to the top of the wall, visible through drifting snow. The watch posts and catwalks stood dark against the stormy sky. At any moment, a horn might blow 2 blasts, warning of wildlings, or 3 blasts, a dreaded alarm that signaled the White Walkers themselves. If that 3rd blast ever sounded, Jon doubted this makeshift force would be enough to hold. But they had to try. Meanwhile, far to the south, King's Landing was a swirl of politics and preparations of its own. The city had not fully recovered from the upheaval of Joffrey's dethronement and execution, but a new status quo held. Robb Stark, as protector of the realm, governed with a council made up of various lords and advisors, trying to balance southern demands with the urgent reality in the north. Catelyn Stark supported him, offering calm counsel. Lady Margaery Tyrell stayed on to ensure the Tyrell influence was not forgotten and to press for certain privileges for her house. Kevan Lannister hovered warily, sending messages to Casterly Rock in attempts to keep Tywin placated. Stannis Baratheon remained on the fringes, massing his followers around the Stormlands and Dragonstone. Ravaged by war, the Stormlands were reeling, though enough men still rallied to Stannis's cause that he could pose a substantial threat if he chose to. His Red Priestess, Melisandre, some said, advised him that the darkness in the north was real, yet Stannis's letters to King's Landing always couched his concern in terms of rightful kingship. The realm was a tapestry of ambitions and grudges, with winter's shadow creeping at the edges. One crisp morning, Robb stood upon the battlements of the Red Keep, gazing out at the city. The harbor beyond was dotted with ships, merchant vessels, fishing boats, a few war galleys sporting new flags. The smell of salt and tar drifted on the breeze. The city felt on edge. Rumors spread that the cost of bread and flour was rising daily. Flea Bottom seethed with discontent, though the distribution of food from the royal storehouses had mitigated some unrest. Winter threatened to starve them all if shipments from the Reach or across the narrow sea were interrupted. Footsteps approached. Robb turned to find Margaery Tyrell at his side, cloak drawn tight against the cool wind. She inclined her head. "Your Grace," she said softly. "I thought I'd find you here." Robb offered a faint smile, though he wore weariness like a second skin. "Lady Margaery," he greeted. "I was just thinking of the north, wondering how Jon fares at the wall." Her expression turned thoughtful. "We've heard little news since the relief force departed. My knights among them swore to send word, but no ravens have arrived. How's your mother?" "Occupied," Robb answered, gesturing toward the keep's interior. "She's meeting with ambassadors from Bravos and Pentos to discuss grain shipments. We can't feed King's Landing solely on what the Crownlands produce, not with winter upon us." He pressed his lips together. "I hope we can secure trade agreements without draining our coffers." Margaery ventured a step closer, her voice hushed in the wind. "What will you do if Tywin Lannister marches after all? Some suspect he's only biding his time until your focus is drawn too fully north." A flicker of tension showed in Robb's jaw. "I've tried to arrange a truce. He sent a token force north, which suggests he's not yet aiming to retake King's Landing by force. But who can say with Tywin?" He paused, looking out again at the city's sprawl. "If he does march, I'll have to summon the Northern and Riverland armies, possibly leaving King's Landing weaker. It's a risk, but this city was never truly ours. We hold it for the realm's sake, not for personal glory." Margaery studied him, an unreadable glint in her eyes. "Sometimes I wonder if the realm is ready for a king who does not hunger for power, or if they'd prefer another tyrant who at least spares them from uncertainty." He managed a bitter chuckle. "Let them wonder. What matters is that if the White Walkers descend, all these games of thrones become meaningless." She nodded, lips pursed. "I've tried to convince my grandmother that we must commit more support to the north, but she remains practical. The Tyrells have thousands of men, but sending them all to freeze in the snow is not something House Tyrell would do lightly. We need proof." She paused, seeing his frustration flicker again. "I believe you, Robb, but many do not, and they are the ones who hold entire armies behind locked gates." A silence stretched between them, filled only by the wind's distant murmur over the turrets. Robb swallowed. "If the realm won't act until the dead are at their gates, we risk losing everything. But I'll keep trying for Jon's sake and for all our sakes." She placed a hand lightly on his forearm. "Perhaps a new approach is needed, a demonstration of some kind. If we could capture a white and bring it here safely, but such an endeavor would be fraught with danger." Robb thought of the rumor that Jon had once fought a white in Castle Black itself. He recalled the risk if a white broke free in King's Landing. Yet the kernel of the idea persisted. Men would not believe until they saw it with their own eyes. It's possible, though terrifying, he admitted. If we could do it safely, it might unify the realm. They parted soon after, Margaery to attend a meeting about local harvest tallies, Robb to return to the council chamber where ravens waited. Indeed, fresh letters had arrived, one from the Vale's regent, Lisa Arryn, politely refusing to commit men to the north, citing the Vale's own vulnerabilities. Another from Dorne, in which Prince Dor-en Martell expressed vague sympathy for the threat but offered no immediate forces. Robb's heart sank. The realm was fractured, each region uncertain whether to trust the king in the north or to guard its own gates until the last possible moment. Yet among the documents lay a single parchment from the watchtower near the neck, reporting that a large caravan of northern peasants had been attacked by stray whites. The White Walkers had not been seen, but the caravan lost many. Robb read it with a clenched jaw. The threat was creeping ever southward, just as Jon had warned. He summoned a scribe and dictated a fresh wave of letters, pleading for cooperation. Some might read them and scoff, but he had to keep trying. If even a few more houses committed men, the tide could shift. He spent the remainder of the day in the council chamber discussing coin distribution with Cailin and Edmure, who had arrived briefly for consultations, then would depart again to secure the Riverlands. Kevan Lannister made polite but noncommittal remarks about how Tywin might respond to a formal request for more men. Lady Margaery and her grandmother, the formidable Olenna, engaged in a subtle dance of negotiations, ensuring the Tyrells received favorable trade routes in exchange for future support. Robb felt as though each conversation was a single stepping stone across a raging torrent. One misstep could drown them in war, while success might lead them to tenuous saf. By nightfall, exhausted by diplomacy, Robb retreated to his personal solar, a modest room that once belonged to some lesser Lannister retainer. He laid aside the crown that signified his rank as king in the north, a crown he sometimes wished he'd never had to bear. The flicker of candlelight caught the polished surface of the Iron Throne's key, a symbolic artifact the city's scribes had found. He ran a thumb across it, thinking of how the Targaryens once united the realm by fire and blood. Was that truly the only way? As he drifted to sleep, his dreams carried him back to Winterfell, to the crisp air and quiet snows of the courtyard. Jon was there, sparring with him as they had so often. But in the dream, the courtyard walls crumbled under swirling white. A towering figure of ice strode forward, followed by an endless legion of the undead. Robb tried to lift his sword, but it felt impossibly heavy. He jerked awake in a cold sweat, heart pounding. Dawn was still hours away. At Castle Black, those hours of dawn were equally sleepless for Jon Snow. The new recruits had begun their training in earnest. He rose before first light to conduct archery drills with the Tyrell men, many of whom had never used obsidian arrowheads. The black glass, more brittle than steel, required a steadier hand. Despite initial frustration, the knights adapted quickly enough when they saw the power of a single well-aimed shot. Their arrows could drop practiced dummies with ease, splitting cloth and straw as though slicing butter. Under Ned Umber's supervision, the Umbers built sturdy new walkways on the southern side of the wall, reinforcing old scaffolding. The plan was to have vantage points where archers could fire downward if the whites attempted to skirt the wall's base or if infiltration from the south occurred. Beyond the courtyard, an outer palisade took shape. Wooden stakes angled outward, forming a crude barrier that might slow the undead. It was a sight that made seasoned Black brothers exchange grim glances. Never before had the Watch needed to fortify the wall's southern approach so heavily. Ser Rollin Brax and his Lannister knights remained more aloof, patrolling in small squads and occasionally sparring with Black brothers. They seemed uneasy about the free folk presence, complaining that wildlings roamed the courtyard with weapons. Jon had to mediate more than one tense confrontation. "We're on the same side," he repeated until he was hoarse. "The real enemy doesn't care about our sigils." But old grudges died hard. One evening, two Lannister knights quarreled with a wildling who refused to relinquish her axe while entering the smithy. Shouts escalated to shoves and a knife was drawn. Jon arrived in time to separate them, the tension so thick that it stung the air. He forced them to stand down, threatening to confine both parties to a locked cell if they didn't. Afterwards, the wildling woman spat at the ground where the knights stood. Jon could only sigh, knowing each such incident frayed the precarious unity he was trying to maintain. Nights at Castle Black seemed to grow darker by the day. The stars vanished behind thick clouds. The moon, when it appeared, looked pale and distant, casting weak silver rays that barely illuminated the fortress of ice. Men gathered around fires and swapped stories of the others, each tale wilder than the last. Living shadows with eyes of blue flame, entire villages turned overnight, corpses that never truly died but kept stumbling forward on broken limbs. Jon listened with a sinking feeling, recalling his own experiences. He prayed that the White Walkers themselves would not descend in force before the realm could muster a proper defense. A turning point came one evening when a horn blast, 2 notes, echoed across the courtyard. Wildlings approaching. Jon, along with a dozen other men, rushed to the gate. Torches revealed a group of free folk staggering out of the darkness, clothing torn, faces streaked with soot and blood. They carried wounded among them, one limp body after another. The Black brothers at the gate tensed, not sure if these new arrivals were friend or foe. Jon stepped forward, raising a lantern. "What happened?" he demanded. "Is this another band escaping the Whites?" A tall, rangy woman with a shock of red hair stepped forward, cradling a wounded child. "They came," she rasped. "Out of the mists. We ran. Most of us died, or worse." Jon signaled the men to let them pass inside. By the flickering torchlight, he could see the haunted look in their eyes. This was not the same war-weary group that had trickled in before. They seemed more terrified, more certain that a relentless terror pursued them. By now, there must have been close to 1,000 free folk inside or around Castle Black, creating a sprawling community forced into uneasy coexistence with the Watch and the Southern armies. Mormont arrived, his expression grim. "Where did you see them?" he asked the red-haired woman. She swallowed hard. "A day's ride north of here. They're traveling in a pack. We saw dozens. Maybe more. We didn't stay to count." "Whites?" Jon probed. Her eyes flickered. "Yes, and worse. We saw them. Tall as shadows, wearing armor of ice, swords that gleamed like moonlight. The cold followed them. One of them pointed at us." Her voice trembled. "Our men fell, rose again before our eyes. We ran. Gods help us." A hush fell over the courtyard. They all knew what that meant. White Walkers were prowling the lands near the wall, turning any living they found into more Whites. Even among the new arrivals who had only heard rumors, a ripple of fear spread. Some Tyrell knights edged closer as if to ward off an invisible threat. Ned Umber cursed under his breath. The Lannister knights wore bleak expressions. The free folk milled about, uncertain whether they were safer inside these walls or not. Mormont looked at Jon with a mixture of dread and determination. "We can't let them creep up unopposed. If they're that close, we must see for ourselves. A scouting party, at least." Jon agreed, though the thought made his stomach clench. The Whites were bad enough, but facing White Walkers directly was a different matter. "We'll gather volunteers," he said, turning to glance at Ned Umber, Ser Mullendor, Ser Rollin, and the Black brothers nearest him. 10 or 15 good riders. We'll go at first light." Ned Umber cracked his knuckles. "I'll go. My men aren't afraid of shadows." Ser Mullendor nodded, though he looked less confident. "If the threat is real, the sooner we confirm it, the better." Ser Rollin paused, exchanging a glance with his knights. "We'll send 2. But if it looks hopeless, we'll fall back." Jon bit back a retort, wanting to say that none would be falling back if the White Walkers truly attacked. But he simply nodded. "We meet in the yard at dawn." That night, the tension was tangible. Men tried to sleep, but murmured conversations filled the corners of Castle Black. Talk of the White Walkers, wonder at how many might stand against them, or if the watchers on the wall would be doomed. Jon prepared meticulously, laying out not only Longclaw and his usual gear but also a slender spear with an obsidian tip and extra dragoglass arrows strapped to his horse's saddle. Over his mail and leather he'd wear heavier furs. If the walkers brought a deep chill, normal clothing might not suffice. When the dim glow of dawn came, the courtyard buzzed with readiness. Horses stamped restlessly, their breath steaming in the frigid air. Jon counted the volunteers, Ned Umber with 4 of his men, Ser Mullendor with 2 Tyrell knights, Ser Rollin's pair, for Black brothers including Dolorous Ed who, despite his complaining, refused to let Jon ride without him, and 2 free folk who insisted they knew the territory and could guide them to where the White Walkers were spotted. That made a total of 16 riders. Mormont clasped Jon's arm. "Take care. Don't engage them unless you must. We need to know their numbers, how quickly they move." Jon gave a tight nod. "Understood. We'll be back." He hoped it was not an empty promise. They rode out through the newly fortified gates, the watchers above them scanning the treeline with bows at the ready. The group fanned out slightly but maintained enough formation to respond if attacked. Snow crunched under hooves. The wind sighed through pines laden with ice. It reminded Jon of how he'd once ridden beyond the wall with the Night's Watch, long ago searching for Benjen Stark who had vanished into these very wastes. Little had changed in the landscape, but the threat had magnified tenfold. Their path wound through drifts and twisted around frozen streams. Occasionally, they passed fresh signs of free folk fleeing south, footprints, battered remains of simple huts. Ned Umber scowled at the sight of a toppled effigy near a campsite. Damned shame. We can't keep them all alive, can we? Jon glanced over. We do what we must. The more we save, the fewer whites the others get. The Free Folk Scouts led them deeper into a valley ringed by tall evergreens. The sky remained leaden, threatening yet more snow. The air felt unnaturally cold. Ser Mullendor's mount began to snort and toss its head. One of the Tyrell knights tried to calm the horse, only to have it rear slightly. Easy, the knight muttered, patting its neck. There's naught but trees. But as they crested a gentle slope, the trees parted. Ahead lay a broad clearing, the center dominated by something that made half the men go pale. Corpses. A small group of them, perhaps a dozen, arranged in a grotesque spiral pattern on the snow. Each body bore the marks of violent death, limbs twisted, blood frozen black. Ned Umber cursed under his breath, dismounting to approach carefully with an axe in hand. The others fanned out, weapons at the ready. Whites, one of the Tyrell knights whispered. Jon frowned, scanning the area. They're not moving. But this arrangement. I've seen it before, or something like it. The White Walkers do this sometimes. It might be a message or some ritual. Ser Rollin shuddered. Gods, why would they do this? No one answered. Dolores said, kicked at the snow. Whatever the reason, it's not a welcome. Then one of the Free Folk Scouts hissed, pointing. Look. Not far from the spiral, along a thin line of trees, shapes drifted into view. Pale shapes, so silent that even the horses didn't notice at first. White Walkers. 5 of them, tall and lean, skin like ice stretched over bone. They wore a strange armor that shimmered in the faint light, and each carried a weapon that glimmered like crystal. They moved with eerie grace, each step barely disturbing the snow. Behind them, half hidden by the pines, lurked a number of whites. Jon counted at least 20, hunched shapes with tattered garments. The whites seemed to shift restlessly, drawn by the presence of the living. Jon's heart pounded. For a fleeting moment, no one moved. The White Walkers regarded the riders with their glowing blue eyes, as though assessing these interlopers. Fear pressed around Jon like an iron vice. He'd fought whites, but rarely had he faced a White Walker directly, armed with its deadly blade. An aura of cold radiated from them, making the breath of every horse steam more intensely. Ned Umber growled, hefting his axe. We should, But Jon raised a hand. Mormont said not to engage unless we must. We're outnumbered. He had barely spoken when one White Walker stepped forward, raising a frosty blade in a silent, challenging gesture. The whites behind it let out low moans as if anticipating the taste of flesh. Ser Mullendor's horse bucked again, and one of his knights reached for an arrow, obsidian-tipped. Jon's mind raced. They had to confirm the threat, but a pitched battle here could mean a slaughter. Already, the sense of cold gnawed at him, draining his courage. The White Walker's stare seemed to bore into him as if it knew exactly who he was. Before Jon could decide, a javelin of ice whistled past him. One of the White Walkers had thrown it with inhuman precision, aiming for a Tyrell knight. The javelin struck the knight's horse instead, erupting in a shower of frozen shards. The horse screamed, collapsing with a horrible shriek. Chaos exploded. Knights shouted, rearing their mounts away. The whites lunged forward, hungry for fresh kills. Ned Umber roared, driving forward with his men. We can't run now, he bellowed. We stand or die. Form up. Jon shouted, though his mind screamed that they were outmatched. But there was no time to flee in good order. One of the Free Folk Scouts loosed an arrow at the leading White Walker. The obsidian arrow shattered its weapon, sending shards of icy steel spinning away, but the walker itself swerved with uncanny speed, evading a direct hit. The sound that emerged from it was a hiss, a scraping of ice that chilled the spine. The whites descended, a horde of rotting hands and gnashing teeth. Ser Mullendor and 2 Tyrell knights met them with swords, driving their obsidian points into skulls. A few whites fell, shrieking but more advanced, clawing at the riders. One latched onto a horse's flank, dragging the beast down in a flail of hooves. The rider toppled, screaming. Ned Umber's men laid about with axes and spears, smashing undead limbs, but the White Walkers advanced behind their whites, each step precise. Jon found himself grappling with a white that had lunged to rip him from his saddle. Its face was half missing, the skull visible beneath ragged flesh. He managed to plunge his dragaglass dagger into its temple. It collapsed, twitching. Another white raked at him from the side, but Dolores Ed struck it down. We'll talk about how this is the worst idea you've had once we're safe." Ed shouted over the din. One White Walker stepped effortlessly around a fallen horse and raised its blade, shaped from some living frost, for a strike against a Tyrell knight who thrust an obsidian spear. The walker parried once, the spear snapping from the unnatural cold. The knight shouted in despair. The walker's next blow shattered the man's breastplate, frost spreading across metal as though it were alive. The knight toppled, his last breath freezing on his lips. The walker glided forward, turning its chilling stare on the next foe. Jon wrenched his horse around, trying to coordinate what was left of their formation. "Retreat," he shouted, realizing they stood no chance in open battle. "Fall back to the ridge." The plan had been reconnaissance, not a suicidal engagement. Ned Umber hacked at two whites, severing one spine. His face was a mask of fury. "We can't outrun them. We have to try," Jon insisted. Another White Walker was closing in, sword gleaming with a spectral light. The whites pressed on, moaning. The entire clearing felt consumed by swirling wind and cold. Icy mist gathered around the White Walkers, as though nature itself bent to their will. Ser Mullendor, blood running from a gash on his forehead, backed away, urging the remaining Tyrell knights to do the same. "Ride!" he gasped, spurring his horse. Jon kicked his horse's flanks, urging it into motion. He glanced back to see one free folk scout pinned beneath a white, desperately stabbing it with a shard of dragonglass. Then Ned Umber shouted a war cry, covering the man's retreat with sweeping blows of his axe. Dolorous Ed took up the rear, hacking at the whites that threatened to overtake them. The White Walkers, for their part, seemed content to corral them, forcing them deeper into fear. One raised its blade, pointing it after the riders, a silent command for the whites to pursue. But something unexpected happened. A horn blasted from the slope behind them. 2 blasts. Reinforcements. Jon's heart leapt in confusion and hope. A second later, more riders appeared on the ridge, led by none other than Jeremy Ricker, a black brother who had set out with a separate scouting party. They surged down with torches and dragonglass-tipped spears, flanking the whites. For a moment, the undead recoiled, scattered by the sudden assault. The White Walkers twisted their heads, clearly annoyed. Jon seized the chance. "Go, go!" he shouted to his group. They galloped back across the clearing, weaving past the scattered spiral of corpses, while Ricker's men crashed into the whites' flank, buying them precious moments. The newly arrived watchers set torches against the undead, driving them back. Jon could not see how long they might hold. He saw one White Walker step forward, frost coalescing around its sword, as though preparing to fling some deadly magic. The men attacking it brandished dragonglass spears, but the walker evaded with serpentine grace. Ned Umber, wreathed in steam from his horse's panting, tried to wheel around. "We have to help them. We'll die if we do." Jon snapped, though the guilt tore at him. "They must know that. They came to cover our retreat. If we stay, no one escapes to warn the watch." He forced his horse onward. Dolorous Ed and Mullendor joined, faces pale. The group thundered out of the clearing, following the slope up. Behind them, the clash continued. Jon couldn't help but look back one last time. He saw Ricker and his men locked in a desperate fight, whites swarming around them. A White Walker lifted a jagged spear of ice and hurled it, impaling a black brother. Then, swirling mist obscured the scene. Jon could only pray that Ricker might find a moment to retreat as well. They rode hard for the rest of the morning, not stopping to breathe until the sun rose to its zenith in a cold, pale sky. Only then did they slow, panting, heart still pounding. They'd lost several men. 2 Tyrell knights had fallen, as well as at least 1 Umber. 1 free folk scout was missing, probably dead. Their group had been battered, and the cold lingered around them like a malevolent presence. Ned Umber's lips were set in a grim line, anger radiating from him. Ser Mullendor looked shell-shocked, eyes wide as he tried to reconcile what he had witnessed. "They're real," one of the Tyrell knights muttered brokenly. "Gods, they're real?" Ser Rollin stared at his shaking hands. "We had to leave men behind. They're as good as dead, or worse." Dolorous Ed let out a shaky breath. "Better we live to warn the wall, lest their deaths be in vain." They had little choice but to press on. Some men bled from minor wounds, though none seemed infected by the white's touch yet. The horses were spooked and nearly spent, but they kept moving, forging a winding path back toward Castle Black. It took them the rest of the day, aided by the fact that they did not see pursuit. Perhaps the White Walkers had no need to chase them, secure in the knowledge that their army of the dead would grow steadily. Night fell, and they made a forced camp in a shallow ravine. Fires were lit, men posted on watch. Sleep was fleeting and haunted by nightmares. In the middle of the night, Jon startled awake at the slightest sound, hand on his sword hilt. But it was only Ned Umber pacing around the camp, muttering curses. Jon almost asked him to rest, but saw the fury in the man's eyes and let him be. Anger was better than despair, at least. They reached Castle Black by midday of the following day. Exhausted, battered, their numbers reduced, they passed through the gates in silence. A crowd gathered in the courtyard, Black brothers, Southern knights, free folk. Mormont, grim and expectant, stepped forward with a question etched on his face. Jon dismounted painfully, stiff limbs protesting. "They're close," Jon said. "We saw at least 5 White Walkers, a group of whites. They had a head. We lost men." A collective hush fell. Eyes widened, fists clenched. This was the first confirmed sighting of the White Walkers by a sizable group of men from multiple houses. Ser Mullendor stepped forward, helmet dangling in one hand. He turned to the Tyrell Knights in the courtyard. "They're real," he said hoarsely. "We saw them, the cold, the eyes. We'd all be dead if we hadn't retreated." A wave of fearful murmurs spread. Dolorous Ed, uncharacteristically solemn, raked a hand through his hair. "One of our own scouting parties came to help. We left them behind. By now they may be turned." Mormont surveyed them, sorrow flickering across his face. "We'll hold a war council immediately." He turned and strode toward the main hall, men following in his wake. The watchers at the gate bolted it shut behind them as though that fragile barrier could truly hold back the storm of the undead. In the hall, the assembled leaders listened with rapt attention as Ned Umber and Ser Mullendor described the White Walkers' silent ferocity, the swirling cold, the Whites' relentless attack. Mormont questioned them intently on numbers, tactics, how the White Walkers moved. Each word hammered home the severity of the threat, though it was something Jon and Mormont already knew in their hearts. One Tyrell Knight spoke shakily. I thought these tales were for children. Forgive me, Lord Commander, but if I hadn't seen it myself, I'd never believed that such creatures existed." Ser Rollin Brax rubbed at his temple. "I must send a raven to Lord Tywin. He needs to know this threat is beyond politics." Jon nodded at that. "Yes, send your ravens to every corner of Westeros. Perhaps now they'll believe." He couldn't help the bitterness creeping into his tone, recalling how many times they'd pleaded for reinforcements. Mormont folded his arms. "The question is, what do we do now? If a White Walker host marches south, 4,000 men at Castle Black won't hold for long. We have the wall. That's an advantage, but only if we can man it properly. Every watch post, every gate." Ned Umber bristled. "Then we hold the wall? That's what it's here for, aye?" The great ranging of old times. The Night's Watch never shrank from duty. Ser Mullendor exhaled. "My knights will stand with you. But if the entire realm doesn't unite behind this, we're simply the first line of corpses." Ser Rollin coughed. "I'll add my signature to a letter verifying this threat." Tywin can't dismiss testimony from House Lannister's own knights. His expression was grim, as if he dreaded what Tywin's reaction might be. Jon took a steadying breath. "We must send urgent messages not just to Tywin, but to King's Landing, to the Vale, to Dorne, to the Stormlands. Let them know we have seen White Walkers and lost men to them. If they continue to bicker, they will face an army of the dead. Maybe now they'll believe." Mormont nodded. "We'll do that. Meanwhile, we fortify. We train. We prepare to hold the wall. We cannot go seeking them out in open battle, not yet. We must let them come to us." A hushed agreement followed, though the men's eyes were dark with worry. In a flurry, scribes were summoned to draft letters. Ser Mullendor, Ser Rollin, Ned Umber, and even a handful of Black brothers appended their seals or signatures attesting to the truth of what they had encountered. They wrote of 5 White Walkers, of whites arrayed behind them, of a cold so intense it seemed to freeze the very air. If the South needed proof, it was in these testimonies. As the letters took flight on raven's wings, a chill gloom settled over Castle Black. Word of the near disaster spread among the garrisons and the free folk. Men who once scoffed or hesitated now hammered the palisades with renewed urgency, tested their obsidian weapons, prayed to any god who would listen. Women among the free folk bound their children tighter at night. Even the Lannister knights, once aloof, joined patrols in the courtyard, jaws set in grim determination. Day by day, the sense of foreboding grew. Snowstorms swept in, blanketing the fields. Scouts returned with troubling reports of more whites sighted near uninhabited wildling camps. Often, these camps were found arranged in bizarre patterns, corpses splayed for unknown reasons. Jon took little solace that the White Walkers seemed to prefer remote areas at the moment. Sooner or later, they would come in full force. Amid the tension, Jon heard rumors that some men, be they black brothers, knights, or free folk, talked of fleeing south. The fear was understandable. Fighting unstoppable ice demons was a far cry from normal warfare. To keep morale from collapsing, Jon took to walking the ramparts, talking with the guards, forging personal connections wherever possible. He reminded the Black Brothers of their vows, reminded the free folk that the South was equally dangerous if the wall fell, reminded the knights that their noble families had a duty to protect the realm. One late afternoon, Dolorous Ed caught Jon's attention near the training yard. Ed was leaning on a spear, his expression as morose as ever. "Another day in paradise," he quipped half-heartedly. "How many do you think will run for it if the White Walkers appear at sunrise?" Jon rubbed a weary hand across his brow. "I hope none. But fear does strange things to men." Ed sighed. "Our glorious plan stands, does it? Wait for the largest army of dead in history to come knocking. Unless we get reinforcements from the south, that's our best chance. The wall was built for this." A bitter smile played on Ed's lips. 1,000 feet of ice might not be enough if the legends are true. Some say the White Walkers can bring storms that bury entire castles. Jon stiffened. He'd heard those tales, too. Then we'll stand in the storm, or we'll all be lost. There's no middle ground. He glanced at the distant gate, the black silhouette of the castle's outer defenses. All we can do is stand. News trickled in from the south via ravens, messages that arrived sporadically, sometimes weeks old by the time they reached the wall. King's Landing replied with cautious alarm. Robb Stark's letter was read aloud in Mormont's solar. He pledged to rally more houses to send further supplies. Stannis Baratheon, too, apparently mustered men at Dragonstone, though it was unclear if he would march north or remain embroiled in his own claims. Dorne stayed quiet. The Vale remained silent, refusing to risk its safety. The Westerland's official reply carried Tywin Lannister's seal but contained few promises, only a note that he would assess the situation once the credibility of these sightings was confirmed. As if the word of his own knights was not enough. With each passing day, the snow fell heavier. Winter took its icy hold and travel became nearly impossible for large forces. Castle Black settled into a tense routine, daily drills, nightly patrols, endless watchfulness. Men lived on edge, worried that at any moment a horn might sound 3 times, heralding the arrival of the others. Yet no such alarm came. Scouts occasionally glimpsed whites or found ominous scenes, but the White Walker host did not materialize in full. It was as if the enemy waited, letting fear and rumor spread. Or perhaps they mustered out of sight, growing stronger with every free folk clan they slaughtered. Sometimes, as the howling wind battered the ramparts, Jon found his thoughts drifting to Ghost. The dire wolf had been absent for so long. Could he sense the unnatural cold and keep away? Or was he lost in the wilds, a ghostly figure in the swirl of ice? Memories of their bond gnawed at Jon's chest. He tried not to dwell on it, focusing on the living souls he could protect here. Then, late one night, a solitary horn blast roused the fortress. Jon jerked awake, heart leaping. One blast was no threat, just a returning ranger or a traveler. He hurried to the courtyard anyway in case of trouble. Torches bobbed along the wall walk. The gates opened, revealing a single rider approaching, horse stumbling through high drifts. The rider nearly fell off his saddle as he neared. Men rushed forward to assist. By the torchlight, Jon recognized the battered armor, the black cloak with frost clinging to it. One of Jeremy Ricker's men from the ill-fated scouting party. He was half-conscious, face contorted with pain. Mormont arrived, stepping close as they lowered the man onto a stretcher. Jon knelt beside him, brushing snow from his face. "Speak," Mormont said urgently. "What happened to Ricker's party?" The man's eyes flickered. "Dead. All gone. We were pinned by whites. The White Walkers took them. Ricker tried to burn the bodies, but they rose anyway. I ran. I'm sorry." A hush fell. The watchers in the courtyard exchanged grim looks. Another handful of men lost. Jon closed his eyes, swallowing bitterness. Mormont exhaled shakily, ordering them to carry the survivor to the infirmary. Another painful reminder that any expedition beyond the wall risked total annihilation. Even their best men could be overwhelmed in a flash. When the man was carried away, Jon found himself standing in the swirling snow, candlelight from the windows throwing a dim glow across the yard. Mormont's shoulders sagged. "Damnation," he muttered. "We can't keep losing men this way. If the White Walkers set their entire host on us, Jon didn't need the rest of the sentence completed. He bowed his head. I'll double the watch. We won't send out more scouting parties unless absolutely necessary. Better to strengthen our defenses. Agreed. Mormont gazed up at the towering wall, the shifting shadows cast by torches above. The hour approaches when they'll try us in force. The next morning, the courtyard was subdued. Men spoke in hushed tones. Jon kept busy, overseeing repairs to the southwestern watchtower, instructing a handful of newly arrived Black brothers in how to fletch arrows with dragoglass tips. He also conferred with Ned Umber on how best to position the Umbers for maximum effect if a large-scale assault came. The stoic Northman insisted his men be on the front lines, brandishing heavy axes. The Tyrell Knights, for their part, mostly drilled on horseback, though the deepening snow made cavalry maneuvers difficult. The Lannisters looked uncertain, as if they yearned to be recalled home. But with the roads nearly impassable and Tywin offering no direct orders, they remained anxious and uneasy. In the late afternoon, Jon visited the rookery. The air inside was thick with the smell of droppings and raw meat for the ravens. Maester Aemon's old seat remained vacant. He had passed away earlier in the war's chaos, leaving a younger steward to handle messages. Now, parchments lined the table, ink bottles precariously perched amid scattered quills. A letter from King's Landing had arrived just the night before, short but bearing Robb Stark's seal. Jon read it quickly. Jon, we gather more support each day, though it remains smaller than I'd hoped. The Vale refuses to budge, Dorne is silent, and Lord Tywin's stance is uncertain. But I have convinced many smaller lords to send men north come spring if the roads allow. We have also begun forging more dragoglass weapons here, sending shipments when we can. Hold as long as you are able. I will come with what strength I can. Robb. Jon clenched the note in his gloved hand. Spring felt an eternity away. Could the White Walkers wait that long? Unlikely. He scribbled a quick reply detailing the sightings, the casualties, and the urgent need for more men. He pressed a new black wax seal onto it, a seal depicting a dire wolf, which Robb had arranged for the Night's Watch to use in official communications. Then he handed it to the steward, who affixed it to a raven's leg. With a flutter of wings, the bird vanished into the drab sky. Tension spiked a few days later when more free folk arrived, claiming to have seen a mass movement of whites in the far distance. The watchers on the wall scanned the horizon through rime-crusted spyglasses but saw only endless snow. Yet that same afternoon, a Black brother patrolling the outskirts returned in a panic. He'd seen a formation of whites crossing a frozen river, led by at least one White Walker. They were heading southward, possibly skirting around the eastern portion of the wall. Mormont called an emergency meeting in the hall. The usual leaders gathered, joined by free folk representatives who had become voices for their people. A swirl of speculation followed. Were the White Walkers seeking a weaker spot along the wall? Might they try Eastwatch by the sea, or attempt to pass where the land rose? Plans were hastily formed to send messages to Eastwatch, urging them to bolster defenses, while the watchers at the Shadow Tower were likewise warned. Anxiety seeped into every corner of conversation. The Umbers volunteered to ride east, but Mormont forbade it, unwilling to lose more men to uncertain intelligence. Each day seemed to drag, heavy with waiting. The men prayed for a direct assault at the wall, perversely hoping it might come so they could fight on familiar ground, rather than endure the slow dread of skirmishes in the wild. The courtyard filled with the clang of forging, the ring of steel. Free folk and knights alike tested each other's mettle in sparring matches. Some friendships even formed in the tension. A Lannister knight might train a free folk warrior in disciplined swordplay, while the wildling taught him cunning ways to flank an enemy in snow. Rare glimpses of camaraderie amid the swirling fear. Jon spent his nights studying any scrap of lore the Watch possessed on defeating White Walkers. Most tomes were lost, burned in the ruin of the libraries, or simply never kept. What remained said dragonglass and Valyrian steel could kill them. Fire, too, might hamper them, but their powers over cold and whites could overwhelm an unprepared force. Pages from old journals recounted the long night, how the first men banded with the children of the forest to push back the others, how a hero named Azor Ahai was prophesied to wield a flaming sword. None of it felt real or immediate, and no one at Castle Black claimed such legendary power. All they had was the wall, a measure of steel, and a resolute will. At last, a new letter arrived from King's Landing, and this time it bore tidings that set tongues wagging. Robb Stark announced that a final decision had been made. He would bring a portion of his southern forces north as soon as the roads permitted, aided by House Tyrell's logistic support. The letter read, "Jon, cannot wait until spring. We will depart King's Landing with a host of nearly 10,000. The roads in the Crownlands and the Riverlands are rough, but we will manage. House Tyrell supplies us with provisions, and the Riverlords will aid us through the neck if Walder Frey allows passage. Mother remains in King's Landing to oversee governance. We hope to arrive in the north within 2 moons, though much depends on the weather. Pray the gods are merciful. Robb." Jon's fingers trembled. 10,000 men. That was a significant force, especially if it included House Tyrell foot soldiers and knights. Combined with the 4,000 at Castle Black, they might stand a real chance of holding. He shared the news with Mormont, Ned Umber, the Tyrell Knights, and the Lannisters. Spirits lifted, if only slightly. Winter storms would hamper any march, but the fact that Robb was making the journey himself heartened many. The next moon cycle was a grueling wait, each day a test of endurance for men on the wall. Provisions were tight, though the Tyrell shipments helped. The sledge to Eastwatch arrived occasionally with fish or salted meats, but storms frequently disrupted such attempts. Scouts still glimpsed whites from time to time, but the undead never mounted a direct siege. Some speculated the White Walkers were waiting for deeper snows. Others suggested they might be massing far beyond the forests, biding time. Then, on a freezing dawn, a horn blast, 2 blasts, reverberated once again. A party approached, the vanguard of Robb Stark's forces. The watchers on the wall peered down to see columns of men winding across the snowy plains, banners snapping in a bitter wind. The dire wolf of Stark, the golden rose of Tyrell, the silver trout of Tully, even a scattering of smaller houses that had lent arms. Their numbers were impossible to count at a glance, but it was certainly more than a few hundred. A second wave followed behind the first, and in the midst of them all, a large gray direwolf loped ahead, gray wind, unmistakable. The gates opened, and Castle Black erupted into action. Men rushed to greet the arrivals, calling out in voices hoarse with relief. At the forefront rode Robb Stark himself, cloaked in gray fur, with gray wind padding at his side. Despite the exhaustion visible in his eyes, he carried himself with the same quiet resolve Jon remembered from their earliest days. Behind him, lines of northern bannermen wore expressions of grim readiness. Some bore the scars of previous battles. Intermixed were Tyrell soldiers in heavier cloaks, bracing themselves against the northern cold, and Tully spearmen who carried tall pikes wagons piled with provisions creaked under the strain of the frozen path. Jon stood near the gate, heart pounding at the sight of his brother after so long. Robb dismounted, boots crunching in the snow. Gray wind sniffed the air, ears pricked. For a moment, the 2 brothers simply stared, each measuring how time and war had changed them. Then, they stepped forward and embraced. A ragged cheer rose from the watchers around them. "You've come," Jon murmured, voice thick. "I had to," Robb said, clapping Jon's back. "The realm can't ignore this any longer." Around them, men pressed in, eager to greet the king in the north or to see the famed freed wolf reunited with his brother. Mormont appeared, bowing formally. Robb inclined his head. "Lord Commander, I bring as many men as I could gather. More follow behind." Mormont's gaze swept over the throng of soldiers. "We'll need them all." Robb exhaled, noticing the tension in Jon's posture, the lines in his face. "How bad is it?" Jon shook his head. "Worse than we feared. The White Walkers are near. They've been picking off our scouting parties, turning free folk by the dozens. Our only advantage is the wall." Robb's expression hardened. "Then we make our stand here." Gray wind let out a soft, rumbling growl as if echoing Robb's determination. The crowd parted, letting the new arrivals file into the courtyard. Officers began organizing camps, leading wagons to safe storage. The Tyrell quartermaster, a practical man named Harvest, quickly conferred with local stewards to arrange the distribution of grain. It was an immense logistical shuffle, thousands of men at the edge of the world, bracing for an inhuman enemy. Throughout the day, Robb introduced Jon to key figures in the allied force. Ser Brynden Blackfish Tully stood among them, his weathered face solemn. Lord Randall Tarly, father of Samwell Tarly, was also there, stern, disapproving of the conditions but unwilling to turn back. Lothar Frey, representing the twins, wore a guarded look as though any misstep might unravel the fragile alliance. And among the Tyrell retinue, Lady Marjorie had not come in person. She remained in King's Landing, Robb explained, to keep a foothold in the capital. But she had sent men to reinforce the border supply lines. Each newly arrived soldier needed a place to sleep, to eat, to stable horses. By evening, Castle Black looked more like a massive encampment than the austere fortress as it had once been. Fires dotted every corner, melting patches of ice on the flagstones. The babble of southern accents mingled with the rougher tones of the northern men and the Black brothers' gruff speech. For a moment it seemed almost like a festival, except no one was celebrating. This was the hush before a storm. Jon and Robb spent a rare hour alone in a small antechamber near the top of the castle. Stale air lingered, but they had a brazier for warmth. Jon poured 2 cups of watered wine, some of the last from the meager stock. They drank in silence at first, each assessing the other. Robb finally spoke, voice quiet. "I never thought I'd see so many southern banners at the wall. The last time we parted, you were still, well, part of the watch." Jon managed a wry smile. "So much has changed since then. Sometimes I barely recognize myself. You fought battles I only heard about in letters. We took King's Landing, dethroned Joffrey." Robb sighed. "And a chunk of the realm still calls me a usurper or clings to their own squabbles. But none of that matters now. If we don't stop the others, all of Westeros falls." Jon nodded, swirling the wine in his cup. "We've lost so many men to skirmishes already. The White Walkers are cunning. They rarely attack en masse, but each time they do, we lose more. We can't keep bleeding men like that. We need a single, decisive stand." Robb's gaze hardened. "Then we'll give them one. Between the Umbers, the Riverlanders, the Tyrells, and the men I brought from King's Landing, we can man the wall properly. We'll watch for any breach. You said it yourself, the wall is our advantage." Jon bit his lip, recalling an old rumor that the others might have spells to bring down ice or to bypass wards. But that was speculation, and hopeless speculation at that. It will have to be enough. We're short on time. The wildlings say the White Walkers might gather an army in the tens of thousands if they reanimate every corpse in the far north. Robb paled slightly. "We have fewer men even if we count every sword in the courtyard. Let's pray you're wrong about that number." Grey wind patted over, nudging Robb's leg as if offering silent comfort. Jon reached out a tentative hand to pat the direwolf's flank. "I wonder if Ghost is still out there." Robb's eyes flicked with sympathy. "If he is, he'll find you. They always seem to know." The last dregs of wine slid down Jon's throat, leaving a bitter aftertaste. "We'll hold a war council tomorrow with everyone present. Devise a final plan. Then we wait." He spoke the last words with quiet dread. In the days that followed, the fortress hummed with a sobering blend of urgency and grim resolve. The new allied force fortified the walls, erected more wooden barricades, carved pits in the frozen ground that could be lit with oil if whites attacked en masse. Sentries were posted in triplets atop the wall, scanning for movement day and night. The free folk explained that the others often struck at night, under moonlight or storm, but no sign of a grand assault appeared. Scouts ventured out only in large, well-armed groups, returning with scattered tales of the undead. Tension built, a taut cord that refused to snap. Then, one fateful afternoon, as a gray sky threatened more snow, horns blasted, 3 long blasts. The entire fortress jolted as though struck by lightning. 3 blasts meant only one thing in the Night's Watch tradition: White Walkers. The alarm sent men scrambling for weapons and positions. Jon's heart thundered in his chest. He seized Longclaw, belted on his dragonglass dagger, and raced to the courtyard. The commotion was immediate, knights shouting, Black brothers running up the steps to the wall, Umbers climbing to vantage points, Tyrell archers grabbing quivers of obsidian-tipped arrows. Robb was already in the yard, gray wind by his side, calling out orders. "Archers to the ramparts! Infantry, form ranks near the gate. Keep the cavalry in reserve." His voice rang with authority that transcended fear. Men obeyed, surging into disciplined lines. The free folk, too, took up positions near the outer palisades, brandishing axes and spears. The Lannisters, steel glinting, formed a wedge near the southwestern tower. All eyes turned upward to the watchers on the wall. A Black brother leaned over the edge of the parapet, calling down. "They're coming. Thousands of them. Gods have mercy, there's so many." An icy hush seemed to sweep the courtyard. Men exchanged grim looks. Jon grabbed Robb's arm. "We go up. We need to see." Robb nodded, and together they dashed for the lift at the base of the wall, accompanied by a few chosen guards. The clank of chains and the creak of wood echoed as they ascended the dizzying height. The wind whipped at their cloaks, stinging eyes. At the top, the sight robbed Jon of breath. Stretching toward the horizon, the snow-covered plains teemed with movement, dark, writhing shapes. Even at a distance, it was clear they were no ordinary army. The ranks of whites formed a massive tide, staggering forward in unison, thousands upon thousands. In front, near the center, stood silhouettes that seemed to shimmer like ice. White walkers, at least a dozen, possibly more. A chilling wind carried across the open expanse as if the land itself had grown cold in their presence. Overhead, storm clouds gathered, blotting out what little sun remained. Robb stared, lips parted. Gods, he breathed. They're even more than we feared. Jon forced himself to remain steady. They're here for the wall, he said, voice low. They know we're the last barrier. He turned to the black brothers and knights clustered around them. Signal the archers. When they're in range, we light them up. Dragonglass arrows, flaming oil if we have it. A black brother relayed the orders with trembling urgency. Far below, men scrambled to position scorpions and catapults that had been hastily repaired from old siege stockpiles. Tyrell engineers loaded clay pots of oil, ready to fling them. The Umbers hefted barrels of pitch to the top of the wall. The entire fortress bristled with preparation, a panicked hive, but determined. As the undead host drew closer, the watchers could see the ragged features of the whites, skeletal bodies, rotted flesh, vacant eyes of icy blue. They moved in an unsettling hush, no banners, no war cries. The only sound was the rising keening of the wind, as if the White Walkers shaped the storm to herald their arrival. Suddenly, a White Walker lifted a spear of ice, pointing it toward the wall. A screech tore through the air, high-pitched and eerie. Immediately, the whites surged into a faster pace, a loping, unnatural run. 3 more blasts of the horn reverberated. Jon grabbed a spyglass, focusing on the White Walker's silhouette. Could it be the same one from the earlier skirmish? It was impossible to tell. They all carried themselves with lethal grace, their faces inscrutable like living frost. Archers knocked arrows. The order was given. A volley of obsidian-tipped shafts whistled down from the ramparts. Some found their marks, striking whites that collapsed in broken heaps. But the horde barely slowed. More waves of arrows followed, picking off dozens, then hundreds. Yet for every white that fell, a dozen more pressed forward. The courtyard below braced as the front ranks of undead crashed against the palisades. Wooden spikes skewered some, but others clambered over the corpses of their fellows, shrieking with voiceless mouths. From the top of the wall, barrels of pitch were toppled over, smashing amid the whites. Torches and flaming arrows followed, igniting a wave of flame that consumed entire swaths of the undead, a conflagration that lit the snowy field with dancing orange light. Jon's chest tightened with fierce hope. They were burning them. But the wave was so vast that even a huge swath of flame left countless more unscathed. And overhead, swirling snow and ice began to fall as if the clouds themselves responded to the White Walker's presence, threatening to smother the flames. Robb clenched his jaw, gray wind pacing restlessly. "We hold," he murmured. "We hold." Below, at the gate, a line of knights and free folk stood ready with spears and swords. The first whites that made it past the flaming barricade were met with howls of defiance. Axes cleaved rotted flesh, obsidian blades reduced them to twitching husks. But they just kept coming. The clang of steel on bone echoed, men shouted in terror, horses screamed as whites pulled them down. Slowly, the undead pressed forward, unstoppable as the tide. Jon and Robb hurried along the ramparts, shouting instructions to archers. Dolorous Ed was there, loosing arrow after arrow. Ned Umber, near a scorpion, bellowed curses as he fired a bolt that impaled a cluster of whites. Men from the south, from the north, from beyond the wall, all united in a single desperate stand. The White Walkers hung back, controlling the whites like puppeteers, letting them crash again and again upon Castle Black's defenses. Suddenly, an ear-splitting crack tore through the air. One of the White Walkers hurled a spear of ice at the wall itself. Where it struck, the ice groaned, spreading hairline fractures in a spiderweb pattern. Jon's stomach lurched. Could they truly shatter the wall? Another walker readied a similar throw, but a volley of obsidian arrows forced it to dodge. The walker hissed in anger, brandishing its sword. Then the swirl of snow thickened, as if forging a barrier of icy mist to shield them. The pitched battle raged on for what felt like hours. Fire, ice, screams, the relentless moaning of whites. Everywhere men fought in tight clusters, stepping over piles of corpses that twitched or smoldered. Above them, the watchers unleashed volley after volley, burning pitch, scorpion bolts. The ground below the wall became a charnel field. Still the undead came, climbing over their own dead, unstoppable unless an obsidian blade found them. The White Walkers orchestrated the onslaught from behind, rarely stepping into direct danger. Darkness fell quickly under storm clouds, plunging the battlefield into a surreal twilight lit by flickering fires. Archers lit more torches, catapults lobbed flaming debris. The gate, battered by whites, began to crack, prompting an alarm. Robb cursed, ordering a second line of defense in the courtyard. Men rushed to brace the gate with heavy beams. Tyrellmen under Ser Mullendor joined the Umbers in holding the broken palisade, hacking at whites that poured through. Atop the wall, Ser Rollin Brax aided Ned Umber, reloading the Scorpion. Faster! Ned roared, sweat freezing on his brow. They sent a bolt tipped with dragaglass into a cluster of whites, scattering them. Another White Walker advanced closer, screeching in fury as it brandished its sword to deflect arrows. Jon and Robb aimed bows in unison, launching obsidian-tipped shafts. The walker twisted aside with uncanny speed, the arrows shattering on the ground. "Damn it," Robb hissed. Grey Wind snarled, pacing behind him, too far from the battlefield to fight directly. Jon's breath came in ragged gasps. The entire fortress felt on the brink of collapse, men fighting on every level. The swirl of snow became a blizzard, limiting visibility. Torchlight flickered, half drowned by the biting wind. Jon risked a glance downward. The courtyard was a frenzied melee, whites clambering over walls, men in desperate knots of defense. A wave of whites battered the gatehouse. Another wave hammered the secondary walls. Some whites had begun climbing the irregular ice formations at the wall's base, searching for cracks. If they managed to scale the wall in large numbers, the fortress would be surrounded from above and below. Realizing the gravity, Jon turned to Robb, shouting over the wind. "We must hold the top as well. I'll rally men to push them off if they climb." Robb nodded, gaze fierce. "Go. I'll stay here and keep the archers firing at the White Walkers." He paused, gripping Jon's forearm. "Be careful, brother." Jon nodded, heart pounding. He sprinted along the ramparts, calling for men to follow. Dolores had joined him, along with some black brothers and a scattering of knights. They found the eastern side of the wall, where lumps of ice and old scaffolding gave partial footholds to whites. A horrifying scene greeted them, several whites already partway up, their skeletal hands clawing into ice. A black brother fired an arrow, striking one white's skull, sending it plummeting. Another white lunged up, grabbing a soldier's ankle. The man screamed, toppling from the rampart to vanish into the darkness below. Jon drew his dragaglass dagger. "Hack them off," he ordered. Men leaned over the edge, stabbing at the climbing whites. Some crashed to the ground, limbs snapping, only to twitch and struggle again. The wind howled, whipping ice shards into faces. They fought on, sweat freezing to their skin. Ed nearly lost his balance but managed to skewer a white skull. Jon sank his dagger into another's rotted hand, prying it free from the ice. The white fell, shrieking silently. In the swirl of chaos, Jon glimpsed a silhouette at the base of the wall, glowing eyes turned upward. A White Walker. It raised its sword, murmuring some silent command. The whites around it surged with renewed strength, clawing at the ice. Another wave of them advanced. A volley of flaming arrows rained down, courtesy of archers further along the rampart, turning some undead to cinders. But the White Walker glided aside, seemingly unscathed. At that moment, distant horns sounded from the west side of Castle Black. Reinforcements? Or perhaps the others had attacked that flank too. No one could say. The entire fortress was a battlefield. Jon gritted his teeth, continuing to lead the men in clearing the whites who tried to climb. Icy shards stung his eyes. His arms burned with exhaustion, each slash of the dagger draining precious strength. A white latched onto his sleeve, rotted jaws snapping at his face, but he kicked it free and sent it plunging into darkness. Time blurred into an endless nightmare of hacking, shouting, the stink of death. Then, amid the gloom, a roar tore through the swirling snow, gray wind. The massive direwolf had bounded up the steps, flung himself onto the ramparts, fangs bared. Jon saw him tear into a white that had clambered to the top, ripping it apart in a spray of black ichor. The direwolf's ferocity gave the men renewed heart. They rallied around Grey Wind, dispatching more of the undead. A sudden lull opened in the wave of climbers. The whites below seemed to hesitate as if awaiting orders. Jon glanced to the courtyard, where the flickering glow of flames revealed that the defenders still held, though barely. Bodies littered the ground. The battered gate was half broken. Yet the undead onslaught continued to surge. Another White Walker advanced, ice spear in hand, hurling it at the gatehouse, where it exploded in a burst of frost. Men fell from the walls, screaming. The entire structure groaned, on the verge of collapse. Jon's throat tightened. If the gatehouse went, the fortress would be fully open to the horde. He turned to Ed. "Stay here, keep them from climbing. I'm going to help at the gate." Ed just nodded, eyes wide. Grey Wind let out a low growl, but Jon needed to go. He darted back along the ramparts, stumbling over corpses. Flames hissed in puddles of molten snow. A white severed hand twitched near his foot. He kicked it aside. At last, he reached the steps leading down into the courtyard. The scene was chaos incarnate, men locked in vicious melee with whites, a swirl of black, gray, and red. The smell of blood and char filled the air. He spotted Robb at the center of it all, sword in hand, face streaked with soot, fighting alongside Ned Umber. They battled a cluster of whites that had forced their way through a breach in the outer wall. Jon forced himself forward, cutting down a white that lunged at him. The air burned in his lungs. Another white rose behind him, but a Tyrell pikeman thrust it aside. Jon weaved through the carnage until he reached Robb's side. Robb glimpsed him, expression taut with relief. "Jon, the gatehouse is about to fall. We need to buy time for the men behind to form a second line." Jon nodded, glancing at the battered structure. Whites hammered at it from both sides. If they brought it down, the undead would flood in. A spark of madness crossed his mind. If we collapse it ourselves, we can seal the passage with rubble. They'll have to climb the wall or find another gate. Robb grimaced. "We have men still inside that tower. Then we get them out. Or we lose everything." Jon's voice trembled. Another wave of whites pressed in, forcing them to parry and slash. The smell of rot overwhelmed him. "We have no choice." Robb's eyes flicked to Ned Umber, who overheard, sweat pouring down his face. The big man nodded. I'll rally men to pull our people out of the tower." As if on cue, the White Walker that had been throwing spears advanced deeper into the courtyard. Snow swirled around it, forming an icy halo. Its eyes locked on Robb, who hefted his sword. Jon's heart lurched. Robb had no dragonglass weapon, only steel. But a Tyrell knight rushed forward to intercept, thrusting an obsidian-tipped spear. The walker twisted with inhuman speed, slashing the spear in two. Frost crackled along the knight's armor, and he collapsed with a cry, ice spreading over his limbs. "Robb, step back!" Jon shouted, brandishing his dragonglass dagger. The walker's gaze flicked to Jon, cold and ancient. It hissed, raising its blade. Jon's pulse hammered. Could he stand against a White Walker alone? He had no choice. As the creature lunged, Robb tried to slash it from the side, but the walker parried with effortless grace, snapping Robb's steel blade in half. The shock jolted up Robb's arm, and he staggered. The walker stepped in for a killing blow. Jon lunged, dagger in hand, aiming for the walker's torso. The creature spun, frost shimmering. For a heartbeat, Jon thought he'd missed. But the dragonglass tip nicked its side, and an unearthly scream echoed. The walker stumbled, cracks of ice spreading across its body. It fixed Jon with burning blue eyes, letting out a rasping wail of fury, then dissolved in a flurry of frost and shards. For an instant, the courtyard was silent. Then the tide of whites lurched again, but many collapsed when the walker fell as though they'd lost the animating force. Others kept fighting, no doubt controlled by different walkers still out there. Robb stumbled to his feet, tossing away his ruined sword. "You killed it," he breathed, amazement and relief in his eyes. Jon didn't have time to savor it. "Come on. We have to drop the gatehouse." He pointed, spotting Ned Umber and a group of men hustling survivors out of the tower's interior. Whites battered the walls, some still climbing in. With a wave of his hand, Jon signaled. A group of men shoved barrels of pitch against the tower's base. Another group readied torches. "Everyone clear." Jon shouted. Ned Umber bellowed for his men to hurry. The last defenders fled the tower. A wave of whites spilled after them, screeching in mindless fury. Jon let fly a flaming arrow. It struck a barrel, igniting the pitch in a roar of flames. The explosion tore through the tower's supports, sending rock and timber crashing down. Fire engulfed the whites that had been inside. A huge chunk of the gatehouse collapsed outward, burying undead beneath rubble and flame. The ground shook with the impact, throwing men off their feet. A wave of dust and ash washed over them. When it cleared, the gatehouse lay in ruins, a makeshift barrier of broken stone and burning timbers. The whites beyond scrabbled at the rubble, unable to pass. Those still inside the courtyard found themselves trapped amid the defenders. Lacking direction, they flailed, easy pickings for archers and swords. Ned Umber led a final charge, hacking them down. The courtyard erupted in battered cheers as the last white collapsed. Above them, the swirling storm began to thin. Perhaps the White Walkers realized the fortress could not be taken so easily. Or perhaps they had decided to regroup, to gather an even larger horde. Either way, for the moment, the undead assault slackened. Horn blasts sounded again, 2 notes. The whites were withdrawing. The battered defenders surveyed the devastation. Dozens of fires guttered along the walls. Broken bodies littered the ground. The gatehouse was a collapsed ruin. Yet Castle Black still stood. They had thrown back the first wave. Men sank to their knees, sobbing in relief or mourning lost comrades. Free folk embraced knights they'd fought beside. The living had won the opening battle, just barely. Robb leaned on Jon for support, eyes still wide from the near-fatal clash with the White Walker. Gray wind padded up, muzzle flecked with gore, pressing against Robb's side. Jon stared out at the wreckage, mind reeling. So many had died, yet the others had not broken them. "We held," he breathed, as if scarcely believing it. "But they'll come again, stronger." Robb nodded, shoulders trembling with exhaustion. "We'll be ready. This is only the beginning." Around them, the flickering fires illuminated the horrors of war made real. Heaps of frozen corpses, shattered ice, the stench of death clinging to the night air. But the battered banners of Stark, Tyrell, Lannister, Umber, and the Night's Watch still fluttered above the broken ramparts. For now, the wall stood as the shield that guarded the realms of men, upheld by a fragile alliance and the sheer force of will. Tomorrow, the dead would likely march again. Yet in that desperate, blood-smeared moment, there was a sliver of hope. The living had proven they would not surrender the night so easily. So they clung together, battered but unbowed, resolved to face the next onslaught, however terrible it might be. The war for the dawn had begun in earnest, and for the first time in centuries, the living had struck a blow that the others would not soon forget. They fought until their breath froze on their lips and their arms screamed with exhaustion. They fought past the numbness in their fingers and the ache in their shoulders, not because they believed they would survive, but because no one else would save the realm if they faltered. After that first brutal wave of the undead finally withdrew, leaving Castle Black's courtyard a maze of burned ruins, shattered timbers, and half-buried bodies, an uncanny hush fell over the fortress. The wind still howled and the snow still fell and the wounded still groaned, but the roars of massed combat dwindled into the silence of aftermath. Men stood in place for long moments, panting as though they had just climbed a mountain at full tilt. Some blinked in dazed wonder that they were still alive. Others slumped to their knees in the slush, eyes staring blankly. Smoke curled from burning piles of white remains and from the collapsed gatehouse. A corridor of death lay where the White Walkers had driven the horde forward. Jon Snow staggered into the remnants of the courtyard, supporting Robb Stark by the elbow. Robb could still walk under his own power, but his steps wavered, the remains of his sword's hilt clenched in his left hand. Gray wind padded beside them, muzzle sticky with black ichor, ears still flattened in a posture of battle. The direwolf looked ready to spring at any movement. Ned Umber, caked in soot and gore, leaned on the long haft of a war axe. His face was haunted, streaked with sweat that had frozen in his beard. A handful of men, Umbers, Black Brothers, Tyrell soldiers clustered around him in a weary huddle. Within the swirl of wind and flakes of ash, the men gazed across the battered courtyard. Part of the outer walls still smoked, and the gatehouse was a ruin that blocked the main entrance with rubble. Bodies lay in confused heaps along the edges. At Jon's side, Robb drew in a sharp breath. "We held," he managed to say through blood-streaked lips. The words felt too small to encompass what they had done. Jon pressed a hand to Robb's arm, steadying him. "We did," Jon agreed, voice hoarse. "But they'll be back." Robb nodded, eyes flicking around at the devastation. Splashes of red and black marred the fresh snow. The men who had fallen in the courtyard now lay stiff-limbed or contorted in death. Some were still wights that needed burning. Others had been allies. The first order of business, Jon knew, was to ensure none of their own dead rose again. "Form corpse parties." Mormont's voice boomed across the yard. The Lord Commander looked dreadful. Half his cloak was missing, presumably torn away in some wight's grasp, and a streak of dried blood painted the side of his neck. Yet he still stood, bearing the strength of a man who refused to yield until the final breath. "All our dead must be burned at once. The whites too, if any remain on our side of the rubble." Men stirred, responding to that stern command. Several free folk, eyes wide and shells of their former bravado, hefted torches. Tyrell knights, battered as well, retrieved lumps of pitch. Lannister soldiers, too, joined in, stacking bodies and dragging the larger heaps of undead remains away from the fight's remnants. The acrid reek of smoldering pitch, rotten flesh, and singed hair would linger for days. Jon forced himself to help. Despite how his arms trembled, he moved among the dead, checking each for any sign of life or the flicker of white-blue eyes. One body jerked when he turned it over, a black brother who rasped, "Help," so softly Jon almost missed it. Jon called for a healer. The man might live if the infection from a white's wound did not claim him. Others were not so fortunate. He found a Tyrell knight leaning against a broken cart, armor dented with frost patterns. The man's visor was open, revealing a face drained of color. Blood had pooled in the joints of his plate. A dragonglass spear had stuck in the snow nearby, but it had not been enough to save him from the White Walker's deadly chill. Jon knelt, closed the knight's glazed eyes, and swallowed back a wave of anguish. More casualties, more men who had died in a cause none of them could refuse. A hand fell on Jon's shoulder, Dolorous said. His face was taut, eyebrows drawn in perpetual gloom. "They're clearing the yard, but it'll be night again soon," Ed murmured. "I suppose if the White Walkers fancy a second go at us, they won't wait for the sun." Jon only nodded. Words felt feeble. They were battered, the gatehouse was destroyed, though that at least prevented an immediate rush from outside, and the men were at the brink of collapse. But they still had enough numbers to hold the walls, at least for now. Around them, the fortress swarmed with battered survivors who ferried the wounded to the infirmary and threw the enemy dead onto bonfires. The swirling snow reflected the flames in dancing patterns, turning the scene unearthly. In the confusion, a roar erupted near the collapsed gatehouse. Jon snatched up his dragonglass dagger, pivoting toward the sound, ready for fresh whites. But instead, he saw the remains of a monstrous undead bear they had felled in the final moments. It still twitched, half-pinned under the rubble. A group of umbers battered it with axes, hacking it until the entire monstrous shape went limp. Someone shoved a burning brand against its fur, and black smoke poured up. The stench was nauseating. When the initial horror receded and the immediate fires were lit, Jon found Robb again. Robb stood near a partially intact wall, Cailin Stark at his side. She had arrived with part of the southern force, though she had mostly stayed behind the lines. Now she wore an expression of equal parts horror and relief. Her eyes glistened with tears she refused to shed. "My boy," she said softly, catching hold of Robb's shoulders, "look at you. You're bleeding." Robb looked down at himself, as though only just remembering the slash across his side. "I'll live," he said. "Others need help more." Cailin, with a gentleness that belied the fear in her eyes, touched his cheek. "Even so, you must not fall. We can't lose you, Robb. Or you, Jon." Jon's face warmed. He remembered how, not too long ago, he had suspected Lady Cailin disliked him. Perhaps she still harbored complicated feelings about his parentage, but the war had shaped them all. Now, her eyes conveyed only relief that he was alive. Robb sent her a tired smile. "I'm all right, Mother. Tend to the wounded if you can. I must check the walls again." She nodded and withdrew, letting him pass. Jon moved with Robb toward the great steps that led to Castle Black's interior corridors. The wind battered them with renewed ferocity. On the steps, they nearly collided with Ned Umber, who had come to find them. Ned's face was drawn, his hair stiff with dried gore. "Most of the whites that got inside are finished off," the big man rumbled. "We're piling them with the rest." Robb exhaled sharply. "Thank the gods. How many men have we lost?" Ned grimaced. "Hundreds, maybe more. Hard to count in this chaos. And that's just the first wave. The White Walkers might be regrouping." Jon felt the ache in his chest sharpen. "We must assume they'll come back soon. We need a new plan." They entered the corridor that led to the keep's central hall. At every corner, men huddled, battered and blood-soaked. A pair of Tyrell knights slumped against the stone, staring at nothing. A black brother with a tourniquet around his thigh clenched his teeth in agony. The torchlight showed the lines of shock on their faces. One of the men roused himself enough to stand at attention when Robb passed by, but Robb waved it off. "Rest," he murmured. "You've done enough." In the hall, Lord Commander Mormont had set up a makeshift command post on a wide oak table. Frantic maps of the wall's surroundings lay strewn there, pinned by daggers. Ink had spilled and dried in black splotches. Maester's notes about possible weak points sat unread in a corner. Mormont rubbed a hand over his weary face as Jon, Robb, and Ned Umber approached. "You made it," Mormont said, voice gravelly. "Word is you killed a White Walker, Snow." Jon glanced down, remembering the moment he'd thrust the dragonglass into that pale figure. "It fell apart like cracking ice," he said quietly. "But there are more out there." "That's certain," Mormont replied. "And next time they may bring greater horrors. We lost men, but we're still here. The rubble at the gatehouse buys us time." He gestured to a battered, soot-stained parchment. "I've been marking the structural weak points. The eastern wall took less damage, the western side is cracked but stands. The big question is, do we attempt to repair the gatehouse or keep it collapsed? Robb frowned. If we repair it, we risk the enemy pouring in again. But leaving it collapsed confines us. We can't sally out on horseback to face them in the field. Ned Umber snorted, crossing his arms. A sally into that horde is suicide anyway. We might have thousands of men, but they have tens of thousands of whites. Not to mention the White Walkers themselves. Jon frowned, recalling that for all their numbers, the White Walkers rarely risked themselves in direct combat except at critical moments. We're better off defending, especially with the walls that remain intact. Our main advantage is the wall's height. Mormont nodded. So we hold. We've enough provisions, thanks to the supplies your men brought, Robb, to last a few more weeks. Perhaps we'll see more reinforcements from the south. A flicker of doubt crossed Robb's face. I left a garrison in King's Landing. I doubt we'll see more men from there. The Vale remains silent, the Westerlands are hesitant. And it's deep winter now. Traveling to the wall is near impossible for large armies. We might be on our own. A heavy silence followed. Then we make do, Mormont said firmly, leaning over the maps. We'll reassign men to the western battlements in case the walkers try that route next time. We also need watchers posted around the rubble. We've hammered spikes into the collapsed masonry to slow their climbing. Dolorous Ed will command the watch detail on the southwestern tower. Ned Umber, I'd have your men near the courtyard. King Robb, your knights can help reinforce the eastern parapets. There's still risk of them scaling the ice. Robb rubbed the back of his neck. Agreed. If the White Walkers come again with more numbers, we must coordinate. I'll have the Tyrell Knights focus on ranged support. The Lannister Knights we have can serve as a mobile reserve to plug any breach. Jon, you'll remain at the top of the wall with the Watchers unless something else arises. Jon inclined his head. As you command. Mormont studied Jon with an unreadable expression. I've seldom seen a man kill a White Walker in single combat. Well done. Keep that dragaglass close. You may need it again. They hashed out further details: where to store additional pitch, how to coordinate signals in the midst of a storm, which sections of the wall needed extra watch even at night. The entire plan boiled down to one truth: if the White Walkers attacked again in full force, no strategy could guarantee survival, only prolong the fight. But none dared voice that grim reality aloud. By the time the meeting ended, outside the hall windows, night was indeed closing in. Only a faint haze of dying daylight glowed over the sprawl of ruined walls and collapsed stone. Torchlight flickered on every parapet, giving the fortress a ghostly air. Robb parted ways with Jon, heading to check on the wounded with Cailin, while Jon ascended the winding steps to the top of the wall. Each footstep rang hollow in the cold air. He emerged onto the rampart to find a battered host of men. Black brothers, Umbers, Tyrell archers, free folk with bows scavenged from fallen allies. The wind had picked up again, making them squint against blowing ice crystals. Far below, the moats of flame had been carefully rekindled, but the swirling snow threatened to choke them out. Jon peered into the distance. In the waning light, he saw nothing but an endless blanket of white. But the White Walkers were out there, possibly regrouping or slinking back into the gloom, letting the defenders exhaust themselves with watch duty and fear. Jon walked along the rampart, exchanging a few words with each cluster of men. Some recognized him from earlier battles, others from the stories of how the freed wolf had fought for the realm. Their faces shone with fatigue. A Tyrell archer, his cheeks rosy under a thick scarf, asked if the Whites might come again tonight. Jon could only say, stay alert. Dolorous Ed approached from the far side of the rampart, stamping his feet against the cold. Another watch shift just took position. I've told them to aim for the walkers if they see them, not to waste arrows on 1,000 Whites unless they're truly in range. Good, Jon said. Conserve the obsidian. Ed gestured to the distant gloom. We can't see far in this darkness. If they come at us with that damned blizzard magic, we'll be blind. We'd best rely on horns and hope. Jon nodded, trying to project calm. We have the courtyard watchers too. If anything large moves, we'll know. Ed gave a weary snort. We'll know when it claws our eyes out. Jon pressed his lips together, exhaustion settling in his bones. Get some rest soon. We'll need you fresh. Fresh as daisies, Ed muttered. But he trudged off without complaint. Hours passed in tense vigil. Men paced the walls, warming their fingers over braziers set at intervals. The storms gusted now and again, but no mass of Whites appeared. Occasional scouts reported that the fields beyond the rubble had grown still. Some glimpsed shapes in the distance, but it might have been the wind stirring drifts of snow. Sometime well past midnight, Jon allowed himself a short respite, leaning against a battlement, gloved hands braced on icy stone. He cast his mind back to simpler days at Winterfell before the War of the Five Kings, before he had ever taken the black. The memory felt like something from a stranger's life. He had been a boy, sparring in the courtyard with Robb, both of them stifling laughter when they clashed swords in mock battles. Now they wore real blood, had faced real nightmares. His gaze lifted to the endless sky. If only the realm's lords had listened sooner. If only men's hearts were not so tangled by ambition. Yet here they were, an unlikely alliance standing in the night. Maybe that was cause for hope. When dawn broke, pale and thin, the White Walkers still had not returned. The men left the walls in stiff-legged relief, replaced by a fresh watch. Jon descended into the courtyard, blinking away weariness, and found Robb. His brother was near the infirmary door, speaking in low tones with a young maester about casualties. Robb's left arm was bandaged from elbow to shoulder, and his cloak had a scorched patch near the hem. Grey Wind sat watchfully behind him, occasionally letting out a soft whine at the smell of blood. "How bad?" Jon asked, greeting his brother with a quiet murmur. Robb's eyes were hollow. "At least 400 dead, half that many wounded. Some might not make it. The Tyrell Knights are especially shaken. They lost more men than they expected. The Lannisters too, though fewer in number, and the Black brothers. The best among them have been whittled away. There are so many empty bunks." Jon nodded grimly. "It could have been worse if they'd breached fully." "Yes." Robb's voice dropped further. "But they'll be back, probably in greater numbers." He exchanged a glance with Jon, and the unspoken dread lay thick between them. "I'll gather the captains again for another council. We must see if there's any help we can call upon. If not, we might consider sending riders to find Stannis Baratheon. If he truly wants to prove himself, he could bring men. But the journey is perilous." Jon paused. "What about a plan to capture one white or part of one, and show it to the southern lords who still doubt us? Might be too late, but if we could get a living example of the threat." Robb rubbed the stubble on his jaw. "We'd have to ride back south ourselves or send a group. That might take too long. The walkers could be at our throats by then." Jon's lips thinned. "True. We might be out of time for half measures." As they spoke, men moved around them, carrying stretchers out of the infirmary, hoisting sacks of supplies. A Black brother greeted Jon with a respectful nod, murmuring that Mormont wished to see them in the armory. Robb told the young maester to continue caring for the wounded, then accompanied Jon. In the armory, Mormont stood with Ned Umber, Ser Alistair Mullendor of the Tyrells, and Ser Rollin Brax of the Lannisters. The gloom in their eyes had deepened. Their conversation halted when Jon and Robb arrived. Mormont gestured to two tall crates resting on a work table. "We found a bit more dragonglass hidden among our stores. Left over from your shipments," he said. "We'll keep forging arrowheads as fast as we can, but we're running low on suitable wood for shafts." Ned Umber rubbed his beard. "We can break dow, and some of the interior doors if we must. Not like we'll be needing to keep them for privacy if we're all corpses." The gallows humor did not raise a single smile. Ser Alistair Mullendor's pale face looked older than his years. "My knights are on edge," he said quietly. "What we saw last night was enough to break the bravest heart. Some speak of retreating, but there's nowhere to go." Robb's jaw set. "They took an oath to stand with us. If they try to flee into the wild, the whites will pick them off." Ser Rollin Brax nodded his agreement, though tension pinched his features. "We Lannisters are few. We will stay, but I wonder if we might try a forward watch post beyond the rubble, for early warning. If we see them massing, we can signal." Mormont considered, glancing at Jon. "We could, but it might cost more lives. The moment the White Walkers see that outpost, they'll crush it. Unless we keep it hidden somehow." Jon thought of the old watchtowers scattered in the gift, battered structures the Night's Watch had long since abandoned. "There's an old tower about a mile out, near the ridge. If we posted watchers there, they'd spot the horde. But I doubt they could hold if attacked." Ser Alistair said, "We'd send rotating shifts, light a beacon if the undead approach. Then those watchers fall back. Still dangerous." Ned Umber rumbled, "Everything's dangerous now. I say we do it. Otherwise, the White Walkers might march right up to our gate again before we can rally. They all nodded in uneasy consensus. Mormont spoke once more. We fortify that watchtower, post a small group with ravens or signal horns. The moment they glimpse a massing of whites, they race back or warn us by beacon. Meanwhile, we keep our men behind the walls, resting and preparing. He paused, looking at each face. We are in for another assault, likely soon. If we can hold them off once more, perhaps they'll break. These creatures aren't mindless, but they must have a limit. Jon was not so sure. The White Walkers might have a near-infinite capacity to reanimate corpses, but he kept his doubts to himself. Who do we send? He asked after a moment. Ser Alistair Mullendore volunteered 5 of his knights. Ned Umber added 5 men as well, arguing that free folk scouts could join them for better knowledge of the terrain. Mormont agreed. The plan came together with grim efficiency. The Watchers would depart that afternoon, traveling under cover of the storm's lull, set up in the old tower, and remain until they saw signs of a second wave. When do we sleep? Muttered Ned Umber. No one answered. The day passed in a grind of labor. Body after body was hauled onto pyres. Jon witnessed men tossing the remains of once proud lords, once haughty knights, all reduced to burned lumps so they might never rise as whites. The smell of it turned stomachs. Others labored to strengthen interior defenses, bracing certain corridors with logs, barricading side doors that no longer served a purpose. The sally ports in particular were blocked so that no white could slip inside the fortress from an unexpected angle. In the yard, the daily ration was reduced to bread and thin stew. The Tyrell quartermasters lamented that their supplies would not last long at this rate. Robb had them distributing salted fish and some dried fruit, but the men devoured it immediately. Fear fueled appetites, and the bitter cold devoured strength. Afternoon waned, plunging the skies into a wintry haze that looked more like dusk. The Watchers bound for the old tower assembled near the partial remains of the stable. 10 knights and free folk, plus a few black brothers, each carrying provisions for a week, and 1 captured raven for sending messages if the signal fires failed. Jon bid them farewell personally, pressing each to remain vigilant. At the first sign of the White Walkers, do not linger, he said. Return here. They nodded, though their faces betrayed nerves. The group slipped through a small gap in the rubble where the gatehouse had fallen, leading their horses carefully. Snow blanketed the shattered stones, making the footing treacherous. Once outside, they vanished into a swirl of white, disappearing from sight in moments. Jon felt a pang, wondering if any of them would return. To occupy himself, he patrolled the ramparts again. Dolorous gave him a brief, sardonic grin. Good day for a nice stroll, Lord Commander Snow. Jon huffed. I'm no Lord Commander. That's Mormont's seat. Ed shrugged. Fine, but we take orders from you and your brother all the same. We're going to run out of ranks to call you soon. Jon took no pleasure in the remark. The war had forced responsibilities upon him he never truly craved. Any movement out there? Not a thing, it said. Just the wind. But that's scarier sometimes, thinking they could be lurking behind a drift, waiting for us to drop our guard. Jon nodded in grim agreement. Stay vigilant. That's all we can do. As dusk descended once more, the fortress braced for another night. The wounded moaned in the infirmary where the younger maesters and healers scurried. The uninjured men napped if they could, or drank watery ale by the fires. Ghost stories circulated of the White Walkers conjuring an eternal darkness to swallow the land. Superstition or not, it only fueled the tension. Jon tried to find a moment of peace. He slipped into a small alcove near the old library, a place mostly undamaged by the siege. There he found Samwell Tarly, somehow returned from Old Town, or from who knew where. But no, that would break continuity. Sam had been with the Watch originally, but the story so far never mentioned him returning. Actually, we have to check carefully. Sam was presumably still at the Wall or might have been in Old Town. The story had not clarified. Let's say Sam is at the Wall. He'd have knowledge about the White Walkers, but we have not used him in the story so far, so we can incorporate him carefully. Jon discovered Sam quietly rummaging in a battered chest that held ancient scrolls. The swirl of events made Sam's presence easy to overlook, but he had remained in Castle Black, assisting the maesters and copying documents that might hold knowledge of the White Walkers. Jon felt relief at seeing an old friend alive, though Sam's eyes were ringed with dark circles and his hands trembled. Sam, Jon said, stepping into the alcove. I've barely seen you since the first wave. Sam turned, nearly dropping a scroll. Jon, he breathed, voice thick with worry. You're all right? Just bruised. You. A few scratches, but I've been hunkered down with the maesters. I can't fight as you do. He sounded apologetic, as if the knowledge in his head were worthless. Jon shook his head. We need your mind, Sam. Find anything useful in these old scrolls? Sam's brow furrowed. Some references to the long night, but nothing that wasn't repeated in half a dozen other texts. There's mention of the children of the forest forging some pact with the first men using dragonglass blades and the magic of the weirwoods. But we have no weirwoods here, only a few in the north. He glanced about, anxious. I'm sorry, Jon. I wish I had more answers. Jon placed a hand on Sam's shoulder. You've done all you can. Keep searching, though. Even a small advantage might help. Sam swallowed. Yes, all right. Be careful out there. With that, Jon left him to his scrolls, returning to the corridor. The sense of futility tugged at him. So many contradictions. They had the largest allied force the Wall had seen in centuries, yet it might still be too little. They had knowledge of how to kill White Walkers but lacked enough dragonglass to arm everyone. They had watchers posted in an old tower but no guarantee that help would come in time. The second night fell and still the White Walkers did not appear in force. The men kept watch, though, half expecting the horde to materialize the moment they blinked. The hours bled into each other. Morning's light was barely an improvement. The sky remained overcast and grim. Sentries reported scattered sightings of shapes on distant hills, but no direct assaults. A hush took hold. Robb seized that respite to call another war council in the morning. He sat at the head of the battered oak table in the main hall, Mormont at his side. Ned Umber, Ser Alistair Mullendore, and Ser Rollin Brax attended, along with a handful of Black Brothers, free folk representatives, and other minor lords from the Riverlands. The mood was tense. Well, Robb began, the White Walkers might be testing our resolve. They know we're here, waiting. They might starve us or find another route. The question is, do we stay put and let them come, or attempt some bold stroke? Perhaps an ambush if they appear in smaller numbers? Ned Umber's big arms crossed over his chest. I've never liked sitting behind walls. But I saw that endless horde. We can't meet it in open battle. Ser Alistair nodded. We lack the men or the cavalry for a wide flanking attack, especially in this snow. And the Whites don't tire or starve. Mormont rested his weight on his staff. Our watchers in the old tower have not signaled. Let's assume the main enemy force remains somewhere beyond our sight. If we sally out too far, we risk being cut off. Ser Rollin Brax cleared his throat. Some men believe the others may circumnavigate the wall entirely, journeying to Eastwatch or even the Shadow Tower's far side. But the coasts and mountains are treacherous. Perhaps they want us guessing. Robb grimaced. We can only hold this position. If the White Walkers do outflank us, the rest of Westeros will be helpless. Unless somehow Stannis or the Vale rides north. He rubbed a hand across his forehead. Time is not on our side. A silence settled, broken only by a faint crackle of the hearth. Finally, Mormont said, we have little choice but to wait. We'll maintain the watch, remain ready for an attack at any hour. He paused, gaze flicking to Jon. We must also consider how to keep morale from crumbling. The men know we're in mortal peril. That last statement was an understatement. The men needed hope or a sense of progress. Jon spoke up. We can do more frequent checks on each unit. Remind them of our small victory. We did drive the undead back once, albeit at a cost. Show them that the White Walkers can be killed with obsidian. Ned Umber grunted approval. I'll have my captains do the rounds as well. Robb mustered a faint smile of gratitude at Jon. Good. Let's do it. Meanwhile, if any of you see signs of desertion, act swiftly. We cannot afford chaos now. They adjourned. Men dispersed to their tasks. Outside, the day remained bleak, the air sharp. Jon gathered with a group of Black Brothers, Tyrell Knights, and Umbers, and together they toured the fortress. They offered words of encouragement, reminded everyone of the need for readiness, and ensured that arrows and dragonglass were distributed. The men responded with subdued nods, occasionally a half-hearted cheer. By midday, Jon's breath hissed in his lungs, the cold scraping at his throat. He paused near the battered stables, scanning the horizon from a vantage. The wind was calm, giving a modicum of clarity. He saw only whiteness, drifting endlessly. In the courtyard, gray wind prowled among the defenders as though he sensed another threat lurking. Then came a stir at the rubble gap where the gatehouse had collapsed. A shape appeared, one of the watchers returning from the old tower. The man stumbled over rocks, breath pluming in frantic bursts. Jon and a few others rushed to meet him, hearts pounding. They're coming, the watcher gasped. A huge host. Maybe an hour out, maybe less. Jon felt the cold intensify as though it seeped into his bones. How many? The watcher's eyes were wild. Countless. They filled the horizon. White walkers at their head. So many whites. We lit the beacon, but the wind might have snuffed it. We came back. The others, they stayed to hold them off a moment, buy us time. Jon's stomach twisted. That watchtower would be overrun within minutes. He gripped the man's shoulder. You did well. Find Mormont. I'll raise the alarm. The watchers on the wall blared horns. 2 blasts for whites, then a third for white walkers. The triple call of doom echoed off the ice, stirring every man in the fortress. Panic rippled as defenders scrambled to their positions. The lull was over. Now came the second wave, and from the watchers' report, it would be far more fearsome than the first. Jon sprinted through the courtyard, shouting orders to gather archers. Robb appeared, rushing from the interior with gray wind close behind. Robb's gaze met Jon's, and in that look, they both understood the gravity. This attack might be the final stand. Men poured onto the ramparts, hauling barrels of pitch and casks of oil. Others formed up in the courtyard's interior ring, brandishing spears and swords. The entire fortress bristled with ragged determination. The sky began to darken prematurely, as if heavy clouds recognized the coming slaughter and tried to hide the sun. A biting wind rose, flinging stinging snow. Atop the wall, Jon pressed himself to the battlement. His heart throbbed. He tried to calm his breathing, scanning the horizon with a spyglass. Sure enough, a seething mass of shapes rolled forward, blotting out any sense of separate figures. Whites upon whites, a great black wave cresting over the snow. Even from a distance, he could see glimpses of white bone, tattered flesh, stumbling forms. In front, taller and more distinct, strode the White Walkers. Not just 5 this time, or even a dozen. Jon counted at least 20 gleaming shapes. Could there be more in the swirling gloom behind them? They advanced in a loose line, each carrying a blade of ice or a spear that radiated cold. Near Jon, Dolorous let out a shaky breath. Too many. Jon felt the same dread. But he couldn't afford despair. Steady, he barked, raising his voice so the archers behind him would hear. We let them come into range, then we loose everything we have. In the courtyard, he knew Robb would be marshaling the men. He trusted his brother's leadership, but fear clenched his gut. No matter how bravely they fought, this was an onslaught unlike any the wall had seen in millennia. The undead surge drew nearer, not hurrying as before, but moving relentlessly. The White Walkers did not sprint or charge, they walked with a terrifying confidence, as if sure that none could stand against them. The thunder of the Whites' approach shuddered through the ground. The watchers on the ramparts lit braziers. Tyrell archers tested their bowstrings. Some free folk archers spat in the snow, trembling as they knocked obsidian-tipped shafts. Finally, within arrow range, Jon shouted, "Loose!" A storm of arrows arced overhead, hissing into the horde. Many struck whites, dropping them in twitching heaps. Some soared harmlessly past in the swirling wind. A second volley followed, then a third. The front ranks of the undead collapsed in waves, but the rest simply crawled over them, an unstoppable flood. The White Walkers raised their arms, and a sudden gust of wind whipped at the fortress, nearly extinguishing the torches. Snow swirled so thick that men coughed, eyes burning. The archers tried to keep firing, but visibility fell. Jon cursed, wiping frost from his lashes. "They're conjuring a storm," Dolorous muttered. "Gods help us." Men rolled barrels of pitch off the wall. Fire raged where they struck, scorching wide patches of the battlefield. For an instant, Jon thought they might carve out a no-man's land, but the undead simply clambered around or over the flames. The White Walkers skirted them with inhuman grace, letting the whites take the brunt. Before long, the horde slammed into the collapsed gatehouse. But instead of funneling into the rubble, many whites turned to scale the walls. They scrabbled at ice formations, hooking skeletal hands into crevices. Others battered at the western corner, where cracks from the previous siege still weakened the structure. Another mass of whites pressed the courtyard walls. Horn blasts rang out. The undead were attacking from multiple angles, each attempt forcing defenders to reposition. Jon rushed along the ramparts, leading a group of black brothers in hacking at any whites that dared crest the edge. His dragonglass dagger flashed, plunging into rotted faces. The stench of decay swamped him. Archers behind him loosed arrows whenever a gap opened. Clods of snow, broken chips of ice, and black gore rained down. The wind howled, carrying half-frozen screams. Again and again, the whites swarmed upward, heedless of losses. Some carried the memory of armor from centuries past, battered breastplates with no insignia. Others still wore the ragged remains of a northern clan's attire or a free folk cloak. Jon recognized a pattern of furs he had once seen on a living wildling inside Castle Black. Now that man's corpse fought for the enemy. It made Jon's stomach twist, but he stabbed the white in the skull, sending it toppling. A sudden commotion erupted to the west, near the broken parapet. Jon heard shouting. Ned Umber's roar rose above the din, followed by a thunderous crash. Ice shards exploded upward, and a chunk of the wall sloughed off. Dozens of whites spilled through the new gap. Men on that side were forced to retreat, forming a desperate ring around Ned Umber, who swung his axe in wide arcs. Jon whirled to a pair of black brothers. "Cover me!" he shouted. Then he dashed along the rampart, leaping over piles of broken stone. Snow blasted his face. The chaos was so thick he could hardly see who was friend and who was foe. The stench of rotted flesh hung in the air. He reached Ned's position to find at least 20 whites had broken onto the rampart. Ned hacked one in half. Another lunged at him, but a free folk warrior impaled it with a spear of obsidian. More whites spilled in behind. If they overtook the rampart, they could flank the entire line. With a snarl, Jon launched himself at the cluster. His dagger flashed and a white's head rolled away. Blood, black and thick, splattered the stones. Another white turned on him, jaws snapping. Jon drove his boot into its chest, then hammered his dagger into its skull. The white fell twitching. Ned Umber roared, burying his axe in another's ribcage, but the undead kept thrashing until a second blow severed its spine. Back and forth they fought, swirling in a claustrophobic melee. A Tyrell knight joined them, only to be dragged down by 2 whites who raked his thighs with jagged nails. He screamed, the sound lost in the cacophony. Jon grabbed the man's arm, trying to pull him free, but the whites tore at the knight's flesh with horrifying strength. Blood spattered. With no choice, Jon drove his dagger into the whites' heads, but by the time he had dispatched them, the knight lay still. Push them back. Ned Umber bellowed, eyes wild. They're flooding in. A half-dozen more whites climbed over the broken edge, moaning in mindless hunger. One was the size of a huge wildling with blue eyes that glowed in the swirling gloom. Arrows pelted it from behind, but it took an obsidian bolt to the neck before it collapsed. Even then, it crawled forward, scratching the stones. At last, more men arrived, black brothers with burning brands, Tyrell archers who fired at point-blank range. They raked the whites with fresh arrows, smashing them back. Ned and Jon pressed forward with steel and obsidian, cutting down the undead until the tide receded for a breath's moment. With a mighty roar, Ned shoved a chunk of broken masonry over the hole, creating a precarious barrier. Others piled debris to block the breach. "Hold it!" Jon shouted, forcing his voice above the wind. "Don't let them through." Men braced the rubble with timbers. A black brother hammered wedges in place, panting. The whites still scratched and battered from the other side, but for now they wouldn't spill through so easily. Ned Umber sagged, half falling against the stones, blood seeping from a gash on his forehead. Jon grabbed him before he could topple. "I'm fine," Ned growled, though his eyes blinked blearily. "Keep fighting." Jon saw another wave of whites clambering up further along the rampart. Archers poured arrows into them, but the supply of obsidian was not endless. The wind picked up again. A chill deeper than any winter storm coursed across the wall. Then Jon heard a scream from behind him, high, piercing. He whirled, expecting more whites. But instead, he saw a figure up on a slight rise of the ice, a white walker. Tall, slender, wearing a faint shimmer of frost-like armor. In its hand gleamed a sword of living ice. It pointed the blade toward the rampart. The scream continued, an unearthly shriek that made the wind funnel into a minor vortex around the walker. Snow whipped into a spiral, partly obscuring it. Arrows whistled toward that shape. Most plummeted astray, battered by the swirling snow. 1 or 2 nearly struck, but the walker twisted aside in a blur. Then it advanced. Jon's heart hammered. If a white walker made it onto the rampart, it could break their line with minimal effort. He sprinted across the slippery stones, ignoring the protests of his exhausted muscles. 2 Tyrell archers tried to intercept the walker with more arrows, but the swirling wind knocked them off course. Another man rushed forward with a spear. The walker flicked its ice blade, and the spear shattered in a crack of frost. The man howled, stumbling away as cold spread up his arm. Jon felt no illusions about his chances. He had killed one white walker before, but it had been partially distracted. This one came brimming with malice, controlling the wind. Still, he had no choice. Dragonglass dagger in hand, he dashed up the rise. The walker hissed, a sound like breaking ice, and lunged. Steel swords clashed uselessly against the walker's blade. It parried one attacker, shearing through the poor man's steel as if it were tin. Frost raced across the soldier's body, entombing him mid-cry. Jon jumped over that unfortunate soul, aiming the dagger at the walker's side. The creature glided back with shocking speed, letting Jon's blow strike air. A swirl of cold battered Jon's face. He felt his teeth chatter. The walker came in low, blade slicing at Jon's ankles. He barely leapt aside. A second strike nearly took his arm. He tried a desperate thrust. The walker knocked his dagger hand aside, sending a jolt of numbing cold through his wrist. Jon bit his tongue to avoid crying out. He pivoted, heart pounding. The walker advanced, white hair drifting in an unseen breeze, eyes blazing blue. It let out a guttural hiss. Behind Jon, the rampart was in chaos, men battling whites, shouting, horns blowing. But in that narrow rise, it was Jon alone against this living embodiment of winter. The walker swung again. Jon ducked under the blade, rolling across the icy surface. He slashed upward with his dagger, catching the walker's thigh. A spiderweb of cracks formed across its leg, and it let out a shriek. For an instant, Jon thought he'd landed a mortal blow. But the walker recoiled before the dagger sank deep enough. The cracks sealed as if the ice knitted together. The creature's eyes flared with rage. It lunged again, forcing Jon to scramble back. His boots slipped on half-frozen blood. The walker's blade came within inches of his face. He jerked aside, feeling the cold burn his cheek. Another savage slash battered his dagger aside. Jon's arm went numb to the elbow. Desperate, he clenched his numb fingers around the hilt. If he dropped it, he was finished. Gasping, he fainted left. The walker mirrored him, stepping lightly as a dancer. Jon's breath rasped in his throat. Every muscle screamed. He had only seconds before the white walker landed a decisive blow. In that instant, he remembered how he'd killed the last one, a quick strike with dragonglass, timed when the walker wasn't expecting it. He let the walker come at him. The sword swept in a diagonal arc, aiming to bisect him. Jon threw himself sideways, letting the blade whistle past his chest. Then he lunged in, dagger outstretched. The walker was quick, it twisted, but not quick enough. Jon's dragonglass sank into its side, sliding between the plates of frost armor. A shriek of unimaginable pitch tore the air. The walker's form cracked along the edges, splinters of ice fracturing outward. Blue eyes widened in fury, but it was too late. Its blade rattled on the ground, dissolving into shards. The walker staggered, clawed at the dagger's handle, then burst into a swirl of broken ice. A gust of wind tore at Jon's hair, and then it was gone, only an echo of that shriek remained, fading into the howling storm. Jon collapsed to one knee, panting. His arm felt as though it had been submerged in freezing water for an hour. His cheek stung where the blade's cold had grazed him. But he was alive. Below, he heard men cheering briefly, raggedly. The whites near that vantage faltered for an instant as though disrupted. Then they attacked anew. The White Walkers were numerous enough that killing one did not stop the horde, only lessened its momentum in that quarter. Jon staggered upright, retrieving his dagger from the slush. He forced his numb fingers to grip the hilt. 2 kills, he thought grimly, but how many more? 20? 50? The night might go on forever. Glancing down from the vantage, he saw the courtyard. A swirling melee churned around the collapsed gatehouse. Robb's banner, the direwolf, fluttered near the center, where a knot of men fought desperately. Gray wind darted among the whites, snapping at rotted limbs, pulling them down so men could deliver the finishing blow. Jon wished he could be there to help, but the ramparts needed him too. If whites seized the top of the wall, it was over. He forced himself to keep going. Ned Umber was near the original breach, his men desperately holding. Tyrell archers peppered the undead with arrows. Farther along, the Lannister knights formed a defensive cluster around a catapult that hurled flaming oil. A white battered one knight's shield, only to be hacked apart by a second. Jon joined them, fighting with dagger and short sword. A half-frozen swirl of carnage enveloped them. The whites were unstoppable, each death barely making a dent in the teeming horde. Yet the defenders refused to yield. Men fell to clawing hands or to a White Walker's spear, but their comrades rallied. The stench of rot and smoke mingled with the biting wind. Time lost meaning. Jon swung, parried, stabbed. His arms ached beyond measure. He had no sense of how many whites he'd slain. They pressed him from all sides, moaning with empty throats. He recognized the twisted face of a free folk he had once spared months ago. Now he was forced to deliver a final blow to that reanimated corpse. No mercy existed in this battle. Thunder boomed overhead, a sound that reverberated through the clouds. The swirling snow turned into a near blizzard. Visibility dropped further. Torches flickered ominously. The defenders set braziers alight, but the wind threatened to douse them. If the flames died, the whites could swarm unopposed in the dark. Suddenly, a horn blast cut through the gale, 2 notes from the southern side of the fortress. Impossible. The southern side was walled off, sealed. Another horn blast followed, muffled but distinct. Through the snow, Jon saw torches bobbing along the southwestern approach. Confusion gripped him. Had the White Walkers circled? Or was this something else? Then he heard shouting. A deep voice carried over the din, words he couldn't make out, but it sounded human. The southwestern walls parted, where a hidden postern gate had been cleared. Men poured in, brandishing torches. Their sigils were unfamiliar from a distance. Or perhaps it was the gloom. More horns echoed. A shape loomed, a massive figure on horseback leading a column that slammed into the whites near the courtyard's flank. The new arrivals wore armor of black and gold battered in the winter storms. Jon's mind reeled. Was that Stannis Baratheon's emblem? Or another? Robb's men in the courtyard let out a ragged cheer as the newcomers crashed into the undead from behind. Whites turned, shrieking. The swirling mass of bodies parted enough for Jon to glimpse the banner, a stag in black on a field of gold. House Baratheon. Then a second banner bearing a flaming heart. The red priest symbol. Stannis Baratheon had come, if a bit belatedly. Jon nearly sagged with relief. Another wave of horn blasts signaled that the newcomers had hammered into the undead from a side angle. Combined with the fortress defenders, the whites were pressed between 2 forces. At the center, the White Walkers hissed in fury, uncertain whether to stand or retreat. A few advanced, meeting the Baratheon cavalry. Horses screamed as ice spears lanced them, but the men in the saddle fought with obsidian weapons apparently supplied by Stannis's Red Priestess. Jon heard a man roar, "For the true king." The cavalry slammed deeper into the whites. Then he recognized the voice, Ser Davos Seaworth, perhaps, or one of Stannis's loyal knights. Indeed, the onion sigil flew behind the gold stag. The men's faces were grim, braced against the cold, but they had arrived in time for a pincer. The tide shifted. The whites, now attacked from 2 sides, began to crumble or retreat under the combined assault. More defenders poured from Castle Black's inner yard. Robb rallied a final push, Grey Wind leading the charge. The White Walkers in the courtyard seethed with an otherworldly shriek. Another swirl of ice threatened to blind the men, but the allied cavalry kept pressing. On the ramparts, Jon watched in awe. He had not expected Stannis. So many ravens had been sent, so many pleas for help unanswered. Yet here he was. Perhaps the Red Priestess Melisandre had truly convinced him that the living could only prove his kingship if the realm survived. Or perhaps word of the others had finally rung true. Bolstered by the new arrivals, the defenders ramped up their assault. Men with torches flung fire at the whites. Obsidian-tipped pikes impaled them. The White Walkers hissed, some fleeing into the raging storm, dragging their leftover forces with them. Others tried to stand and fight, but as soon as a single cavalry squad pinned them, a swirl of obsidian blades finished them. Gradually, the horde fractured. Though thousands of whites had come, a good portion now lay strewn across the field, smoldering or in pieces. Without the continuous direction of the White Walkers, many simply blundered aimlessly. The stronger pockets retreated into the swirling blizzard. A horn blast from Mormont signaled that the enemy was in full withdrawal, at least for now. Jon let out a trembling breath. A second victory, but only because of Stannis's timely intervention. He sagged against the rampart, allowing himself the briefest moment of relief before he mustered the strength to descend. The battle was far from over. The undead might return at any moment, or they might regroup in the wild, but at least the defenders of Castle Black would live another day. He picked his way through broken bodies to the courtyard. Fires flickered in the gloom, illuminating the horrific aftermath. Once more, the ground was slick with blood, black and red. Men dragged themselves free of fallen whites. Others knelt by the wounded, calling for help. A cavalry rider in black and gold livery dismounted, pulling his helm free. Jon recognized him as Ser Davos Seaworth, weathered face, gray in his beard, the ends of his fingers missing. Ser Davos turned, spotting Jon. "The Freedwolf," he said, voice tight with exertion. Jon nodded, still catching his breath. "You arrived just in time. We'd have been overwhelmed." Davos let out a ragged exhale. "We've marched for weeks, following rumors that the living needed us here. We've lost half our force on the roads. Stannis Baratheon leads the rest." He gestured behind him, where more horsemen guided battered survivors into the yard. "Melisandre said the war for the Dawn was here. We believed her. I only hope we're not too late." Jon's gaze swept the yard. "You saved us." The White Walkers fled for now, but they'll regroup. Davos offered a bleak nod. If we stand united, we might survive. Then a call went up, the king in the north. Robb appeared, leaning on gray wind, face streaked with sweat and blood. He spotted Davos and clasped the man's forearm. You came, he said simply. Davos bowed his head. King Stannis awaits outside. He would have come in first, but the undead were thick and well, we hammered them as best we could. We'll stable our horses if you'll have us. We brought what food and arms remain. Robb's expression softened. We'll take any help. Thank you. Jon turned, scanning the courtyard. Lord Commander Mormont must be told. As if conjured by his words, Mormont appeared from a swirl of smoke, limping slightly. His gaze locked on Davos. You have our thanks, he rasped, though his voice was thick with exhaustion. Castle Black stands for now. The White Walkers will likely return, but you've given us a reprieve. Davos nodded, stepping aside as more Baratheon men arrived. Some wore the crowned stag sigil, others the flaming heart of the Red God. In the gloom, a tall figure astride a black horse approached, Stannis Baratheon himself. He wore a steel cuirass etched with the stag, a heavy cloak lined with fur, and his gaunt face was etched with the hardships of winter travel. Melisandre rode beside him, a red cloak swirling about her slender form, fiery hair beacon in the twilight. They halted near the half-collapsed courtyard wall. Stannis dismounted stiffly. His cold, pale eyes swept the chaos. A grim welcome, he said, voice like iron. But we have come to fulfill our duty to defend the realm of men against the darkness. The Iron Throne can wait if all men are dead. Robb inclined his head, careful in both posture and wording. We meet under dire circumstances. Yet you have my gratitude. A faint tension crackled between them, for once they had been rivals in the War of the Five Kings. But the encroaching threat from beyond the wall made such rivalries feel trivial. Melisandre slid from her horse, casting her intense gaze over the fortress. Her eyes flicked to Jon, a curious spark in them. You have fought the great other servants and prevailed. The Lord of Light guided you. Jon felt uneasy at her scrutiny. We prevailed only through great loss, and the war is not done. She offered a small, mysterious smile. No, not done. But Lollarest's flame burns brighter here, where the darkness gathers. She turned to address Mormont, Robb, and the other leaders. We bring fresh men and supplies, though I fear not enough to withstand the entire army of the dead if it returns. Still, every sword that fights for the living pleases the Lord of Light. Mormont took this in silently, then nodded once. We'll make room. Over the next hour, the battered fortress erupted with renewed activity. Stannis's forces, some 2,000 men, filtered inside, leading wagons with meager provisions. Many carried dragonglass daggers or arrowheads, apparently forged or blessed under Melisandre's guidance. Stannis himself consulted with Mormont, Robb, and Jon, demanding a summary of the White Walkers' tactics, their numbers, and the status of the fortress. We hold the ramparts, Mormont concluded, but the gatehouse is collapsed and we have multiple cracks in the western wall. The undead have attacked us twice, each time in greater force. They'll return. Stannis nodded grimly. We'll fortify what we can. My men will set up palisades around the southwestern approach. We'll build new ramparts if possible, though time is short. He cast a steely glance at Robb. You and I once warred. Now we must stand as allies, or all is lost. Robb's voice held no bitterness. Agreed. So long as you commit yourself fully to stopping the White Walkers, you have my sword. Stannis's lips thinned. The true war is here, and I know it now. Let us end it. They parted, each to rally their men. The wind shrieked across the battered yard, swirling the fresh snow with ash from the funeral pyres. Jon joined a group of Black Brothers and Baratheon soldiers who had begun collecting and burning the new wave of white corpses. The stench was overpowering, but it had to be done at once. Otherwise, even the faintest flicker of necromancy could raise the dead again. Night fell once more. The defenders, now reinforced by Stannis's men, formed a tense watch. The storm had lessened after the White Walkers' retreat, leaving a bitter but relatively clear sky. Stars flickered overhead. By torchlight, the men beheld the carnage, the frozen plains littered with remains, the wall's base piled high with broken corpses. Yet the White Walkers had withdrawn into the darkness, presumably nursing their losses or conjuring fresh horrors. In a corner of the courtyard, Stannis's war tent was hastily erected. Robb, Mormont, Jon, Ned Umber, Davos, Melisandre, and a few other captains gathered inside to plan. The flicker of lantern light revealed their exhausted faces. Steam rose from a pot of mulled wine, though few took the time to drink. Stannis stood near a map pinned to a makeshift board. He stabbed a gauntlet finger at the representation of Castle Black. We have close to 6,000 men combined if you count the Black Brothers, the Northmen, your Tyrell and Lannister contingents, and my own. Melisandre's red cloak brushed the ground as she stepped closer, eyes fixed on the map. But the army of the dead may be many times that. Stannis nodded. Numbers alone won't win. We need to kill the White Walkers, break their hold on the Whites. Fire and obsidian. My Red Priestess has shown me the power of such weapons. Mormont cleared his throat. We have enough dragonglass arrowheads for perhaps half our archers. The rest have steel. We have some pitch left, not much. If they press a third time, we can only hope to hold again. Robb frowned, leaning on a stool. His wound had been bound more securely, though pain etched lines in his face. They'll keep coming. Unless, is there a way to strike at them beyond the wall? Some cunning blow that disrupts their command? We tried scouting, but it ended in disaster. Jon recalled the myths. If the Night King or some singular leader of the White Walkers was slain, would that break the entire horde? But they had no confirmation such a leader even existed. All they had was rumor. It might be suicide to search for a central leader. Melisandre's voice emerged softly like distant embers. There is a greater power that leads them, an ancient darkness. But I cannot see its face, not yet. My flames show only shadows upon shadows. Her eyes flickered with an odd intensity. We must hold here. The dawn is our ally. In the darkest hour, we risk losing all. A hush settled, each man trapped in his own thoughts. Finally, Davos said, what if we tempt the White Walkers into a trap? A place we can funnel them, then unleash everything, dragonglass, fire, a single massive strike. Robb exhaled. We tried that with the collapsed gatehouse. It slowed them, but not enough. Stannis studied the map again. If we had a second fortress or a ring of defenses beyond the wall, we might coordinate an encirclement. But the time for building more is gone. Ned Umber's fists clenched. So we wait. Stannis stiffened, clearly disliking inaction. Yet he saw no alternative. We prepare, he corrected. We rest. We gather the living so that if the others come again, we meet them with a united force. Perhaps in the morning, if they've not attacked, we can sally out in small parties to gather more firewood or find vantage points. But no grand offensives. We can't be caught in the open. They agreed with heavy hearts. Outside, the temperature plummeted, turning the courtyards slush to hard ice. Men tried to snatch sleep in cramped corners, while watch rotations scanned the horizon. Stannis's men shared news that the Stormlands had largely yielded to winter. They could send no more help. The Vale had not budged. The entire fate of the realm hinged on these battered defenders. Jon found Robb in a quiet corridor near the kitchens, leaning on Grey Wind. The direwolf's ears perked at Jon's approach. Robb's expression was distant, eyes heavy-lidded. You should sleep, Jon said. We need you at your best. I can't, Robb replied, voice tight. Every time I close my eyes, I see them. The White Walkers, the Whites, are men dying. Jon placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. We have to endure. We can't let terror break us. Robb nodded, taking a shaky breath. I'm glad you're here, Jon. Without you, without this alliance, we'd be lost. But I fear even that may not be enough if they come in full. Jon looked away, the flickering torchlight casting shadows. We'll fight. If we fail, no one else stands. That's all there is. Robb closed his eyes, leaning his head back against the cold stone. Grey Wind pressed closer as though sensing his master's torment. They stood like that for a long moment, neither speaking. Outside, the wind battered the walls and the night stretched on, thick with the promise of death. Dawn again, though the sky showed little change, just a lighter shade of gray. The White Walkers did not attack in the early hours. Perhaps they licked their wounds. Perhaps they were preparing an assault so vast it would swallow the fortress in an instant. Unease coiled in every corner of Castle Black. Mormont and Stannis coordinated a series of small forays, a few dozen men riding out to gather wood from nearby stands of trees, others searching for any sign of Whites in the immediate vicinity. These riders were under strict orders to flee at the first hint of a large undead presence. They returned with meager supplies and reports of scattered Whites devouring the remains of old battlefields, but no massed army. The Watchers were thankful if perplexed. Jon used the lull to revisit the top of the wall, scanning north with a spyglass. For miles, the white expanse offered no movement aside from the drifting snow. The fresh lumps of fallen Whites from the previous fights looked like black smudges on the plain. The Watchers would eventually have to burn them as well, but that would mean venturing out in force. They had neither the time nor the safety to do so now. He found himself half hoping to glimpse Ghost bounding over the snow, returning from whatever hunts had kept him away. But there was no sign of the direwolf. Perhaps Ghost knew the threat was too great and had chosen to remain hidden. Jon quelled the pang in his chest. By midday, Robb, Stannis, and Mormont again convened in the courtyard. The conversation there, though briefer than a formal council, was direct. "I can send a raven to Dragonstone," Stannis said, frowning, "but that place is hardly brimming with additional men. The War of the Five Kings burned too many resources." Robb nodded. "King's Landing is likewise pinned. My mother can't conjure more armies out of thin air, especially with the Westerlands on edge. The Vale refuses to march. If the others come in unstoppable numbers, we stand alone." Stannis's mouth tightened, eyes glittering with a fierce conviction. "Then we stand. The Lord of Light demands we fight the darkness without flinching. I'll not hide behind any southern gate while the dead roam free." Mormont exhaled. "We stand indeed." So they spent the rest of the day reinforcing battered walls, distributing rations, rotating watchers. The night fell again, a black curtain that made every torch glow feel fragile. Men bedded down in lumps, half sure they'd wake to the screech of the undead. An uneasy quiet stretched through the dark hours. Dawn arrived once more, murky and pale. Still no further assault. The defenders wondered if the White Walkers had retreated for good. Whispers circulated that perhaps the White Walkers had gone east or the power that animated them had ebbed. But Jon, Robb, Mormont, and Stannis all knew better. This was no victory. The White Walkers might be cunning enough to wait, letting fear and tension corrode the fortress from within. Supplies ran thin. The men were forced to ration bread more severely. Tempers flared. Stannis's men eyed the free folk with suspicion, while the Tyrell Knights sometimes quarreled with the Umbers over firewood. Robb and Stannis intervened repeatedly, reminding them all that internal strife would doom them. Days turned into a week. Another week. There were minor skirmishes along the perimeter when small groups of Whites tested the Watchers. Each time, the defenders drove them back, but the main host never reappeared. Snow piled higher around the fortress walls, drifting up the collapsed gatehouse. With each night, the cold grew sharper, gnawing at bones. Men's beards froze, fingers cracked. The quiet left them uneasy, haunted by the knowledge that a final blow might descend at any moment. In that uneasy lull, Jon once again found himself thinking of ways to break the deadlock. Could they hunt down the White Walkers in their lair? The terrain and the numbers made that unthinkable. Could they pray for a miracle from the Lord of Light, as Melisandre preached? Jon felt uneasy with such faith. Could they survive the entire winter behind these walls? Possibly, but if the White Walkers rallied anew, no wall might stand. A fortnight after Stannis's arrival, the Watchers on the wall spotted movement. A string of Whites stumbling across the plains, heading east. Another group drifted west. Scouts reported scattered pockets of undead all around, as if searching for something. Jon suspected they were picking off smaller pockets of living people, wildlings or stray villages. The White Walkers might be trying to gather more corpses, feed the horde. Then, one morning, as the defenders mustered for daily chores, a new horn blast echoed. 2 notes, then one more. Men rushed to the ramparts, braced for another battle. Instead, the Watchers reported a single living rider approaching from the north. In the courtyard, men formed up, weapons at the ready. The rider emerged from the swirling snow. A free folk woman, her hair matted with ice, her face set in desperation. She carried a crudely made spear with an obsidian tip. Guards parted to let her pass. Jon recognized her from months back. She had once lived among Mance Raiders' people. The woman slid off her horse and nearly collapsed. "They're raising an army farther north," she gasped. "A place of old power, an ancient cairn or ring fort. Thousands of Whites gather there, led by the White Walkers. They plan one final march. They're calling more dead from the forests." A hush fell. Robb stepped forward, gray wind at his side. "Where?" She described a location on the far side of the haunted forest, near a ring of standing stones rumored to be cursed. "If they do it, they'll have more Whites than ever before. More than this fortress can repel. You must strike now. Burn them where they gather." Murmurs rippled. Could it be done? A direct strike into the heart of the White Walkers' assembly? It sounded suicidal. But the alternative might be waiting here for an unstoppable tide. Stannis, who had arrived with a group of men, folded his arms. "This might be our chance. If we catch them unawares, hit them with all our dragonglass and flame, perhaps we destroy them at the source." Robb exchanged a glance with Jon. Then with Mormont. The Lord Commander's face was etched with conflict. We cannot commit the entire fortress. If we strip our defenses, we risk the White Walkers circumventing us. But a large enough force might succeed in this raid. Ned Umber's voice rumbled. We take our best. We leave a garrison behind to hold Castle Black if anything tries to flank us. Stannis nodded curtly. I'll lead half my men. Robb, you do the same. Lord Commander, I ask you to join us as well. That will be enough to mount an offensive no less than 4,000 strong. Robb's eyes blazed. It's a gamble. But if we do nothing, we might all be overrun. All right. Jon inhaled sharply, remembering the cost of scouting parties. Yet if there truly was a place where the White Walkers gathered, they might disrupt the entire host by a surprise strike. I'll go too, Jon said. We'll leave some men behind to hold the wall. But this might be our only chance. Mormont nodded solemnly. Then let it be so. We'll muster a force. Move fast and quiet. Use everything we have, dragon glass, fire, obsidian-tipped bolts. If we catch them in the midst of this unholy gathering. His voice trailed off, but the meaning was clear. Perhaps they could shatter the White Walker threat once and for all. Or perhaps they would all perish in the attempt. Yet desperation forged bold decisions. The next day, preparations began. Horses were readied, far fewer than they once had, but enough for a shock cavalry. Infantry with spears and axes would follow. Stannis's men prayed to the Lord of Light, wearing freshly painted flaming heart symbols on their shields. The free folk woman guided them on the best route. Meanwhile, Mormont instructed the Black Brothers who stayed to guard the fortress in their absence. If the White Walkers tried a flanking maneuver, those defenders would still hold the wall. By midday, the expedition set forth under a leaden sky. Robb rode near the front, gray wind pacing beside him. Jon rode close, flanked by Ned Umber and a stoic band of watchers. Stannis, stern-eyed, led the Baratheon contingent. The Tyrell Knights wore fresh bandages but insisted on riding as well. Lannister Knights, though uneasy, followed for fear of being labeled cowards. The free folk who joined had the advantage of knowing the terrain. All told, nearly 4,000, armed with all the dragaglass and pitch they could carry. They slipped around the western flank of the wall, using old night roads rarely traveled. Snow fell constantly, but the free folk woman guided them to avoid the thickest drifts. The temperature bit into their bones. Yet the men pressed on, urged by a single hope: if they could strike first, they might avert the final catastrophe. Night found them in a narrow valley. They lit no fires, feeding horses by hand. The next day, the woman promised they would reach the ring of standing stones. The White Walkers gather there, she whispered. They do, dark rituals. Summoning the dead from the forest. If we can break that circle, maybe the Whites will lose their direction. Jon tried to snatch a few hours' sleep, curled under thick furs. He dreamt of White Walkers creeping among ancient stones, chanting in a language of ice, resurrecting entire graveyards with a single gesture. He jolted awake, heart-pounding. Outside, the army lay quiet, blanketed by snowfall. Morning came, dull and colorless. The force continued north, watchful. Scouts fanned out. Only the moan of wind and the soft crunch of hooves broke the silence. Then, near midday, the scouts returned with wide eyes. They had found the ring fort. Thousands of Whites milled about, and in the center stood a cluster of White Walkers. Possibly more than they had ever seen. The faint sound of eerie chanting or howling drifted over the hills. The leaders called the men to readiness. They planned to approach from three sides, using torches and pitch bombs to create chaos, while archers rained obsidian arrows on the White Walkers. Stannis would lead one flank, Robb another, Mormont the center. Jon and Ned Umber would coordinate the archers. The free folk scouts would signal the perfect moment to charge. It was madness, but no one flinched. This was the last gamble. They neared the ring fort, an ancient circle of gray stones half buried in ice, ringed by dead trees. In the clearing, Whites shuffled, forming a wide circle. At least 30 White Walkers stood among them, their pale forms shimmering in the weak daylight. A swirling mist of cold hovered overhead. Some deeply malevolent ceremony was underway. The White Walkers placed corpses in patterns, chanting in that grating language. Now and then, arcs of icy power crackled across the stones as if fueling a necromantic spell. The Watchers felt dread coil in their stomachs. The Whites were so many that the entire clearing looked like a single organism of death. If those Whites marched south, Castle Black would fall in hours. Stannis signaled with his sword. The flanking forces crept into position. Robb nodded to Jon from across the slope. Gray wind crouched at his side. Mormont, in the center, raised a torch. When it swung down, the men hurled their pitch bombs and fired flaming arrows. Chaos erupted. Flames whooshed across the clearing, igniting whites in the outer ring. Torches flew, catapults flung clay pots of burning oil. The necromantic chanting faltered as the White Walkers realized they were under attack. Shrieks tore the air. Whites caught fire, flailing into others, spreading flame. The allied force charged downhill, bellowing war cries. Jon loosed arrow after arrow, aiming for the White Walkers. Some missed or were deflected by swirling ice. Others struck whites or lesser White Walkers, which shattered on impact. More pitch bombs landed, fueling a ring of flame. Stannis led a wedge of cavalry that plowed through the outer ring, slicing whites with obsidian-bladed lances. Robb's flank hammered in from the other side, gray wind tearing into undead shapes. The White Walkers hissed in fury. Some conjured blasts of freezing wind to douse the flames, but the allies had come too quickly. The ring fort seethed with confusion as the whites, partially consumed by fire, stumbled about. Mormont's central force advanced with Black brothers brandishing torches and dragonglass spears cutting a path toward the heart of the circle. Jon raced forward with the archers firing point blank. Each arrow struck whites or White Walkers. Many of the latter managed to dodge, but some cracked and collapsed. For every White Walker that fell, a pocket of whites froze in disorientation. The plan was working, or so it seemed for a shining moment. But there were many White Walkers here, and they rallied quickly. From the far side, a half-dozen advanced with spears of ice, hurling them into the cavalry. Horses shrieked, knights toppled. Another group unleashed a wave of cold that extinguished a swath of fire. Freed from flame, hundreds of whites lurched forward, slamming into the allied lines. Suddenly, the ring fort became a chaotic swirl of violence. Jon found himself in the thick of it, dagger in one hand, short sword in the other. Whites lunged from every side, eyes glowing. He and his companions formed a ragged circle, slashing wildly. Stannis' cavalry slammed past, decapitating whites, only to collide with more. Robb's banner flickered in the distance as the king in the north carved a path with dire wolf and men. Mormont's voice rang out, urging the Black brothers forward. A deep shriek of unholy fury cut through the din. Jon whirled to see a White Walker taller than the rest, clad in a kind of frost crown. It gestured at the dead lying around. Immediately, corpses that had fallen moments before lurched upright, reanimated on the spot. Even the ones burned partially tried to stir. The men shouted in horror. All around the circle, whites rejoined the fray with fresh vigor. "Kill that one!" Jon yelled to whoever could hear. He fired an arrow, but the swirling cold battered it aside. The crowned walker advanced, exuding an aura of frost that froze the ground under its feet. Men who charged it found themselves slowed, breath frosting in their lungs. The creature swung a blade that dripped with ice shards, felling two knights in a single blow. Grimly, Jon pushed through the horde, hacking aside whites. Ned Umber barreled in from the side, an axe in each hand. They locked eyes with the crowned walker, whose face twisted in ancient contempt. A swirl of ice rose around it, threatening to fling them back. But Ned roared, pressing onward. Jon followed, adrenaline burning away the cold. Whites converged to shield the walker, but Ned's axes flung them aside, cracking bone and rotted flesh. Jon stabbed those that slipped through, his dragonglass dagger flickering. Each kill weighed on his battered arms, but he forced himself to keep slashing. Step by step, they closed on the crowned walker. The creature lifted a hand, unleashing a frigid blast. Ned Umber froze mid-lunge, ice creeping up his legs. He screamed, tried to swing an axe, but his arms slowed as the cold reached his chest. In heart-stopping horror, Jon watched Ned's expression contort with agony. He realized if he didn't strike now, they were doomed. With a desperate surge, Jon hurled himself behind the walker, aiming his dagger. But the walker sensed him, spinning to meet his blow. Their weapons clashed, dragonglass against living ice. A shockwave of cold stung Jon's eyes. The crowned walker was impossibly strong, forcing Jon back. Ned made one final effort, struggling against the ice that bound him. He managed to swing his axe, hooking it onto the walker's shoulder. The blow chipped the frost armor. The walker hissed, momentarily distracted. That was all Jon needed. He angled his dagger and thrust upward into the walker's torso. Cracks spidered across the creature's icy flesh. It let out a furious shriek, dropping its blade. The crown helmet shattered. The entire form dissolved in a blast of freezing wind, hurling Jon backward. He slammed into the ground, feeling shards of ice pelt his face. A swirl of white consumed his vision. When his sight cleared, the crowned walker was gone, reduced to fragments. Ned Umber collapsed, the ice that had encased him crumbling away. He lay motionless, chest barely rising. Jon crawled to him. Ned's eyes fluttered open, pained. "Did we get it?" he wheezed. Jon helped him sit up. "Yes." The air around them crackled. Across the ringfort, something changed. The whites reeled as if struck by a sudden wave of confusion. The chanting White Walkers moaned in unison. Some turned to flee. The ring of standing stones flickered with failing cold magic. A thunderous shout from the allied ranks signaled the new advantage. Men pressed forward, cutting down whites with renewed fury. Several White Walkers near the center withdrew, no longer chanting. The circle was broken, the unholy ritual undone. Flames roared back to life as the cold wind slackened. The final push was savage and quick. Without the ritual's power, the whites were disorganized. Dozens collapsed or broke into mindless wandering. The defenders systematically burned them. Jon helped Ned to his feet, hauling him away from the center. The ice that had crept up Ned's thighs had left raw frostbite. He maced, though he clutched his axes. "I'm not dead yet," he muttered, though tears of pain beaded in his eyes. They emerged from the swirling carnage to find Robb bounding over rubble, gray wind at his side. Robb's expression gleamed with fierce triumph when he spotted Jon, alive. "You did it," he rasped. "Look at them flee." Indeed, the few remaining White Walkers had retreated into the forest, vanishing in trails of icy mist. The whites they left behind stumbled aimlessly. Stannis's cavalry cut them down or set them ablaze with torches. Mormont, limping, ordered men to form a perimeter. The ringfort was theirs, though battered and reeking of death. Jon stared at the broken stones where the White Walkers had tried to weave their dark magic. "We stopped them," he murmured, half disbelieving. "But is it forever?" Robb glanced around at the legions of smoldering corpses. "We destroyed their gathering place, killed many. Maybe their power is broken. Or maybe they'll form again elsewhere. Either way, the realm breathes a while longer." Nearby, Stannis rode up, Melisandre following. The king's face was set, spattered with gore. "They ran," he said. "I would have chased them if we had the strength, but my men are near spent." He surveyed the carnage. "This was their main host, from what your scouts said. If so, we have done what no other force has done in living memory, scattered the White Walkers' army." Mormont arrived, leaning heavily on a black brother's arm. "We paid dearly, but it was the only way." Indeed, the ringfort was littered with allied dead. But for each fallen man, dozens of whites lay in ruin. The devastation to the White Walkers was even more significant. Many had been slain outright in the initial bombardment or in the final melee. The Crowned Walker, presumably a leader of some sort, was gone. The necromantic circle had collapsed. For the moment, at least, the threat was shattered. Jon gently eased Ned Umber onto a makeshift stretcher. Robb signaled the remaining forces to regroup. Bonfires roared as men heaped white corpses, and a thick pillar of black smoke coiled into the sky. The entire clearing reeked of rot and victory. Some men sank to their knees, weeping in relief. Others prayed to the old gods, the Seven, or the Lord of Light. As twilight fell, the battered alliance set up a temporary camp near the ringfort. Scouts swept the outskirts to ensure no White Walker ambush lurked. They found only scattered whites or unanimated bodies. The free folkwoman who had guided them gazed in awe at the destruction. "You've done more than we could ever dream," she said, voice trembling with a mixture of joy and sorrow. That night, under the cold stars, a ragged feast took shape. Men shared dried rations, a few skins of ale. Fires glowed around the circle. Injured were treated by maesters, red priests, and novices. Jon sat with Robb, Mormont, and Stannis around a modest blaze. None had the energy for animosity or old grudges. They simply stared at each other, trying to accept that they had survived and won. "It might not be the last of them," Mormont said quietly. "Yet we've dealt a blow that will be remembered for ages." Stannis inclined his head. "The realm owes you, all of you, a debt. If the others rise again, we'll be ready. But for now, perhaps the world can breathe." Robb's gaze flicked to Jon. "We ride back to Castle Black in the morning. Ensure the wall still stands. Then, perhaps the north can rest." Jon nodded, though the image of White Walkers dissolving into shards would haunt him forever. He drew a breath. "We must remain vigilant. But yes, perhaps we have a chance to rebuild." In the darkness, men drank to the fallen. Some joked that they would place the severed heads of White Walkers on spikes if only they had not melted into ice. Others whispered that the Great Other's plan was foiled, at least for now. Melisandre gazed into the flames, face unreadable as though seeking visions of the future. When morning's pale light broke, the allied force began the slow march back to Castle Black. They carried their dead on makeshift sledges, determined to burn them properly so none rose again. The living, though battered, walked with a straighter posture. They had faced the worst the night could throw at them and emerged bruised but unbroken. Days later, Castle Black appeared on the horizon, its walls still intact, black banners fluttering. The men who had remained behind greeted the returning victors with awe. Many had feared they would never see their comrades again. Bonfires were lit as a sign of joy and also caution, for wights might still lurk. Yet no enemy host trailed the returning army. The land lay quiet under the snow. Robb and Jon rode in at the head, flanked by Mormont and Stannis. Ned Umber, heavily bandaged, sat in a cart, cursing the lumps in the road. The fortress gates opened fully for the first time in weeks, newly repaired. Cheering rose from the defenders inside. Even the free folk joined in, pounding spears on the ground. Robb dismounted stiffly, scanning the courtyard that had once run red with blood. A hush gradually settled. Men looked to him, to Stannis, to Mormont, to Jon, waiting for some declaration. Robb's voice, hoarse but carrying, rose in the cold air. "We have struck at the White Walkers' stronghold, scattered their host, and destroyed their leader. We do not know if they are gone forever, but they are gone for now. Let the realm know that the living stood as one and turned aside the long night." A thunderous roar of triumph answered him. Swords, spears, and axes clanged on shields. The men who had once marched under different banners now shared a single cause. Jon felt tears sting his eyes as he recalled the horrors they had endured. The war was not over, lurking threats remained. But they had won the first true victory against the White Walkers in living memory. Gray wind padded among the throng, lifting his muzzle to let out a low, triumphant growl. Robb placed a hand on the direwolf's flank, exhaustion radiating from every line of his body. Jon was no less weary. Mormont steadied himself on his staff, sighing in relief. Stannis, silent and severe, accepted the cheers with a single nod, as though fulfilling a grim duty. For a time, Castle Black felt almost celebratory. Fires blazed in the hearths, men told tales of the Ringfort assault, and barrels of ale, once rationed, were opened. The free folk mingled with southern knights in improbable camaraderie. The Lannister men, the Tyrell men, the Umbers, the Black Brothers, Stannis' followers, all found themselves toasting survival. Jon slipped away eventually, climbing a set of steps to a quieter rampart. From there he gazed north. Somewhere out there, wounded White Walkers might slink in the gloom, or newly turned wights might roam. Yet the dread that once strangled him had lessened. He felt the presence of hope. Then he caught a glimpse of white fur moving among the drifts beyond the wall. For an instant his heart leapt, ghost. The pale direwolf emerged from behind a ruined cart, ears pricked. At the sight of Jon, Ghost trotted forward, eyes gleaming red. A thin dusting of frost clung to his fur, but he looked unhurt. Jon's throat constricted. "Ghost," he murmured, descending the rampart to meet the direwolf. Ghost pressed his muzzle against Jon's chest, silent and fierce. Jon stroked the wolf's neck, tears threatening. "I thought you'd gone," he whispered. "But you came back." Ghost stared up at him as if to say, "I was always near." Jon stood there for a long while, letting the direwolf's warmth ground him. Beyond, the men's celebration hummed, but the wind that swept across the courtyard felt less biting. A new dawn had come, and though the scars of war would never fully fade, they had kindled a flame of unity that might endure. Robb found him there, gray wind at his side, and together the two direwolves sniffed each other, tails flicking. The brothers met eyes. No words were needed, only a shared, weary smile. Whatever came next, they had done what many thought impossible. They had beaten back the greatest darkness in the north and preserved the living for a new day. In the weeks to follow, ravens would fly to every corner of Westeros, bearing news that the wall had stood, that the White Walkers were scattered, that King Robb Stark and King Stannis Baratheon had fought side by side. In King's Landing, Caitlin Stark would read the dispatch with tears of gratitude. Lords who once refused to believe in undead nightmares would be forced to accept the truth. Perhaps the realm would remain fractured in politics, but for one shining moment, men remembered that they were all children of the same mortal clay, united against a terror older than memory. Castle Black did not simply return to normal life, it could never return to how it was. Free folk still resided there, forging a cautious peace with the Black Brothers who once hunted them. The Southern Knights prepared for an eventual departure, but many lingered to safeguard the North. Letters from King's Landing spoke of forging treaties that recognized the threat beyond the wall. Some whispered that if the White Walkers ever rose again, the realm would stand better prepared. For Jon and Robb, life remained complicated. Robb was king in the north and protector of the realm, but he had no desire to remain in King's Landing, away from the north. Jon, freed from his Night's Watch vows by extraordinary circumstance, still felt the pull of duty. They had seen too much to turn away. Now, with the greatest threat diminished, they could finally think of rebuilding. Of seeking out Arya, Sansa, Bran, Rickon, ensuring House Stark endured. Perhaps Stannis and Robb would clash anew over who held the true right to the Iron Throne, or perhaps the alliance forged in blood would guide them to compromise. For the time being, that future was a problem for tomorrow. On that crisp morning, with the pale sun emerging over fields of white, Jon and Robb stood on the rampart, ghost and gray wind at their feet. Smoke rose from the watch fires and the wind carried the faint hum of men's voices, no longer shrieking in terror but talking of hope. The horrors they had faced lingered in memory, but the living had proven they would stand as one, no matter old grudges or petty crowns. "Thank you, brother," Robb said quietly, placing a hand on Jon's shoulder. "For fighting at my side. For everything." Jon closed his eyes, feeling the closeness of the two dire wolves, the roughness of the rampart under his gloved hand, the steady presence of Robb. He recalled the vow he once made to the Night's Watch, recalled how he had broken it for the sake of a greater good, and realized it had all come full circle. He had served the realm in ways he never imagined possible. Perhaps his father would be proud. "Always," Jon said, voice soft as the wind. "We stand together. Winter came, and we prevailed." Robb's gaze swept the horizon, eyes bright with unshed tears. "Yes," he murmured, breath visible in the frosty air. "And if it comes again, we'll stand again. The wolves of Winterfell aren't so easily destroyed." They lingered there, letting the new dawn's light bathe the crumbling ramparts. Down in the courtyard, men laughed and teased each other as they stoked the fires for breakfast. Free folk, black brothers, and southern knights all existed side by side, wary at times but unified by what they had endured. The threat of the White Walkers might never vanish entirely, but for now, the hammer blow had passed and the realm had survived. In the end, that was enough, to see another sunrise, to breathe another day, to keep alive the flame of hope and honor that House Stark embodied. And so, in that hush of the aftermath, with gray wind and ghost quietly standing guard, Jon Snow and Robb Stark knew they had written a new chapter in the history of Westeros, one where two brothers, parted by oaths, had joined forces to defy the darkness and carve a path toward whatever future remained. Even in the lull of the northern wind that swept across the ramparts of Castle Black, Jon Snow sensed the weight of what had passed and what still loomed. The uneasy peace that followed the battle at the Ringfort felt like the tenuous calm after a thunderstorm. They had struck a devastating blow against the White Walkers, scattering that terrible host and destroying a key figure that had seemed to lead them. Yet even the most optimistic among the survivors would not dare claim that the threat was gone forever. If anything, the question of whether the others might one day return gnawed at the edge of every silent moment. Still, victory was victory. The weary forces under Robb Stark, Lord Commander Mormont, and Stannis Baratheon had earned a reprieve through unthinkable courage and sacrifice. Once, such an alliance might have seemed impossible. Northmen, Night's Watch, Free Folk, Baratheon loyalists, Tyrell and Lannister knights standing shoulder to shoulder. Now, they shared battered ramparts, watched by ghosts of fallen friends, and tried to imagine what life looked like after the greatest war in living memory. 2 days had passed since the battered remnants of that expedition returned to Castle Black, bearing Ned Umber's wounded body and the Ringfort spoils, an armory of dragoglass reclaimed from dead whites. A few battered trophies of Iceland's heads that had not completely dissolved, and above all, the knowledge that the largest gathering of White Walkers yet seen had been broken. They had lost hundreds more men in that final assault, but they had accomplished the impossible, ended the immediate crisis. With no fresh orders from any undead commander, the whites that remained in the wild wandered aimlessly. Scouts came and went, reporting the occasional pockets of the dead, but nothing resembling an organized army. On the third morning after their return, a frost-laden hush blanketed the fortress. Jon walked the courtyard with Ghost padding at his side, the direwolf's footprints nearly silent on the snow-dusted stones. Around them, men busied themselves with tasks that almost seemed mundane now, patching the stable's roof, hauling supplies from the remains of the old storerooms, even talking about the day they might march home. The sense of alarm that had defined life at Castle Black for so long had diminished. As Jon passed the training yard, he heard the rasp of steel on steel. A few black brothers and a handful of free folk sparred, tentatively continuing the cross-cultural lessons that had begun when the war forced them to unite. A Lannister knight offered pointers on footwork to a wildling woman, while a Tyrell archer demonstrated how to notch an obsidian-tipped arrow properly. The sight stirred something in Jon, a cautious hope that old barriers could be broken when faced with a greater foe. He ducked into a side corridor to find Samwell Tarly in a corner, working with 2 other scribes to inventory the fortress's battered library. Sam's eyes lit up at the sight of Jon. "You're awake early," he murmured, though the soft lines beneath his eyes suggested Sam himself had not slept enough. Jon gave a faint smile. "Couldn't rest. My mind keeps spinning. So much has changed." Sam nodded fervently. "I still feel like I'm living someone else's life. Yesterday, I found an old scroll about the earliest days of the Night's Watch. You know, in those times, they wrote that the Watch fought alongside giants and children of the forest. Now we have free folk and, well, men from across the realm, but it's not so different, is it?" "Not so different," Jon agreed. He glanced at the scribes, who were meticulously recataloguing manuscripts that had been strewn everywhere in the chaos. "Listen, Sam, about the White Walkers. Have we found anything more that suggests they might reform? Or something about this crowned walker that I killed?" Sam's gaze dropped to the parchment in his lap. "Nothing concrete, just stories. Some of these older accounts claim that the White Walkers break into smaller groups when they're deprived of leadership, but it's not clear if they can re-establish a new leader. Others say the magic that binds them can only be renewed by some dark power we haven't encountered. But we can't be sure." Jon let out a breath, part relief, part lingering fear. "So for now, we might have broken them. But we can't pretend they're gone forever." "No," Sam said. "We'll remain vigilant. At least, that's what Maester Aemon would have wanted." His expression grew wistful at the mention of the old Maester who had passed away not too long before these cataclysmic events. Jon placed a hand on Sam's shoulder briefly, then left him to his work. In the corridor, he thought of how many leaders had fallen, how many men who once held crucial knowledge were gone. They would have to forge on, lacking the old mentors. Outside, he heard shouts from the wall. Another supply convoy was arriving, led by riders in Baratheon colors. Stannis had made a point of scouring the nearby strongholds for any leftover provisions to keep Castle Black fed until the broader realm could reorganize. Jon turned toward the main courtyard to greet them. He arrived to see Ser Davos Seaworth dismounting, handing his reins to a stable boy. The older man looked exhausted but managed a tired smile when he saw Jon. "We found a hidden cache of grain in a half-collapsed fort near Deep Lake," Davos explained. "Not much, but it'll help. Some salted fish too. We're bringing it inside now." Jon nodded, grateful. "Thank you. The men will appreciate it. We're burning through stores quickly, even with the numbers we lost, there are still thousands here." Davos's smile faded. "Aye, thousands with nowhere else to go. Stannis plans to remain for a while longer, but eventually we must see to the rest of the realm." "And you, what will you do?" Jon considered the question. It was one he had been turning over in his mind almost nonstop. "I'm not part of the Night's Watch, not truly," he said. "But I feel obliged to protect the wall. And Robb needs me. We have many tasks ahead, negotiations, ensuring the North recovers, the war's aftermath. For now, I'll stay." Davos nodded thoughtfully. "King Stannis respects you, you know? He sees you as a man of honor, if a bit unconventional." That startled a short laugh from Jon. "I appreciate it. But I'm not seeking any crowns. One man with a crown in the North is enough." Davos clapped him on the shoulder. "You've a good heart. I best see to the unloading." Jon watched him walk off, reflecting on how unexpected it was that Stannis, once so stern and rigid about his claim, had now become a key ally. Necessity brought them together, but perhaps something like mutual respect was forming. The day wore on in relative calm. Men patched defenses they might no longer need, though no one dared to slacken vigilance. The free folk who remained camped outside the fortress had begun to talk of returning to their own homes in the north, if the whites truly wandered without purpose now. A few left in small bands, determined to reclaim the land they had fled. Castle Black's leadership decided not to stop them, though they issued warnings that scattered whites might still lurk. In the early evening, as the light flattened across the White Plains, Robb Stark summoned a small gathering in the old common hall. No formal pomp or feasting, but rather a private war council of sorts, one that included fewer men now that the immediate threat had passed. Stannis was there, along with Mormont, Ned Umber, Davos, and Jon. Lady Cailin sat near Robb's side, having arrived from King's Landing some days earlier, drawn by concern for her son. The surviving Tyrell and Lannister officers also joined, Ser Alistair Mullendore for the Tyrells, Ser Rollin Brax for the Lannisters. They circled a crude table on which a map of the North was spread. The ringfort near the haunted forest, the wildling camps, Castle Black, and various strongholds in the Gift were all marked. Robb tapped the map lightly with a gloved finger. The immediate crisis has abated. We have reason to believe the White Walkers, or what remains of them, have retreated into the deepest north or scattered. Our scouts continue to find only small pockets of whites. Yet we can't remain in a constant state of siege. Men need rest, they need to go home. Ned Umber, still swathed in bandages, let out a grunt of agreement. My folk are eager to return to Last Hearth. They want to see what's left after all these months of war. Lady Caitlin's voice was warm but firm. Many in the north have endured famine and raids. They, too, want their king to return and restore order. The Riverlands suffer likewise. And King's Landing must not be abandoned too long, or the Lannisters might stir anew. Sir Rollin Brax folded his arms. Lord Tywin remains at Casterly Rock, but he has not tried to retake the capital. For now at least. Still, he watches every move we make. Stannis studied Robb with that intense gaze of his. Then you plan to depart Castle Black soon? Robb nodded slowly. I do. But I won't leave the wall defenseless. The Night's Watch remains, battered though it is. I'll speak to the southern houses about providing steady support. Let the realm never again starve the Watch or ignore the threats in the far north. Mormont inclined his head gravely. Your support has done more than we ever dreamed. Yet we do need bodies. Too many Black brothers died, and we can't simply press small folk into service. If the realm truly unites behind the Watch's mission, it will help keep future evils at bay. Stannis let out a measured breath. I too cannot stay here forever. The Stormlands are in disarray, Dragonstone needs attention, and the question of the Iron Throne remains unsettled. Yet the war with the undead overshadowed all that. I suspect, Stark, that once you leave, you'll likewise face demands from every corner of your kingdom. A flicker of tension crossed Robb's face. Once, Stannis and Robb had been rival kings. The alliance that saved the living didn't erase that fact. We'll address those demands, but we must do so carefully. I have no desire to wage fresh battles with you, Stannis. Or with anyone if we can avoid it. Davos cleared his throat gently. Perhaps a summit in the south? Where you two can present a united front. The realm might be more inclined to heed your voices if you arrive together, demonstrating that the threat was real and that you overcame it. Lady Cailin nodded thoughtfully. And if Tywin or the Vale or any other house tries to reignite hostilities, they'll do so in front of the entire realm, which now knows that the living must stand together. Stannis frowned, glancing at Melisandre, who stood in a quiet corner, her red robes falling in soft folds. The priestess inclined her head as though sensing his thoughts. Stannis turned back to the group. It is worth considering. Though do not mistake me, I do not forget my claim. But I see the greater good, at least for now. Robb's jaw tightened. I won't bend the knee, Stannis. The North is its own realm, recognized by many. That was my father's dream once. But I'm not blind to the fact that we need stability across Westeros. Perhaps we can forge an accord. A silence fell, heavy with both possibility and caution. Stannis's face remained impassive. Then he gave a single stiff nod. We will speak further. For the moment, we see the greater foe in retreat. Let us focus on returning men to their homes and ensuring the North recovers. Ned Umber thumped the table. Here. The men want to see Winterfell rebuilt. And I aim to see it with my own eyes if my legs can carry me. Mormont tapped the map again. We must still watch for stray whites. I suggest we keep a portion of your combined armies patrolling the Gift, at least until the thaw. If any sign of a new White Walker threat emerges, we can respond quickly. Yes, Robb said, exhaling. We'll do that. We'll leave a rotating guard from each major contingent. Meanwhile, I'll speak with the Vale again, though the Vale's regent refused to act. Possibly hearing of our victory might sway them to open roads or send men to help rebuild. With a last exchange of nods, the meeting ended. Men dispersed with tasks to gather supplies, muster horses, plan routes south. Jon lingered, not entirely sure where his place lay. Part of him felt obligated to remain at the wall. He had sacrificed his Night's Watch vow, but it was for the Watch's greater cause. Another part recognized that Robb might truly need him as the king in the north tried to shape a new future. Lady Cailin approached him gently. Jon, you look troubled. He managed a half-smile. I'm just uncertain. She rested a hand on his arm. You've done more for the realm than many lords twice your age. My son wouldn't have succeeded without you. Ned, your father, would be proud. She hesitated, emotions flickering across her face. I know we've not always seen eye to eye, but I want you to know, I consider you a son of House Stark, always. Jon felt a twist of unexpected gratitude. Thank you, my lady, he murmured. He thought she might object to being called my lady, but she only squeezed his arm gently, then excused herself to rejoin Robb. The next day, a wave of movement began. Stannis planned to ride east with a portion of his men to secure Eastwatch by the sea. He claimed the port could be of strategic value if any threat arose or if trade needed rerouting. More important, it signified Baratheon presence in the north. Melisandre supported him, eyes burning with talk of stamping out leftover undead pockets. Davos, somewhat uneasy, led a small vanguard of knights. Stannis promised to return if the realm required it. The Tyrell and Lannister knights likewise began dividing themselves. Some had families in the south and intended to return at once, while others who had grown respectful of the northern cause volunteered to stay as part of the new rotating guard. Ser Alistair Mullendore declared that House Tyrell recognized the paramount importance of the Watch, so he would remain with 50 knights for a season. Ser Rollin Brax similarly said that certain Lannister men would do the same. It was an astonishing display of cross-house cooperation, born of seeing death on the battlefield and surviving it side by side. In the courtyard, Jon oversaw the final details of these transitions. Horses whickered, wagons creaked, men sorted gear. Beyond the walls, the white expanse stretched empty, an eerie monument to the horrors that had once marched there. On the final morning before the bulk of Robb's forces departed, Lord Commander Mormont requested a private word with Jon in the same chamber where they had once planned for war. Winter sunlight angled through the small, high windows, illuminating the battered desk with scars of old ink stains. Mormont stood behind it, leaning on his staff. "Snow," he began, using the old habit of the Night's Watch. His tone was gentler than usual. "I remember the day I told you that if ever the Watch called, you would answer. You've done more than that. You've saved us all." Jon shook his head. "I only did what was needed." Mormont managed a ghost of a smile. "Humble as ever. But I want you to know, the Watch acknowledges your sacrifice. You gave up your black cloak at a time we needed you free to act. That vow you made, Gior Mormont's vow, still stands in spirit, I think." "You mean your vow," Jon said. "You're Lord Commander now." "I," Mormont said quietly, "but I never forget my predecessor nor the men who truly held the line in the darkest hour. If you ever choose to return, to serve once more as a sworn brother, I would welcome you. But if your path lies elsewhere—" "I understand." Jon felt a lump in his throat. "Thank you." "Thank you," Mormont echoed, then extended a gloved hand. Jon clasped it. The old man's grip was strong. For a moment, Jon remembered the fatherly presence of Gior Mormont, who had gifted him long law. A wave of nostalgia and sorrow washed over him, but he steadied himself. When he left Mormont's chamber, the matter felt settled. He would go south with Robb, at least for a time. Perhaps one day, if darkness rose anew, or if the Watch needed him, he might don black again. For now, the realm demanded something else. A crisp dawn greeted the day of departure, painting the snows in pale gold. The courtyard was a bustle of men and horses. Robb stood near the main gate, repaired from the rubble, his cloak pinned at the shoulder with a simple silver wolf's head. Beside him, Grey Wind prowled, tail swishing. Lady Cailin was there as well, wearing a thick fur mantle. Ned Umber, precariously balanced on a horse, insisted he was well enough to ride. The Riverlanders who had come north under Edmure Tully's banner formed ranks, eager to see their homelands again. Jon approached, leading his own horse. Ghost shadowed him, the direwolf's quiet presence reassuring. Robb greeted him with a smile that betrayed exhaustion and relief. "Ready?" Jon glanced at the fortress walls. "As much as I can be." Robb nodded. "We'll ride for Winterfell. The seat of our house has been neglected too long. Men want their king to return to see the heart of the North restored. And after that, we must address the realm's politics. Stannis is heading to Eastwatch," Jon noted. "He'll keep an eye on anything that stirs in the North." "Yes," Robb said, sounding both relieved and apprehensive. He made it clear he'll want to talk of crowns eventually. But for now, he's content to see the White Walkers remain broken. "We'll face the challenge in due time." They mounted up. A hush fell as Robb wheeled his horse around to face the assembled ranks. Northmen, Riverlanders, a handful of knights from other houses who had chosen to follow the king in the north out of respect or loyalty. Behind them all, the black walls of Castle Black loomed. The line of watchers parted to open a path. Robb raised a hand. "We march," he said simply. "For Winterfell." A soft cheer went up, subdued by months of war. Then the gates opened and the column began to move. The watchers on the battlements saluted, black cloaks stirring in the breeze. Mormont watched from the ramparts, arms folded, until the last rider vanished into the white plains. The journey south was eerily calm. The ravages of war still marked the landscape, burned villages, collapsed watchtowers, but the whites that once prowled these lands were now few. Occasionally, they passed rotting corpses that had once been undead, lying inert in the snow. Jon felt a chill each time, recalling how those things had threatened all of humanity. They moved slowly, cautious of hidden drifts and broken roads. Ghosts scouted ahead, often returning with a quiet growl to confirm no major threats. The men's spirits lifted as they put distance behind them, leaving the realm of perpetual ice. The cold remained, but the hearts of the column burned with the knowledge that they traveled home. After several days, they crossed the wide, half-frozen river that separated the gift from the true north. There, they found homesteads with smoke curling from chimneys, small folk who had not fled, or who had returned upon hearing that the undead menace was over. Some came out to watch the column pass, offering lumps of bread or cheering for the king in the north. They looked tired, thin, uncertain, but hope shone in their eyes. One evening they made camp near a sprawling pinewood. Robb, Jon, Lady Cailin, Ned Umber, and a handful of others shared a fire. The talk drifted to old memories of Winterfell, the hot springs that warmed the castle floors, the godwood with its ancient heart tree, the crypts where generations of Starks rested. Ned Umber grunted. "I wonder how much is left." Ramsay Snow sacked it, Ironmen roamed it, then it was left to the ghosts. "Suppose we'll be rebuilding from the ground up." Robb's face hardened at the mention of Ramsay Snow, that monstrous bastard of the Dreadfort. "If we find Ramsay alive, he'll answer for the horrors he committed. And the Ironmen, Balon Greyjoy, might still hold Moat Cailin unless they were driven out. One crisis at a time." Jon stared into the flames. The Ironborn rebellion had been overshadowed by the war of the undead, but it too had caused grievous harm. "We'll see soon enough," he murmured. They pressed on at dawn, forging a careful route through the thick forests. Around them, winter pressed in. Frozen streams formed glass-like surfaces that cracked under the horses' hooves. The men wore furs and scarves, cheeks reddening in the biting air. Yet the sense of returning home, especially for the northerners, lent them determination. When they reached the outskirts of the Riverlands, they beheld signs of older warfare, battered siege weapons left to rust in the snow, half-collapsed tents from some old engagement. The Lannisters and Starks had once clashed here, or perhaps the Ironborn. Ravens soared overhead, silent observers to the realm's cruelty. Lady Cailin turned her gaze away from the relics as though unable to bear another memory of conflict. After nearly 2 weeks of travel, Winterfell's ruin appeared on the horizon. The sight made the Northmen fall silent. The castle's once majestic walls stood scorched and partially collapsed, towers half-gutted by fire. Snow draped the broken ramparts, giving the entire fortress a ghostly aura. Jon felt a pang in his chest, recalling the strong walls of his childhood. He could almost hear the echo of the courtyard training sessions, the playful shouts of Bran and Arya, the steady voice of Eddard Stark. Robb dismounted at a distance, letting Grey Wind run ahead to scout. The direwolf bounded through drifts, vanishing behind what remained of the outer walls. Cailin pressed a hand to her mouth, eyes watering at the devastation. Ned Umber spat into the snow, muttering curses at the men who had done this. The entire column drew closer with caution in case squatters or Ironborn remnants still lurked. They entered through the main gate, or what was left of it. The blackened timbers had collapsed, leaving a gap in the wall. Once inside, they found the courtyard strewn with debris, charred beams, crumbled stone. Birds took flight at the intrusion, cawing in protest. Ghosts sniffed around, tail held low. The men fanned out, searching for threats. Silence. No Ironborn, no Bolton men, no hidden archers. Only the lonely remains of a castle that had stood for centuries. Robb led them into what had once been the Great Hall. Open to the sky now, its roof caved in. Great piles of rubble marked where thick beams had crashed. The dais at the far end was a blackened ruin. A hush lay upon them all, as if they trod on sacred ground. Lady Cailin slowly stepped forward, lifting her gaze to the sky where a ceiling should have been. "When I first came to Winterfell as Ned's wife, this hall was filled with warmth, laughter." She reached out to touch a scorched column. Her voice broke. "It feels like a dream now." Robb drew closer, putting an arm around her shoulders. "We'll rebuild," he vowed, voice thick. "Our home will stand again." Men began to explore. Some found the old stables half collapsed. Others discovered that the library tower had been burned from the inside, leaving only skeletal beams. The maester's turret was gutted, though a few corridors below it might still be intact. The hot springs still bubbled from somewhere beneath the ground, thin wisps of steam rising through cracks. As the hours passed, they determined that the entire castle was salvageable, but only with immense effort. Weeks, months, perhaps years of labor would be needed to restore Winterfell to its former glory. Yet the men set about clearing debris, establishing makeshift shelters. Tents rose in the courtyard. The direwolves, Ghost and Grey Wind prowled the perimeter, sniffing at new scents. That evening, a council of northern lords and allied captains convened around a bonfire in the courtyard center. The frosty air pressed in, but the flames offered flickering light. Robb stood at the head of the circle, gazing at each face in turn. Ned Umber, Great John Umber's cousin, also battered from the war, represented the Umbers. Lords from smaller houses, Karstarks, Glovers, Manderleys, some had joined them on the road, and other loyalists waited for news. "We have returned to Winterfell," Robb announced. "Our enemies in the north, Ramsay Snow and the Ironborn, must be dealt with if they remain. We must also see to rebuilding this castle and caring for our people who survived these dreadful wars. The White Walkers may be scattered, but winter is not done. We'll face harsh times if we don't plant new crops in the coming season." A murmur of agreement rippled. Lord Wyman Manderley, a burly man with a hint of slyness in his eyes, spoke up from beneath layers of furs. "We can send fish and some supplies from White Harbor, though our own stocks run low. The fighting ruined half our trade routes. But I will do my best, Your Grace." Ned Umber pounded a fist on his knee. "I and the Umbers will chop lumber from our forests, help rebuild. If the Boltons or Ironborn still roam, we'll chase them down." A cautious hush fell. The memory of the Boltons, traitors who had once allied with the Lannisters, still cut deep. Roose Bolton had vanished after the Red Wedding fiasco, leaving his bastard, Ramsay, to ravage the north. The combined horrors of Whites and White Walkers had overshadowed that fiasco, but the scars remained. "I've heard rumors that Ramsay Snow was last seen fleeing deeper into the Dreadfort's lands," said a Glover man. "But that was many moons ago. The White Walkers' threat overshadowed all else." Lady Caitlin's features hardened. "We must confirm if House Bolton has any power left. Their treachery will not be forgotten, nor forgiven. I remember too well how we were all betrayed." Robb nodded gravely. "We'll send scouts to the Dreadfort. But first, let us establish order here in Winterfell. We'll house people who need shelter, stockpile what food we can, and restore at least part of the walls before snowfall thickens further. Spring might be far off, but we can't wait idly." A plan took shape. While some of the Riverlanders prepared to return home, the northern lords began assigning tasks: clearing rubble, repairing a portion of the outer rampart, scavenging building materials from less damaged buildings. John volunteered to help organize laborers. His experience commanding men at Castle Black lent him the necessary authority. Robb gave him a grateful smile, plainly relieved to have John's steady hand. In the days that followed, a semblance of normalcy emerged amid the ruins. Fires burned in what had once been the Great Hall's courtyard, where men hammered beams into place. The ring of steel on stone replaced the howls of the undead. Karstarks, Manderleys, Glovers, and Umbers contributed labor, each working in shifts under John's direction. Meanwhile, Robb wrote letters to lords across the north, urging them to rally at Winterfell. Some responded swiftly, bringing whatever resources they could spare. Others were slower, still reeling from the violence or harboring old grudges. Lady Cailin took on the role of quartermaster, aided by the Manderleys. She supervised the distribution of grain and salted fish, ensuring no one starved. At times, she walked the battlements, remembering how she had once done so with Ned. Her sorrow weighed on her, but she masked it in calm authority. The men admired her resilience. Amid the labor, a handful of watchers from Castle Black arrived, carrying fresh news. The roads, though perilous, were passable enough for small groups. The watchers confirmed that the White Walkers showed no sign of resurgence. Even so, the Night's Watch requested more Black Brothers, lamenting their thinning ranks. Robb pledged to encourage volunteers, though forcibly conscripting men would sow resentment. Weeks slipped by. In that time, the collapsed sections of Winterfell's outer wall were partially restored, at least enough to keep out wolves and opportunistic raiders. Some towers remained blackened husks, but the new wooden structures gave people shelter from the biting winds. Snow still drifted relentlessly, though occasional mild days suggested that, perhaps in time, spring would come. Between labor shifts, the men would gather around the fire, sharing stories of the war for the dawn. They spoke of the Ring Fort, the Crowned Walker, the army of Whites. They marveled at how Stannis Baratheon had ridden to their aid, forging an alliance once unimaginable. They spoke, too, of those lost. Edmure Tully had returned to the Riverlands, but many of his knights had perished. The Tyrell banners had shrunk in number, and the Lannisters who had come had likewise left behind plenty of dead. But the living had persevered. One bitterly cold dawn, Jon rose early to inspect the barricades near the main gate. Ghost shadowed him. The sky glowed with a pale orange promise of sunrise. Men in cloaks hammered nails into newly cut timbers. Another day's work, another step toward making Winterfell livable. He finished his inspection, satisfied that progress continued, and turned to find Robb approaching from the courtyard. They exchanged nods, walking side by side. "How do you fare?" Robb asked. "You've thrown yourself into this rebuilding." Jon shrugged. "It's necessary. Without a secure seat, the North remains splintered. And there's a certain healing, I suppose, in seeing the walls rise again." Robb's gaze flicked to the broken towers. "Yes, my father built these walls for centuries. Well, not just him, but every generation of Starks. Now it's our turn." He paused. "Jon, I've been thinking. Once we establish a measure of stability, I'll need to consider the realm's broader future. The Iron Throne. The alliances. We can't ignore them forever. If Tywin tries to move or if some other threat emerges, we can't be caught off guard." Jon nodded soberly. "Agreed. We might have new nightmares from across the sea, or old grudges within Westeros. At least the White Walkers are scattered, but men's ambitions remain." Robb's expression grew thoughtful. "I remember how Father always said that the only time the realm truly unites is when a greater threat looms. With that threat apparently contained, I worry the realm might splinter again. Stannis is a good example. He'll press his claim. The Vale might challenge him. The Lannisters might reassert themselves in the capital. And then, of course, there are rumors of Daenerys Targaryen across the narrow sea with dragons." Jon half smiled. "Dragons? Are they real?" Robb shrugged. "We hear whispers. The world is bigger than we ever imagined." They walked in silence for a moment, steps echoing on the half-cleared stones. Then Robb turned to him with an intensity in his gaze. "I need you at my side, Jon. I've said it before. You're more than a warrior. You're a voice of reason, a man men trust. Would you come with me to King's Landing, or wherever we must go, to shape the future of the realm? Or do you wish to remain here in Winterfell?" Jon's heart twisted. He thought of the vow to the Watch he had once held dear, the vow he had effectively broken for a cause greater than any oath. He recalled Mormont's words about the Watch welcoming him if he returned. But the realm might still need him. "I'll stand with you," Jon said quietly, "if you truly believe that's where I'm needed." Robb exhaled, relieved. "Thank you. We'll stay here as long as we must to ensure Winterfell's reconstruction is well underway. Then, we'll gather lords and travel south to settle matters. I'd like to call a great council if we can. Force the houses to see reason and keep the realm from fracturing again." Jon nodded. "It's a bold idea, but it might work, especially if Stannis attends and if the rest see we stand united." Robb's mouth curved in a weary smile. "We'll need to send many ravens." Time pressed on. Winterfell slowly regained a measure of order. Lords came and went, pledging fealty anew, some bringing timid support, others grumbling about old wounds. Lady Cailin, with the efficiency of a seasoned diplomat, smoothed tensions, reminding them all that the North must unite in times of adversity. The days grew fractionally longer, though the snow still fell. One morning, a raven arrived from the Dreadfort, carried by a black brother who had ventured there. He brought disturbing news. The Dreadfort's gates were found open, the halls deserted. Signs of a brutal struggle littered the courtyard, bloodstains, scattered weapons. No living soul remained. It seemed Ramsay had vanished, possibly with a handful of followers, leaving the fortress a husk. The Black Brother guessed that straggling undead or local rebels might have attacked. Or Ramsay fled well before that. Either way, the bastard of Bolton was nowhere to be found. Robb read this report in grim silence, then shared it with Jon and the other Keylords. "He's gone," But not necessarily dead, he concluded. We'll keep searching. If he resurfaces, he faces stark justice. Ned Umber spat. He'd best hope the whites got him. Our men would not be so kind. With that lingering threat, they pressed on, acknowledging that old crimes might go unpunished for the moment. The North had bigger tasks. Another letter arrived from King's Landing, penned by Lady Marjorie Tyrell. The letter congratulated the king in the North on his victory against the White Walkers and expressed a willingness to join a great council should Robb organize one so that the realm could codify alliances. She wrote that the city had stabilized under Catelyn Stark's chosen regents, but tensions simmered as always, especially with Tywin Lannister quietly influencing matters from Casterly Rock. Robb took the letter as a sign the time had come to move. He announced to his assembled lords that once Winterfell's walls were at least minimally restored and the small folk had enough supplies, he would ride south for a great council, likely at Harrenhal or Riverrun, depending on the realm's preference, where he and the other great lords would settle the question of the Iron Throne, the new boundaries of the North, and the promised support for the Night's Watch. A ripple of excitement and anxiety spread through the courtyard when this news broke. The men understood that the White Walkers might return in the future, but for now, humanity's war had shifted back to the living's concerns, crowns, alliances, and the distribution of power. Many believed that if Robb Stark and Stannis Baratheon could maintain their accord, the rest of Westeros might fall in line. Others feared renewed conflict. Jon stayed silent but resolute. He would accompany Robb. Ghost would follow, of course, and they'd leave a portion of the dire wolf banners in Winterfell to guard against any unforeseen threats. The Umbers, Manderleys, Karstarks, and other houses would help the region recover while the king negotiated in the south. At last, the appointed day came. By then, the partial repairs to Winterfell's gate and walls made it defensible if not fully restored. Workers continued clearing rubble in the library tower. The Godwood with its ancient heart tree remained scarred by the fires from Ramsay's assault, but it still stood, a quiet testament to resilience. Lady Catelyn had ensured the storehouses were reorganized. Men praised the hot springs that still warmed a portion of the living quarters. Life, in some small measure, had returned to this old seat of House Stark. That dawn, a modest company of riders formed in the courtyard. Robb, clad in a simpler version of his war armor, took the lead. Grey Wind watched the proceedings with bright eyes, tail flicking. Jon stood beside him, wearing black leathers trimmed with the Stark sigil, Longclaw at his hip, Ghost at his side. Lady Catelyn, electing to remain at Winterfell this time, said farewell to Robb with tears in her eyes but pride in her voice. Bring us an end to these wars, my son, she whispered, clasping Robb's hand. Let the North know peace. Robb bowed his head. I'll do my best. A hush fell across the courtyard as the king in the north and his retinue departed. Dozens of northern knights, a scattering of Riverlander cavalry, and a small group of watchers from the Night's Watch who had volunteered to come as emissaries to the Great Council. Ned Umber had chosen to remain behind, still recuperating from his frost wounds. Instead, Lord Manderley accompanied the king, determined to represent White Harbor's interests. They crossed the old moat, leaving the scorched gatehouse behind them. As they rode, the battered silhouettes of Winterfell receded. Jon wondered if it would ever truly feel the same. Perhaps in time, with new timbers and fresh memories. For now, they carried the old scars. Southward they traveled through the same routes by which they had once marched to the wall. Here and there, they encountered travelers, merchants, small folk, even a few knights returning from the north. Most recognized Robb's banners and offered respectful greetings. The men asked after the White Walkers, and Robb or Jon would explain that the threat was broken for now. Relief and awe colored every conversation. Some offered thanks, saying prayers for House Stark, for the men who had risked everything. As they neared the neck, Moat Cailin loomed on the horizon, those ancient towers that had once guarded the passage. The last time Robb had come through, the war with the Ironborn had raged. Now, the old fortress lay quiet, partially abandoned, battered by storms. A handful of Ironborn might still lurk, but reports suggested they'd either withdrawn or been slaughtered by wandering whites. Robb decided to reclaim Moat Cailin for the north, so they paused for 2 days. A small garrison of northern men took control, clearing out the neglected halls. They found a few half-starved Ironborn who offered no fight, surrendering meekly. Robb let them go after extracting vows that they would return to the Iron Islands. The Ironborn left with grudging relief, and the northern men took up the watch. Continuing south, the land gradually changed from stark white to a gentler winter landscape, with patches of brown grass showing through. Trees lost some of their icy shrouds. The men muttered that the southern winters were kinder. Jon recalled the gloom of the Riverlands, where entire villages had been razed in the earlier stages of the war. They might see such devastation again, or perhaps the realm had begun to heal. In time, they reached the twins' seat of House Frey. Tension prickled along the column. Walder Frey's betrayal in the Red Wedding was not forgotten. But that event had been overshadowed by the undead threat and House Bolton's treachery. Robb needed to pass through here peacefully if he wanted to avoid a lengthy detour. He sent a messenger ahead, and after some delay, the Freys opened the gates. A handful of anxious Frey sons greeted Robb. The king in the north dismounted, meeting them with a cool courtesy. Walder Frey did not appear. He was said to be bedridden, old as the hills. Instead, a scattering of Frey grandsons stammered apologies for their house's past alliances, swearing they recognized Robb's rightful kingship and heroism in ending the White Walker menace. Robb, stiff with old memories of betrayal, gave them measured words. He demanded free passage and guaranteed safe conduct. The Frey scions, clearly terrified of retribution, hurried to comply. They offered a feast of sorts, but Robb politely refused to linger. He knew the men's stomachs churned at the thought of dining in that hall. Instead, they crossed the bridge the next morning, tension thick until they were well beyond arrow range. Jon exhaled in relief once they were safely past the twins. Old wounds ran deep, and House Frey had proven untrustworthy, but at least they'd not raised arms. Entering the Riverlands, they found the signs of rebuilding. Fields once burned had been replowed, charred farmsteads now under reconstruction. Lord Edmure Tully had done his best to restore the region while dealing with the aftermath of Lannister raids. The men on the road recognized Robb's banners and cheered. Some spoke in hushed awe about the heroes who fought the dead. The rumor had spread, turning the king in the north and his half-brother Jon Snow into near-mythic figures. Jon felt uncomfortable with such adulation, but he understood the power of legend in uniting hearts. They arrived at Riverrun to a warm welcome by Edmure Tully and his household. The great castle stood resolute beside the confluence of rivers, a symbol of resilience. Edmure embraced Robb like a brother, relief flooding his face. He too had worried that the undead war might consume the north entirely. A feast was held in Riverrun's hall, though it paled in splendor compared to the feasts of old. Food remained limited, but Edmure scrounged enough bread, fish, and ale to make it a proper greeting. Minstrels sang ballads about the war for the dawn, weaving improbable exaggerations about White Walkers towering thrice the height of men and dire wolves that breathed fire. Jon found it equal parts amusing and unnerving. When the cups were raised, Edmure turned to Robb. "Now that the threat is gone, or at least abated, what next, your grace? The realm awaits your word, and we Riverlanders remain loyal, but we also fear a resurgence of the old conflicts." Robb set down his cup. "A great council, where the major lords can gather, Stannis Baratheon, the Tyrells, the Lannisters, the Martells if they choose to come, the Vale, Stormlands, and Crownlands, all of them. We'll decide how to maintain peace, how to support the Night's Watch, how to address the reality of the North's separate kingship. The seat is not yet decided. Harrenhal is large enough, but it's a cursed place. Or we might choose Riverrun itself. Or the capital." Edmure grimaced. "Harrenhal might be cursed, but it's bigger than Riverrun. And King's Landing is complicated." Robb nodded. "We'll see. I plan to send ravens once I reach the region. For now, I wanted to check on you, Uncle, and ensure the Riverlands are healing." Edmure reported that the farmland was slowly returning to life, though Lannister raids in the previous year had inflicted lasting scars. The small folk had begun to trust that the direwolf banners offered protection again. Some bandits roamed, but Edmure's men kept them at bay. They spent a few days at Riverrun, resting the horses and ensuring that lines of communication were stable. Jon and Ghost walked the castle's battlements, recalling how they had once retaken this castle from the Lannisters in an earlier phase of the war. Lady Cailin was not present, having stayed in Winterfell, but the memory of her pacing these walls lingered in Jon's mind. Before long, they resumed their southward journey. Lords of the Riverlands accompanied them, swelling the column. The intention was to call upon Harrenhal first, see if the stronghold could be readied for a grand gathering. If not, they might push on to King's Landing. Passing through war-ravaged roads, they beheld Harrenhal's blackened towers rising from the horizon. That colossal fortress, melted by dragonfire centuries ago, had a reputation for curses that seemed well-earned. The walls soared ominously, the outer wards spread wide around a courtyard that could host thousands. But the place stank of old ghosts and gloom. When they arrived at Harrenhal's gates, The men approached warily. They found it guarded by a small band of Tully men who had claimed it in Edmure's name. The band let them in, relieved at their arrival. Inside, the castle's massive courtyard stretched, partially overgrown with weeds. Pigeons roost in cracks overhead. The men tested the main keep, found it mostly intact but cold and eerie. Robb surveyed the keep's interior, scowling at the dank corridors and the wind that moaned through melted stone archways. If we hold a council here, it'll fit thousands. But the ambience. Lord Manderly sniffed. It might be best if the realm sees Harrenhal as a symbol of the old wars. We want to unite them, not scare them. Ser Willis Mudd, a local steward who had aided Edmure, spoke timidly. We've tried to make it habitable, but it's half ruined, sire. We can expand the living quarters with tents, but the place is bleak, especially in winter. In the end, they decided to push on to King's Landing. Despite the city's complexity, it at least possessed the infrastructure to host lords from across the realm. Robb sent out ravens from Harrenhal, proclaiming his intention to hold a great council in King's Landing in the name of peace and stability. He invited Stannis Baratheon, the Tyrells, the Martells, the Vale, the Westerlands, and all major lords to attend. Then the column continued its march. The closer they drew to King's Landing, the more the landscape changed. They passed the crossroads scene of so many events in the War of the Five Kings. The ruins had been rebuilt into a modest hostel, travelers once again frequenting it. Some recognized Robb's standard and exclaimed in delight, praising the king in the north for saving them from the undead. Others simply stared warily. Then, on a brisk morning, the walls of King's Landing came into view. The city spread across the horizon, a sprawl of mismatched roofs and winding roads. Smoke curled from countless chimneys. The Red Keep's towers rose on Aegon's high hill, tinted a dusty red under the winter sun. Once a place of Lannister cruelty under Joffrey, it now bore the dire wolf banners, though rumor said the Lannister lions still lurked in corners. As they approached the main gates, the gold cloaks opened them without hesitation. Robb's retinue rode in to find the streets lined with curious onlookers. Word had spread that the king in the north was returning. People craned their necks, some offering polite cheers, others simply observing. The city smelled as always fish, waste, smoke, 1,000 crowded souls. After the fresh air of the north, Jon felt overwhelmed by the closeness. Ghost trotted beside him, hackles slightly raised at the unfamiliar crush of bodies. They made their way to the Red Keep. Inside, banners of the dire wolf still hung, though dust had gathered in the corridors. Servants bustled to greet the arrivals. Robb dismounted in the courtyard, gray wind letting out a low huff. The gathered staff offered bows, murmuring, "Your Grace." Robb scanned the keep's walls. "Where's Lady Margaery? Or whomever is in charge here?" A steward answered that Lady Margaery Tyrell had recently departed for Highgarden on urgent family business, leaving a small council behind to govern in her absence. Grand Maester Orton, an older man with a stooped posture, acted as the caretaker of the castle. They met Grand Maester Orton in the throne room, once the seat of Joffrey's tyranny. The Iron Throne loomed on, its dais unoccupied, and braziers lit the cavernous space. Orton bowed deeply, expressing relief that the king in the north had arrived. "Much needs your attention, sire. The city remains stable, but supplies dwindle as winter deepens. Many lords remain unsure of the realm's future. Some ask if Stannis will claim the throne, or if you will." Robb looked at that monstrous throne of melted swords, recalling how he had refused to sit on it. "We have called a great council," he said. "We intend to gather the lords to settle the realm's fate. I trust you'll help us prepare for that." Orton bowed again. "Of course, Your Grace. The Red Keep can accommodate many lords, but we shall likely need more lodging in the city. We'll do our best, though the cost will be great." "We'll manage," Robb said, "with the help of the allied houses." The men left the throne room, unsettled by the memory of Ned Stark's final moments there, the echo of Joffrey's voice. Jon exchanged a glance with Robb, each reading the other's grim thoughts. The White Walkers had nearly ended them all, yet now they stood in the place where Robb's father had died. The swirl of history weighed heavily. Days turned into a flurry of activity in King's Landing. Ravens flew in every direction. Envoys arrived from smaller houses, each wanting to confirm the Great Council's date and the roles they might play. Tents sprang up outside the city walls, forming a veritable encampment. Some foreign merchants tried to hawk wares at inflated prices. The city's small folk, battered by the last war, eyed the arriving armies with suspicion but also with a glimmer of hope. Maybe the realm's new order would be less cruel than Joffrey's reign. Jon found the Red Keep stifling. He preferred the practice yard where he drilled men in basic swordplay or tested archers with obsidian-tipped arrows that had been shipped from Dragonstone. Now and again, local courtiers approached him with flattery or proposals, possibly sensing that he had Robb's ear. Jon felt ill at ease with such politicking. He missed the honest cold of the north, the directness of the Night's Watch. Yet he forced himself to engage politely for Robb's sake. Meanwhile, Grey Wind's presence in the keep caused a stir among southern courtiers. Some were fascinated, others fearful of the direwolf's size. Ghost drew equal stares whenever he followed Jon through the corridors, silent as a shadow. Jon overheard servants whisper that these beasts had helped kill the White Walkers, though the legends were swiftly ballooning into outlandish claims of dire wolves that breathed frost fire. Jon shook his head, realizing myths rarely matched reality. One afternoon, while overseeing a group of black brothers who had traveled south as representatives of the Watch, Jon noticed a new arrival, a small retinue bearing the Sun and Spear sigil of Dorne. They entered the courtyard with quiet dignity, guided by King's Landing staff. At their head rode a slender, sharp-eyed woman in richly colored silks, and behind her, a tall young knight with dark hair. The guards parted to let them pass. Jon recognized the woman from descriptions, perhaps Arianne Martell, niece or cousin to Prince Doran. He approached to greet them, offering a polite bow. "Welcome to King's Landing. I'm Jon Snow, advisor to the king in the north." The Martell party eyed the dire wolf at Jon's side. Arianne, if that was indeed her, regarded Ghost with curiosity. "I am Arianne Martell," she said, confirming Jon's suspicion. "I come on behalf of my uncle, Prince Doran. We received your ravens about this great council. We wish to ensure Dorne's interests are not overlooked." Jon nodded. "Dorne's presence is most welcome. Please follow me. I'll escort you to see King Robb Stark." As he led them through the keep's corridors, Arianne took in the sights with an aloof confidence. She asked pointed questions about the War for the Dawn, about the alliance with Stannis, about the Lannisters' potential moves. Jon answered carefully, mindful that Martell politics were famously intricate. Arianne's quick eyes suggested she missed little. They found Robb in a small solar, conferring with Lord Manderley and a few others about supply routes. Robb stood when Arianne entered, greeting her with courtesy. She explained that Dorne would dispatch more envoys soon, including knights and merchants, to join the Great Council. Jon sensed a guarded tone in her words. Dorne had not forgotten the deaths of Elia Martell and her children during the sack of King's Landing. That grudge might color their dealings with House Lannister. Still, the meeting ended on a positive note. Arianne departed to secure lodging in the city, leaving behind a few guards as a gesture of trust. Robb exhaled when she left, massaging his temple. "It begins," he muttered, half to Jon. "Representatives from every corner of Westeros will swarm. This city might burst at the seams." Jon thought of the meager storehouses. "We'll have to ensure enough food. The people here are near starving as is." Robb grimaced. "Yes, I'll speak with Marjorie's stewards about shipments from the Reach and see if the Vale or the Westerlands will contribute. We can't have the Great Council degenerate into chaos because the city runs out of bread." Every day more banners appeared on the horizon. The banners of the Vale finally arrived, led by Ser Brynden Tully, the Blackfish who had managed to persuade Lysa Arryn to send a token force. Lysa herself did not come, but her son, the sickly Lord Robert, remained in the Vale, presumably safe in the Eyrie. The Vale Knights set up camp outside the city walls, stiff with caution. House Tyrell's main host marched in from the Rose Road, accompanied by wagons of food. Marjorie was absent, but her grandmother, Lady Olenna, traveled in a closed litter. The Queen of Thorns wasted no time taking over a portion of the Red Keep's gardens, complaining about the climate and the dreadful state of the capital's housekeeping. Robb accepted her barbs with a polite stoicism, recognizing that the Tyrells' support was crucial. Then came the Westerlands. Kevan Lannister led a delegation, cautious but direct. He bore Tywin's words. The old lion himself would not come, but he recognized the Great Council and would abide by its decisions provided they did not undermine the rights of House Lannister. Kevan's presence put many on edge, as did the number of Lannister soldiers he brought. But no violence sparked. This was a realm in flux, not in flames. The Stormlands had a partial representation, mostly from minor lords. Stannis remained in the east, near Dragonstone or Eastwatch, so the Stormlands approached with curiosity, unsure if they should obey him or negotiate with Robb. Nonetheless, they came. Dorne added more envoys, tall knights with polished helms, ladies in embroidered silks. The crownlands themselves were in flux, with some houses still loyal to the absent monarchy, others bending the knee to the king in the north or simply waiting. The scene was an unprecedented tapestry of banners and claims. King's Landing swelled with more people than it had hosted in years, turning lively but also tense under the winter's biting cold. Amid this swirl, Robb declared the official start of the Great Council a fortnight after the last major host arrived. The Red Keep's throne room was prepared, the dais cleared of the Iron Throne itself to make room for a grand semicircle of seats. That monstrous seat of swords stood behind a curtain, a symbol of monarchy but not the centerpiece. Robb insisted on that arrangement, wanting the realm to see this council as a meeting of equals, not an imposition of a single king. When the day came, the lords and ladies filed into the throne room, filling it with the murmur of whispered alliances and cautious greetings. Jon stood at Robb's right hand, wearing a subdued tunic in stark gray, ghost resting at his feet. The direwolf's presence kept some lords uneasy, but none dared protest. Lady Olenna Tyrell settled in a seat near the front, flanked by her heirs. Kevan Lannister and a line of stern-faced Westermen took seats to one side. Arianne Martell and her retinue claimed another quadrant, swirling silken cloaks. The Vale's knights, the Stormlands delegates, minor Crownlands lords, and various others found places. A small Night's Watch contingent observed from a side platform, black cloaks conspicuous in the crowd. At the dais, Robb Stark stood with Lady Cailin, who had traveled down from Winterfell after ensuring things were stable, Lord Manderly, Ned Umber, and a few key northern lords. Quiet fell, all eyes on Robb. He wore a simple circlet, no gaudy crown, just the slender band of silver that proclaimed him king in the north. He raised a hand for silence. The hush deepened. "Lords and ladies of Westeros," he began, voice resonating in the vast hall. "We gather here in the shadow of war, both the war among men and the far greater war we fought against the dead. Many of you have heard the tales of the White Walkers, of the army of whites, and how the realm was nearly consumed. We stand here today because we united, however briefly, against a common foe." He let that sink in, scanning the crowd. Now that the immediate threat has passed, we face a new challenge to shape the future of Westeros so that we do not fall into old grudges or petty conflicts that would leave us vulnerable to any threat that might arise again. Some of you call me king in the north. Others follow Stannis Baratheon, who is not present but once claimed the Iron Throne. The Lannisters ruled here under Joffrey. The Tyrells hold great power in the Reach. Dorne stands proud of its old traditions. The Vale, the Stormlands, the Riverlands, each region has its own cause. A faint shifting of seats indicated the weight of all these claims. Robb continued, voice unwavering. "We must decide how to govern ourselves, how to support the Night's Watch, how to ensure that if another threat, undead, foreign invasion, or otherwise, appears, we stand prepared. I propose we speak openly, forging new agreements that acknowledge the North's desire for autonomy, respect the legacies of each house, and secure peace." The hall remained still, each delegation measuring their words. Kevan Lannister rose first, clearing his throat. He spoke of the Westerlands' willingness to recognize certain rights of the North but insisted that House Lannister's holdings and dignity be preserved. He read a brief letter from Tywin stating that any attempt to displace House Lannister from its rightful place in the realm would be met with stern measures, yet offering no outright aggression. Lady Olenna Tyrell spoke next, dispensing with pleasantries. She demanded assurances of trade routes, partial compensation for the costs of the war, and clarity on whether Stannis or Robb intended to rule King's Landing going forward. She added a barbed remark about the Lannisters' past treachery. Arianne Martell followed, calmly noting Dorne's unique historical status, how it had joined the realm by marriage, not conquest. She demanded the realm respect Dorne's self-governance in certain matters. She also hinted at remembering old atrocities committed during the sack of King's Landing. A wave of voices rose from the Vale, the Crownlands, the Stormlands, each with their own demands or concerns. The room soon filled with overlapping petitions. Robb tried to maintain order, calling on each region in turn. Lady Cailin flanked him, offering calm interjections, reminding them of the bigger picture. The realm had nearly perished to the undead. It was not the time for petty bickering. Through it all, Jon stood watchful, interjecting occasionally to confirm details about the White Walker War, how the North still needed resources for rebuilding. Kevan Lannister pressed for specifics on how the North would remain separate from the crown. A Martell envoy insisted that if the North was recognized as independent, Dorne should likewise have certain privileges. The Tyrell Knights scoffed at that notion. Voices rose, frustration building. At length, Robb signaled for silence again. This council is not about fracturing the realm into a dozen petty kingdoms. Nor is it about placing everyone under a single tyrant's heel. I propose a compromise. The North remains a separate kingdom acknowledging certain trade and defense obligations to the rest of Westeros. The Riverlands remain loyal to the king in the north. The other regions, Westerlands, Reach, Stormlands, Dorne, Vale, acknowledge one central authority in King's Landing for matters of mutual defense. That authority, however, will not be an absolute monarchy but guided by a council of great lords. Call it a regency, if you will. A wave of murmurs greeted this suggestion. Kevan Lannister looked reluctant. Lady Olenna cocked her head in thought. Arianne Martell exchanged glances with her knights. Perhaps it was not the ideal arrangement for any single faction, but that might be its strength. Then a new voice cut through the crowd, one of the Vale Knights, announcing that Stannis Baratheon had arrived at the gates with his retinue. A stir of surprise rippled through the assembled lords. Robb signaled for them to admit him. Moments later, Stannis Baratheon entered the throne room with measured steps, his cloak dusty from travel. Davos followed, as did Melisandre in her red robes, drawing uneasy looks from many. Stannis strode up to the dais, meeting Robb's gaze with that same intense, unblinking look. He bowed stiffly, not precisely in fealty, but in acknowledgement. I apologize for my late arrival. I was detained ensuring Eastwatch's defenses. It seems you've begun this council without me. Very well. Robb managed a polite nod. Welcome, King Stannis. We've been discussing how to shape the realm's governance. A murmur passed among the spectators. King Stannis. King Robb. Two kings in the same hall. Tension crackled. Kevan Lannister pressed his lips together. Lady Olenna fanned herself, watching keenly. Stannis, ignoring the stares, scanned the lords. My claim to the Iron Throne was once paramount, recognized by law. Yet the war with the dead showed me that crowns mean little if the realm is destroyed. I will not yield my rightful claim, but I will speak with you all to find a solution that ensures stability and readiness should the others ever return. He paused, flicking a glance at Melisandre, who remained by his side. If the North will have its own king, so be it, but the realm must not dissolve into chaos. I propose that I, Stannis Baratheon, serve as the protector of the realm with a council of great lords to ensure fair governance. Meanwhile, King Robb Stark rules the North and the Riverlands with obligations to help defend the rest of Westeros if threatened by external or unnatural foes. The hall exploded in murmurs. Stannis had effectively offered a coexistence, recognizing the North as separate while maintaining the rest under his guidance. Kevan Lannister objected at once, muttering that House Lannister would never accept a Baratheon overshadowing them. Arianne Martell quietly pointed out that Dorne might want more autonomy. Lady Olenna made a tart remark about who would hold the purse strings. Davos tried to calm them, stepping forward to highlight how Stannis had marched north to save them. Meanwhile, Robb cast a sidelong glance at Jon, seeking silent affirmation. Jon gave a subtle nod. Some form of co-sovereignty might be the only path that avoids yet another war. All day the lords debated. Robb, Stannis, and the major powers hammered out details, trade routes, garrisons, lines of authority. House Lannister demanded recognition of its holdings and a say on the small council. Lady Olenna insisted the Tyrells must oversee much of the agriculture to prevent famine. Dorne's representatives wanted an official apology for Elia Martell's murder along with expanded self-rule. The Vale pressed for a guarantee that it would not be drawn into further war without just cause. On and on it went, tempers flaring, compromises made. At times, it seemed the entire endeavor might collapse. But the memory of the White Walker threat loomed over them and the knowledge that a new civil war could leave them defenseless if the others ever rose again. Gradually, a shape emerged, a settlement in which the king in the north reigned over the North and the Riverlands, a separate monarchy in all but name, while Stannis was recognized as protector in the south with a council of regents from each great region. The finer points, like a formal release from older oaths, the logistics of supporting the Night's Watch, the status of crown property, took hours to iron out. Kevan Lannister, after receiving a quiet raven from Casterly Rock, possibly from Tywin, announced that the Westerlands would not openly contest Stannis's position if certain conditions were met, including the right to maintain a sizable Lannister army for security and the assurance that older Lannister debts be honored by the crown. Tywin likely saw advantage in letting the realm rest so he could preserve wealth and influence in a more stable environment. By the time darkness fell, the throne room glowed with torchlight and the lords were hoarse from debate. Finally, Robb rose, calling for a moment of silence. We have come a long way since the War of Five Kings began. Many have died, many more suffered. The others nearly destroyed us. Now we stand on the cusp of a new order. one that respects the North's independence while unifying the rest of Westeros under King Stannis Baratheon's protection. Let us confirm these accords so we can turn our swords to plowshares and keep watch against any future nightmares." A hush settled. Then, one by one, the lords voiced agreement or acceptance, albeit begrudging. A flurry of scribes recorded the details. Some points needed future negotiation, especially with Dorne's autonomy, but the framework stood. Stannis, grim-faced but resolute, stepped onto the dais, meeting Robb's gaze. The two kings clasped forearms, sealing the uneasy alliance. Cheers rose, some enthusiastic, some polite, others subdued. But it was done. The Great Council had forged a peace that, at least for the moment, set aside old grudges. House Stark would rule the North and Riverlands, House Baratheon would hold the South with a broad-based council, and the Night's Watch would receive guaranteed tithes and recruits from each region. The new system might not please everyone, but it promised a respite from the storms of war. Jon listened, relief and caution mingling in his heart. Ghost lay at his feet, ears pricked at the noise. They had averted apocalypse, hammered out a fragile unity among fractious lords, and recognized the vastness of the world's dangers. The realm would not soon forget the near-brush with extinction. And if the others ever rose again, perhaps this time Westeros would not ignore the threat until it was too late. In the days that followed, formal documents were drafted and sealed. Messengers spread word of the new arrangement. Some lords departed at once, eager to return home. Others lingered, forging new trade deals or marriage pacts. A sense of cautious optimism enveloped King's Landing. The city bustled with travelers, markets reopened, small folk breathed a bit easier. The memory of Joffrey's tyranny and the horrors of the undead remained, but life pressed forward, as it always did. Eventually, Robb announced he would return to Winterfell to oversee further rebuilding, now recognized by the entire realm as the king in the north. He left a small northern delegation in King's Landing to coordinate with Stannis' new council. In a formal but subdued ceremony, Robb and Stannis parted ways as co-equal kings, a phrase some found laughable, but better than renewed bloodshed. Stannis stayed in the capital for the time being, dealing with the intricacies of southern rule, while Melisandre's red robes flickered in the corridors, a reminder that deeper powers stirred in the shadows. Jon prepared to leave with Robb, feeling the tug of the north once more. Yet on the eve of their departure, he walked alone in the Red Keep's gardens, recalling every step of the journey that had brought him here. From a Night's Watch oath sworn in Castle Black, to Ned Stark's beheading, to the wars with the Lannisters, the battles with the undead, the Ringfort assault, the forging of an unprecedented peace. He had worn many roles, confronted horrors beyond his nightmares, and emerged changed. The sound of padded footsteps made him turn. Ghost approached, slipping through the hedge, red eyes glowing in the torchlight. Jon knelt, running a hand over the direwolf's fur. "We did it," he murmured, half disbelieving. "We gave the realm a chance." Ghost tilted his head, as though acknowledging the sentiment. In the distance, the glow of King's Landing spread across the night, flickering with the lights of thousands of souls who would live another day, oblivious to how close they had come to the long night's final darkness. The next morning they set out. Robb led a modest column. Northern Knights, a few loyal Riverlanders, Jon, Lady Cailin, and a rearguard of watchers. The city gates opened, the small folk lining the roads again, offering subdued cheers for the Wolf King, who had helped slay the dead. Robb accepted their greetings with quiet courtesy, gray wind ambling at his side. Jon rode behind him, scanning the crowd for signs of fear or resentment, but mostly seeing hope. They crossed the city's outskirts, joined the King's Road, and began the long ride north. Over the following weeks, the newly minted peace seemed to hold. Ravens from King's Landing relayed that Stannis had formed his Regency Council, including Kevan Lannister, Lady Olenna, and representatives from the Vale and Dorne. Tensions simmered. Tywin Lannister's true intentions remained uncertain, and the Iron Islands might still cause trouble. But for now, the realm had a structure. When Robb's party neared the twins, the phrase again let them pass, sullen but compliant. Riverrun welcomed them with open arms, celebrating the official recognition of the Riverlands as part of the Northern Crown. Edmure Tully, beaming with relief, renewed his oath to Robb as his liege. From there, the column turned north once more, eventually arriving at the battered ramparts of Moat Cailin, where they found the northern garrison still holding steady. Finally, the familiar snows of the north enveloped them, and after more days of travel, they glimpsed Winterfell's refurbished walls. In their absence, the reconstruction had advanced further. Wooden scaffolds rose around the main keep, new beams replaced charred timbers, and the courtyard was half-cleared of rubble. Fires burned in multiple hearths, giving the interior a warmer glow. Lady Cailin exhaled a trembling breath as they rode through the open gate. Winterfell was coming alive again. Workers cheered the king in the north's return, doffing caps and calling out blessings. Robb dismounted, letting Grey Wind run ahead. Jon followed, ghost silent at his heels. The sense of homecoming was more profound this time, no longer ruin, no longer a site of tragedy alone, but a place of renewed hope. That night, they gathered in the godwood beneath the ancient heart tree whose bark bore the face of a weirwood. Jon, Robb, Lady Cailin, and a handful of trusted lords stood in silence as the wind whispered through frosted branches. Snow swirled in the lamplight. A hush that felt both sacred and sad fell over them. So many who should have been there, Ned, Bran, Rickon, Arya, Sansa, were absent or lost. The future remained uncertain, but they had done more than any living Starks might have imagined, preserving the realm against a cosmic menace. Robb knelt by the heart tree, head bowed. The others followed suit, paying respect to the old gods. The hush seemed endless until Robb rose, turning to Jon. In his face glowed the reflection of flickering torches and something like determination. "We'll continue rebuilding," Robb said softly. "Not just Winterfell, but the entire north. We'll see the realm stand under this new arrangement. If threats come from outside, from the Iron Islands, or even from across the sea, we will meet them. If the others ever stir again, we'll be ready." Jon nodded. "Yes. And we'll not stand alone next time." Cailin reached out, touching each of their shoulders gently. "We'll honor Ned's memory with unity and justice. The north has endured a long night, but dawn has come." Jon inhaled the crisp air, letting the hush of the godwood settle in his chest. He remembered all that had led him here, the vow to the Watch, the fracture of that vow, the war for King's Landing, the improbable victory over the White Walkers, the forging of a new peace. He was no longer quite a Stark, nor was he a sworn brother in black, but he served both House Stark and the Night's Watch in spirit. That was enough. They left the godwood behind, stepping out into the courtyard where the reconstruction continued even in the late hour. Men hammered, sawed, carried stones. An energy filled Winterfell that had nothing to do with fear or desperation. It was the energy of renewal. Days passed, bright with effort. Jon assisted in organizing workers, and Ghost explored the partially rebuilt corridors, reminiscent of how the dire wolf had once roamed Winterfell's halls in times of peace. Robb received envoys from smaller northern houses, each pledging support. Some requested redress for old quarrels, and Robb resolved them with a fair hand. Meanwhile, letters from King's Landing indicated that Stannis' new regime was holding, if precariously. Tywin Lannister had not challenged it directly. House Tyrell oversaw food shipments to keep the city from starving. Dorne pressed for more autonomy but remained within the realm. One morning, while Jon supervised the laying of fresh floor planks in the old Great Hall, a rider appeared at Winterfell's gate. A battered horse, bearing a young messenger with the sigil of Castle Black on his cloak. He demanded to see King Robb Stark and Jon Snow. Jon hurried out to meet him, heart-pounding. Was it news of a new undead threat? Had the others returned? The messenger dismounted, breathing hard. A raven arrived at Castle Black from beyond the seas. A woman named Daenerys Targaryen has landed in Slaver's Bay with dragons. She proclaims she has no immediate intention to invade Westeros, but her plan is to gather allies in the east. She claims to be the rightful queen. Lord Commander Mormont asked me to bring you this news as it might change the realm's future. A hush fell around them. Dragons? Jon's thoughts whirled. The realm had just begun to recover from one existential threat, forging a precarious peace among living men. Now the rumor of dragons returned, a Targaryen queen across the sea. He recalled how easily the realm had fallen into chaos before. Could this spark a new war? Or might it remain a distant threat? He thanked the messenger, instructing him to rest and eat. Then he hurried to find Robb, who was in the solar examining the reconstruction plans. Jon relayed the news quietly, watching Robb's expression shift from surprise to concern. Dragons, Robb murmured. And a Targaryen. The realm only just found some measure of peace. Jon grimaced. If she truly has dragons, the balance of power changes drastically. She might sail west someday, pressing her claim. Or perhaps she'll remain in Essos. Either way, we cannot ignore it. Robb exhaled, raking a hand through his auburn hair. We'll watch carefully. For now, the realm stands under the agreement with Stannis. If she comes, we'll decide then how to respond. We have plenty to do here, rebuilding, fortifying the Watch, ensuring the North thrives. Another war over the throne would be madness so soon after what we endured. Yet a seed of tension took root. The idea of dragons in a world that had known White Walkers and dire wolves. The realm was large and the future uncertain. But for the moment, Westeros had hammered out an unprecedented peace, stood guard against the ruined threat of the undead, and set about healing from the most devastating war in memory. That evening, Jon and Robb stood on Winterfell's half-restored walls, gazing out over the quiet snows. Lanterns glowed in windows. The hiss of saws and hammers drifted on the wind. Ghost and gray wind lay at their feet, the two dire wolves dozing as if lulled by the calm. Jon frowned at the horizon. Do you think the peace will hold? Robb rested his forearms on the wall's parapet. It might, at least for a time. Men won't soon forget the horrors we faced together. And if the realm's greatest lords remain mindful of the old grudges, we can manage them with diplomacy. The real danger is complacency. If the White Walkers re-emerge or if Targaryen dragons appear, the realm must unite quickly. Jon nodded. Then we'll ensure it does. The people of Westeros have tasted the brink of extinction. They won't easily be led astray by petty squabbles. Or so I hope. They fell silent, listening to the hush of the northern wind. Snow drifted gently across the courtyard. A small group of workers laughed as they finished hammering a new beam into place. The faint ring of a blacksmith's hammer echoed from the rebuilt forge. In the distance, a watchtower's torch flared, keeping vigilant watch under the starry sky. After a while, Robb murmured, "Father always said, when the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. We lost many of our pack, Jon, but we held together. That might be the only reason we're still alive." Jon's chest tightened. He remembered the crypts beneath Winterfell, the statues of old Starks. He recalled Arya's bright laughter, Sansa's quiet songs, Bran's curiosity, Rickon's wide-eyed innocence. So much had been scattered. Perhaps in time they would find each other again. For now, the two who remained at Winterfell, he and Robb, held the Stark name in a realm that almost ended. He placed a hand on Ghost's flank. The direwolf stirred, blinking red eyes. "We'll guard the north," Jon said quietly. "And the realm if needed. As best we can. The pack endures." Robb gave him a small, tired smile. "Yes, brother. We endured the long night once. We can endure whatever comes next." Below them, the courtyard glowed with lanterns. The men's laughter rose again, mingling with the whistling wind, a testament that life went on despite the horrors. Above, the sky stretched infinitely, stars glimmering like distant fires. The direwolves yawned, untroubled by tomorrow's uncertainties. For one moment in time, peace had settled upon Winterfell, upon the north, and by extension, upon a realm that had nearly torn itself apart. Long after darkness swallowed the last remnants of dusk, Jon and Robb remained on the wall, quietly sharing the solace of homecoming. Another day would bring new challenges. But for now, the living had triumphed over death, the promise of unity stood, and the memory of their father's words guided them. Winter would continue to rage, storms would come, dragons might rise, but the pack would stand. And so they kept watch under the hush of falling snow, hearts braced for the unknown, yet hopeful, at last, for the dawn. Robb Stark rose before first light, drawn from restless dreams by the soft moan of the wind over Winterfell's half-rebuilt battlements. He lay for a moment in the gloom, listening, trying to discern whether that hollow note was holy wind or some echo of lost voices. Every corner of Winterfell seemed a monument to old memories. The ground he slept upon had once sheltered so many who were gone, Bran, Rickon, Ned Stark in all his quiet strength, and the ghosts felt closer here than in any battlefield or council chamber. He dressed in silence, finding comfortable leathers lined with fur. A year ago he would have snatched a precious few minutes of extra sleep. Now, the responsibilities of a king weighed too heavily. Even after forging a precarious peace with Stannis Baratheon and returning from King's Landing with the realm's grudging acceptance of the North's independence, he could not rest idly. Winter had settled in full, the memory of the White Walker War still raw in every scar across the land. Stepping out of his chamber, an improvised room in one of the fewer intact sections of the keep, he passed a row of torches guttering in iron brackets. The air smelled of cold stone and wood smoke. He descended a narrow staircase toward the courtyard, limping slightly from a wound that refused to heal perfectly. The freeze of the pre-dawn had a bite to it, turning his breath to plumes. Work had begun even at this hour. Men in cloaks trudged across the courtyard with lumber and iron spikes, continuing the slow reconstruction of Winterfell's walls. A few recognized him and paused to bow or murmur, "Your Grace," but Robb waved them on, wanting no ceremony. He was about to cross the yard to see how the new smithy fared when Grey Wind emerged from the shadows, ears pricked. The direwolf trotted forward, muzzle nudging Robb's hand in quiet greeting. "You're up early," Robb said softly, scratching the direwolf behind his ears. Grey Wind gave a low rumble, eyes flicking to a figure approaching from across the courtyard. Jon Snow. Jon moved with smooth purpose, Ghost at his side. In the half-light, the white direwolf looked almost spectral, red eyes intense. Jon had come to resemble Lord Eddard more every day, though there were differences, the set of his jaw, the quiet reserve that hinted at burdens beyond what Ned had faced. The freed wolf, the men had called him, though Jon had grown to dislike the title. "Couldn't sleep?" Robb asked, meeting his brother halfway. Jon nodded. "Same reason, I expect. 1,000 tasks, 1,000 worries. There's no end to them." He glanced up at the scaffolding that clung to the old outer wall. "How goes the gatehouse repair?" "They've set new timbers and plan to raise the walls by another 10 feet. We have enough stone to shore up the arch at least. By spring it might be something approaching a proper gate. But the courtyard still needs more hands. We're short on both workers and coin." Jon's gaze flicked toward the eastern side of Winterfell where the library tower and other sections remained charred husks. "And you have to keep men to guard the roads, watch for bandits, handle disputes among the houses. The Manderleys keep urging you to formalize new trade routes while the Glovers and Umbers squabble about old blood debts. Then there's the matter of watch posts in the far north to ensure any stray whites don't regroup." Robb exhaled, letting out a faint laugh with no real mirth. "Yes, all that. And the realm's attempt at a new order. I still get ravens from King's Landing or Harrenhal or the Vale, each with its own demands, reminding me to confirm this treaty or that. Stannis's regency in the south might not last if half the lords want to see him ousted. And Daenerys Targaryen's name keeps cropping up in rumors." Jon's expression tightened at the mention of Daenerys. "We can't ignore the dragons. The Night's Watch confirmed that she remains across the sea, but her messengers are rumored to be in Pentos and Volantis. She's forging alliances, or so the rumors say. She may not come west for a year or more, maybe longer, but if she does, the realm could plunge into another war." Robb raked a hand through his auburn hair. "So soon after the undead crisis, that might be enough to break the new peace. But let's not dwell on that until we must. For now, the White Walkers are scattered and the south tries to heal. We have the north. Let's keep it." They walked together across the courtyard, accompanied by the soft tread of direwolf paws. A few men greeted them with quiet nods. Jon stopped near the old well, from which a handful of workers drew water to mix mortar. He exchanged a few words with them, checking on supplies. Robb studied the men's tired faces. Winter's harshness, combined with the recent wars, had left them pale and gaunt. But the determination in their eyes was unmistakable. This was their home and they would not leave it a ruin. A horn blast drifted from the walls, just a single note, signaling the arrival of new riders at Winterfell's gate. Robb and Jon exchanged glances, curiosity piqued. The guards at the half-rebuilt gatehouse parted, letting a small column of horses through. Robb recognized their sigil before he even saw their faces, the white shroud of House Tully. A Riverlander contingent. He hurried to meet them, Jon matching his stride. At the lead rode Edmure Tully himself, face ruddy from the cold, cloak flapping behind him. Beside him was the Blackfish Ser Brynden Tully, grimmer and older than Robb remembered. A line of Tully knights followed, bearing the sigil on battered shields. "Your Grace," Edmure greeted with a broad smile, dismounting clumsily but with obvious excitement. "I've come to see how Winterfell fares and to share some news from the Riverlands." Robb embraced him, genuinely pleased. "Uncle. Welcome. The roads must be poor." "Aye, but we managed. Harrenhal was too bleak a place, so I set out once we heard you'd returned home. The Riverlands are stable enough for now." He glanced around the courtyard, no doubt noting the scaffolding and newly placed timber supports. "I see work proceeds. Good. Another year or two and Winterfell will stand as proud as ever. Maybe prouder." Brynden Tully nodded in silent agreement. His sharp eyes roamed the site. "Glad to see the old castle breathing again. I half expected a gloom like Harrenhal." Robb gestured for them to follow him to a makeshift stable corner where they could tie their horses. Jon walked alongside them, giving a polite greeting to the Tully knights. Edmure's men looked travel-worn but carried themselves with a certain cheerful resilience as if the worst storms had passed. Once they set aside their mounts, Robb led them into the old Great Hall, currently an open courtyard ringed by scaffolding. They found seats near a brazier where a fire crackled, giving off some warmth. A few of Robb's men brought them bread and soup, humble fare but welcome in the chill. Edmure settled on a bench, rubbing his hands. "So," Robb said, seating himself across from his uncle. "What news from the Riverlands? I trust your own hold remains secure." Edmure nodded, sipping the soup. "Riverrun stands. The lords are tired of war. There's been some friction with the Freys, but they keep to their side of the twins. We've had more trouble with outlaws than with any organized threat. And, of course, we keep hearing new rumors, talk of trade disruptions of certain lords in the Westerlands who bristle under Kevan Lannister's leadership while Tywin hides at Casterly Rock. And more talk of Targaryens across the sea, naturally." Robb sighed. "Always that subject." Edmure gave a wry grin. "She's a curiosity, certainly. But for now she's far away. Meanwhile, the realm is adjusting to your new arrangement with Stannis. Some lords don't like having a king in the north while the rest is under Stannis. Others say it's a relief because each region can manage its affairs better. The Riverlands, as you know, are part of your domain now, so that alone is quite a shift after centuries of Targaryen or Baratheon rule from the south." Jon cleared his throat. "And how do the small folk respond?" Edmure brightened. "Better than you might think. They prefer a simpler authority close by, someone who'll keep bandits off their backs. If the king in the north does that, they'll be content. Especially after all those years of Lannister raids. Of course, some still wonder if peace can truly last." Robb set aside his soup, leaning forward. "It won't last if we do nothing. We must ensure roads are safe, harvests supported, bandits rooted out. The White Walkers are a memory, but a memory that changed everything. People want a stable life." Brynden Tully, silent till now, finally spoke in his gruff tone. "There's more to it than roads, Robb. Some houses, like the Brackens and Blackwoods, still have feuds older than we can measure. They'll test your leadership in the Riverlands. Others might plot behind your back if they sense weakness. It's one thing to claim the Riverlands under the Northern Crown, another to keep them in peace." Robb nodded gravely. "I'll travel there if needed, once Winterfell's immediate reconstruction is stable. Or I'll send lords I trust to handle disputes. I haven't forgotten my obligations." The Blackfish studied him with a calculating eye. "You'll do it. You've come too far to be undone by petty feuds." At that, Edmure shifted, setting aside his half-finished meal. "Actually, I hope to invite you, Robb, to a Riverlands council in Riverrun this spring, if weather permits. We can gather local lords, address concerns, and finalize the region's ties to the north in a formal setting. Show them you're not a distant figure." Robb's face lit with approval. "That's a sound idea. If the road's clear by spring, I'll be there." Jon frowned slightly, remembering how the seasons could linger unpredictably. The roads might remain heavy with snow until early summer. But yes, it's wise to plan ahead. They talked deeper into the morning, exchanging details of supply routes, harvest prospects, and the progress of Stannis' regency in King's Landing. A letter Edmure carried from the capital suggested Stannis had faced a few minor rebellions from Crownland lords outraged by a second king in Westeros. But the presence of Tyrell and Lannister troops under Kevan's watchful eye had kept the city from open revolt. When the meeting concluded, Edmure and Brynden took an hour's rest while their men tended the horses, then joined Robb and Jon on a tour of Winterfell's repairs. Brynden in particular seemed grimly impressed by the scale of damage that Ramsay Snow and subsequent battles had caused. He shook his head at the blackened stones, muttering about how the seat of the Starks had once felt inviolable. But he also found reason for hope in the half-rebuilt walls, the busy laborers. "It's good you're making it a proper castle again," he said. "A king needs a strong seat." That night, Winterfell's hall glowed with firelight as the Tully visitors joined in a modest feast: fresh bread, salt beef, barley stew. They used the largest covered courtyard for the gathering as the actual Great Hall was still half rubble. The air buzzed with subdued conversation, men swapping tales of the White Walker War, the Ringford Assault, the Uneasy Peace. Edmure recounted times in Riverrun under siege, how he'd once tried to defend against Tywin Lannister's armies. Younger workers asked about the freed wolf, how Jon had broken his vow for a greater cause. Jon answered politely, but the memory of that vow still pricked him at times. Late in the evening, when folk were drifting off to find bedrolls, Edmure pulled Robb aside, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. "There's one more matter, Your Grace, that I didn't mention in front of everyone." Robb lifted an eyebrow, motioning for him to continue. Edmure cleared his throat. "Walder Frey is dying. Not just rumors this time, his health truly is failing. The Freys might soon be led by some new heir. The question is, which branch of that wretched family? They're a fractious lot, all vying for the inheritance. And we remember what they did at the Red Wedding, even if we later had to let it pass for the sake of the undead threat." Robb's expression hardened. "I remember. They're the reason my mother lost so much, the reason my cousin nearly died. The White Walker War overshadowed it, but I haven't forgotten." Edmure set a hand on Robb's arm. "I know. I only warn you, if Walder goes, the next Frey Lord might try to mend fences with you or might lash out in misguided ambition. The twins remain crucial for Riverlands trade. I keep an eye on them. Possibly you can forge a new pact once old Walder is gone." Robb nodded, tension drawing the lines of his jaw tight. "I'll think on it. We can't let the Freys hamper the realm's peace again. If we must restore ties, so be it, but I won't forget." They parted, the weight of old betrayal thick between them. Robb found Jon near the courtyard exit, feeding scraps to Grey Wind and Ghost. He relayed Edmure's news quietly, face grim. Jon sighed. The Freys might be more trouble now that the bigger wars are done. They might try to regain lost influence. Or they might genuinely try to make amends. Hard to say. We'll handle it if we must. Robb gave a curt nod. 1,000 petty fires to put out. One day at a time, right? Jon's mouth quirked in a humorless half-smile. That's our only choice. Better than fighting whites. They parted to rest, each burdened by fresh concerns. In the following days, Edmure and Brynden lingered at Winterfell, conferring with northern lords who drifted in to talk trade or alliances. Meanwhile, the reconstruction continued. Jon spent hours every day coordinating labor with the castle steward, ensuring stone shipments from a quarry near the White Knife, allocating tasks to skilled masons, and carefully measuring the foundation of the new hall. One morning, as he walked the perimeter near the partially repaired battlements, a sudden bark from Ghost made him turn. Approaching the gatehouse was a small band of riders wearing no obvious sigils, accompanied by a black brother, apparently an escort from the watch. Suspicion flared in Jon. He signaled the guards to watch closely but to open the gate. In rode a woman of middle years, face lined from harsh living, hair tied in a rough braid. 5 men followed, armed with bows and axes. Their attire suggested free folk origins, fur cloaks, mismatched leathers, and the posture of those who had survived beyond the wall. The black brother with them, a fresh-faced lad named Aaron, recognized Jon and beckoned him forward. "Lord Snowsarry, Jon," Aaron stammered. They arrived at Castle Black, said they needed to speak with the freed wolf about some matter. "I escorted them south." The free folk woman dismounted, bowing her head awkwardly. "I'm Sava of the Ice River clan. We were part of the group that you took in at the wall, back when the White Walkers threatened. Some of us settled near the gift, but she hesitated, eyes flicking to the men behind her. "We have a problem." Jon gestured for them to come inside the courtyard, motioning the guards to stand down. Ghost sniffed at them, tail lowered in curiosity. The free folk eyed the dire wolf with respect, remembering legends of giant wolves. "What sort of problem?" Jon asked. Sava exhaled, rubbing her hands as if still cold. "A band of raiders, our own people, turned bad. They've been attacking travelers on the King's Road north of here, near Queen's Ground. They claim you and Robb Stark broke your promise that the free folk were left to starve. So they take what they want. They might gather more soon. We fear it'll start a blood feud with the local villages." Jon felt a pang of dismay. "We never intended for the free folk to starve. We tried distributing supplies, but the winter's been harsh for everyone. Where are these raiders now? Last we saw, they lurked around the woods near the King's Road fork." Sava's voice trembled. "We came to you because the Black Brothers said you'd mediate. You understood us once. We don't want bloodshed." Jon nodded gravely. "You did right to come. Let me speak with the king. We'll find a way to handle this. For now, you're safe here." He guided them to a corner of the courtyard where they could warm themselves by a fire. Then he hurried to find Robb, who was consulting with Edmure about supply routes. Hearing the news, Robb's brow furrowed. Free folk raiders? That was bound to happen eventually, with so many wildlings adjusting to life south of the wall. We'll have to send men to quell them. Jon pressed his lips together. "But we must tread carefully. If we simply dispatch an armed force, it could become a massacre. Some free folk might see it as betrayal. We promised them a place if they obeyed our laws. I agree. We'll attempt diplomacy first, Robb said. Who do we send? Jon volunteered at once. I know their way is better than most. Let me try to parley. Perhaps I can persuade them to accept help or at least to stand down. If not, we'll do what we must to protect the North's people. Robb studied him. Take a few men you trust, plus some black brothers, so no one thinks this is purely a southern invasion. Bring the free folk woman, Sava, if she'll come. Maybe her voice can sway them. Jon inclined his head in agreement. I'll leave soon. The roads are passable enough. We'll ride light. And so, within a day, a small party set forth from Winterfell. Jon, Ghost, 6 black brothers including young Aaron, the free folk woman Sava, and 10 of Robb's personal guard. They traveled north along the King's Road, the ground hard and rutted with ice. Gray skies loomed, threatening more snow. The conversation was sparse as they trotted onward, mindful that any day the raiders might strike travelers or vanish deeper into the woods. Sava described the group's leader, a man named Harl the Bitter, who had lost his entire family beyond the wall and blamed the new order for not giving them enough land or supplies. He gathered other discontented free folk, about 24, living off banditry. He doesn't trust kneelers at all, Sava said. He might remember you, Jon Snow, but if he sees you as part of the South, he might not listen. Jon grimaced. We have to try. The last thing we need is a free folk insurgency that drives the North into a panic. The memory of the White Walkers is too fresh. People will see them as a new threat. They spent 3 days on the road, stopping at small inns or deserted campgrounds at night. The winter air nipped at their faces, foaming frost on beards and eyebrows. Ghost ranged ahead, occasionally returning with soft growls that signaled no immediate danger. They passed a few travelers heading south, each with tales of missing caravans or small robberies. The Black brothers muttered that Moat would not be pleased. The Watch had tried to keep order in the gift, but resources were stretched. On the 4th day, just after dawn, their scouts spotted smoke rising from behind a low ridge. They advanced carefully, dismounting to approach on foot. Ghost went ahead, sniffing the air. Jon peered through a gap in snow-laden pines and saw a ragged encampment of free folk, a dozen tents of hide and old cloth, horses tethered among the trees. About 20 or so individuals moved about. A couple kept watch. He turned to Sava. That them? She peered, nodded. Yes. That's Harl's band. Jon signaled the Black brothers to remain behind. Let me and a couple of the guards approach with Sava. No sudden moves. We want a parley. 2 of Robb's guard joined them, the rest waiting with bows half ready. Sava led Jon down the gentle slope, stepping on snow-laden grass that crunched underfoot. They emerged from the trees, hands away from weapons. A pair of free folk lookouts stiffened, raising bows in alarm. Hold, Jon called, raising his voice. We come to talk. One of the lookouts, a tall man with a wild beard, glowered. Talk? The freed wolf himself. Sava took a step forward. We're not here to fight, Goran. Where's Harl? The wildling barked a laugh, though tension laced it. He's in the big tent. He jerked his head. You can go, but we watch you. No tricks. Jon nodded. No tricks. They passed among the tents. The free folk eyed them warily, some with open hostility. Jon saw worn faces, children huddled near a smoldering fire, older women trying to stitch hides into cloaks. This was no grand raiding force, more a desperate clan. The men carried axes and old swords. If they'd stolen from travelers, it was likely they saw no other choice. Even so, they were terrorizing the roads. Outside the largest tent, Harl the Bitter stepped out. He matched Sava's description, a lean figure, hair braided with bones, face etched by tragedy. His eyes burned with resentment as he took in Jon's presence. So, Harl said, a sneer curling his lips. The freed wolf. The one who gave up his black cloak to become a Southern's dog. Sava told us you'd come. Jon ignored the barb, meeting Harl's glare steadily. I heard you're raiding travelers. People say you're threatening villages. We never wanted that. The agreement was for all free folk to settle peacefully, help each other survive this winter. Harl spat at the snow. You say you never wanted that, but you gave us nothing. A patch of frozen ground near the wall, a few bags of stale grain. The kneelers keep the best for themselves. So we take what we need. Sava tried to interject. We got help, Harl, if we asked politely. Jon Snow. He silenced her with a glare. Help? My children starved last winter while the Black brothers doled out scraps. My wife died to disease with no maester to treat her. Don't talk to me about help. Jon softened his tone. I'm sorry for your losses. War and winter have hurt us all. But it won't improve if you keep attacking folks on the roads. The North is rebuilding. If you come peacefully, Robb Stark will find a place for you, ensure the Night's Watch helps supply you with real farmland. That's the arrangement. Harl's jaw tensed. How do I know your precious king won't turn on us once we drop our guards? We free folk didn't come south to be slaves in all but name. Jon set his hand lightly on the hilt of his sword, not threatening but to anchor himself. I've stood with the free folk, fought for them beyond the wall, risked my life. If I wanted you dead, I'd have come with an army. We have men with bows up the hill, yes, but only to keep the peace if you strike first. Harl bared his teeth in something like a snarl. Your words might fool others. But I see the truth, you're just another kneeler. Or you're allied with them. My people have no future with your king in the north. We want no part of it. He gestured, and several of his men drifted closer, weapons ready. The tension coiled in the cold air. Jon's two guards stiffened. Ghost stepped forward with a low growl, but Jon raised a hand to still him. Harl, Jon said carefully. If you refuse our help, what then? Continue raiding until the lords send a larger force to kill you all? Because that is the next step if you keep this up. The north won't tolerate bandits. You'll be slaughtered. Or you can come with me to Winterfell, speak to Robb yourself, and find a place to live. Harl's gaze flickered to the ragged children by the fires. He swallowed, conflict plain on his face. Your laws. Your lords. We're free folk. But you chose to come south of the wall, Jon reminded him quietly. We're not the same realm we were before the White Walkers. The old lines are blurred. We can do better. We must. Let us prove it. For a heartbeat, no one spoke. Wind hissed over the pines. Then Harl exhaled sharply, turning to his people. Gather. We talk. They retreated to a huddle by the main tent, Sava among them. Jon and his guards waited tense. The Black brothers up the slope must be watching every move. Finally, Harl returned, face grim. We'll go see your king, but we'll keep our weapons. And if we sense a trap, we fight. Jon nodded. Fair enough. We'll escort you. No harm will come if you keep the peace. With that, the band of free folk gathered their meager belongings, dousing fires, saddling horses. There were about 24, including children. Some looked half-starved, cheeks sunken. Others bore old injuries, limping or wincing as they packed. The Black brothers came down once Jon signaled the ceasefire. A tense merging of parties ensued. They set off south, trailing toward Winterfell with an air of uneasy truce. The return journey took 5 days. Snow fell heavier now, slowing progress. Harl's band mostly kept to themselves, spurning small talk, though Sava tried to reassure them. Jon and the Black brothers rode at the front, scanning for any sign of bandit ambushes, but apparently Harl's group was alone. When at last Winterfell's walls came into view, a silhouette of scaffolding and stone under a gray sky, Jon felt relief that no one had tried to solve this problem by force. The gates opened to admit them, guards on the parapets eyeing the free folk warily. Harl scowled at every sign of the North's authority, the banners, the reconditioned guard towers, the presence of so many armed men. Robb met them in the courtyard with a small retinue. Grey Wind stood at his side, ears pricked. Harl's people shifted uneasily at the sight of the massive direwolf, but they dismounted all the same. Jon approached Robb first. They agreed to come talk. No blood spilled. Robb nodded, relief flickering on his face. Well done. Then, turning to Harl's group, he raised his voice. I am Robb Stark, king in the north. My brother Jon says you seek a better arrangement than living as outlaws. If that's true, we can find a way. But understand this, we don't tolerate raiding or murder. If you've taken goods by force, we'll expect some restitution. Then we can help you settle on safer lands. Harl's gaze swept over Winterfell's half-rebuilt structures, the lines of northern soldiers, the looming dire wolf. He seemed unimpressed but contained his anger. You offer farmland and supplies, or is that just words? We'd not starve again for a lord's empty promise. Robb's eyes flashed with a mix of empathy and authority. We're short on supplies ourselves, but we've set aside shares for free folk who cooperate. The gift near the wall still has land for farming, or you could settle near certain northern villages if you abide by local customs. We can provide a small allotment of tools and seed to start. But no more raids ever. Harl's jaw tightened. Tools won't bring back my dead. Robb nodded solemnly. No, they won't. We've all lost loved ones in these wars. We can only move forward. A heavy silence weighed on the courtyard. The free folk eyed each other, some nodding reluctantly. Harl finally let out a breath, shoulders slumping as though the fight had drained from him. We'll try your way. But if we're mistreated again, we won't kneel like dogs. Robb inclined his head. We'll see that you're treated fairly. But you'll have to obey northern laws, no more theft or violence against innocents. We can arrange a meeting with the local steward of the gift, coordinate resources. An older free folk man let out a ragged exhale as if relief warred with lingering distrust. Children huddled near their mothers, wide-eyed at the fortress's bustle. Harl nodded once, the gesture terse. So be it. Jon glanced to Robb, both men silently acknowledging that a fragile peace had been forged again. If it held, more free folk might see reason and settle, avoiding the chaos of banditry. If not, the cycle of violence would continue. For now at least, there would be no blood spilled in Winterfell's yard. The ensuing days saw a flurry of administrative details. Robb assigned a steward named Galbart, a calm and methodical older man, to escort Harl's people north again, this time with official letters instructing the watchers at the wall and local villagers to accept them as new settlers under strict guidelines. Food supplies were modest, but the steward packed enough to get them started. Some in Winterfell grumbled that the free folk had killed travelers, so they deserved harsher punishment. Robb listened but stood firm. If justice was to be done, it had to be tempered with the reality that these wildlings had no other recourse. The men who had actually killed travelers would face a penalty, labor, or restitution, but there would be no mass executions. The North needed unity, not vengeance that might rekindle old hatreds. Harl, for his part, remained aloof but refrained from open hostility. One evening, Jon found him at the stables, murmuring quietly to a half-starved horse. Jon approached cautiously, uncertain if the man would speak. "You're leaving soon," Jon ventured. Harl nodded. "Yes. Your steward gave me the directions. Suppose we'll see if your gift is real or not." He stroked the horse's mane. "I only want my people to live free." Jon studied his face. "Freedom doesn't have to mean endless war. If this works, maybe you can teach us a different way. The North is big enough for many ways of life." Harl said nothing for a long while. Then his gaze flicked to Ghost, who stood a short distance away, eyes reflecting torchlight. "I heard you slew White Walkers beyond the wall, that you once walked among the free folk. Some say you even loved a spear wife, that you broke your vow for us." Jon's chest tightened at memories of Ygritte. "Yes," he said quietly. "She died. Like so many." Harl let out a slow breath. "Then maybe you do understand." Jon swallowed, forcing composure. "We do what we must to survive. The time for the living to fight each other ended once we saw the undead. Let's not waste this chance." Harl nodded a fraction, no further argument. Then he returned his focus to the horse. Jon stepped away, heart heavy with recollections of the war that took Ygritte and so many free folk. He prayed this new settlement would not end in ashes. In a day's time, Harl's band departed, watched by curious eyes from the battlements. Sava chose to remain at Winterfell, deciding that her future lay in forging a better link between the free folk and the North. She joined the ranks of those who occasionally served as ambassadors at the wall. Robb accepted her help gratefully. Another small crisis contained. Winter wore on. The labor on Winterfell's keep accelerated, aided by men from the Manderleys and Umbers who arrived with carts of timber. The outer walls now rose in places to their original height, though scaffolding still ringed the entire perimeter. One corner of the courtyard was cleared enough to form a rudimentary training yard. Robb encouraged men to practice regularly. He would not have his house caught unprepared if new threats arose. Jon found a measure of calm in the daily routine. He rose early, oversaw the building crews, and spent afternoons training soldiers or meeting with lords who trickled in to finalize local disputes. In quiet moments, he visited the godwood, letting the stillness of the heart tree soothe him. The memory of the White Walker War never vanished. He found himself scanning the horizon at times, half expecting a horde of whites. But the horizon remained empty of such horrors. On a bitter, windy afternoon, a new raven arrived from King's Landing, carrying the seal of Stannis Baratheon's Regency Council. Robb read it in his solar, brow furrowing as he finished. He handed it to Jon, who stood by a small brazier. Jon scanned the scroll quickly. "To King Robb Stark, Protector in the North, greetings. We write to inform you of developments in the realm. House Lannister remains under Kevin's guardianship, with Lord Tywin in seclusion at Casterly Rock. House Tyrell fortifies trade and harvest routes across the Reach, ensuring King's Landing receives grain. Dorne sends cautious missives but no sign of rebellion. However, we receive word of increased pirate activity in the Narrow Sea, possibly aided by Ironborn. Additionally, certain lords in the Crownlands quietly question the existence of two kings. King Stannis requests your presence in the capital to finalize the shape of this regency, or else we must dispatch an envoy to Winterfell. The realm stands at a crossroads. We ask your counsel." In the light. Davos Seaworth, hand to King Stannis. Jon lowered the parchment. "He wants you back in King's Landing to confirm your arrangement. Or he'll send someone here." They fear the realm might unravel if rumors spread about disunity. Robb's mouth tightened. I can't leave Winterfell yet. The men rely on me to oversee final reconstruction. Then again, ignoring this summons could undermine the entire new order. We can't have lords believing I shirk my duties. Lady Cailin, who had quietly entered, offered a gentle suggestion. Send a trusted representative, Robb. The realm needs to see your goodwill, but you need not personally go if you feel it would harm Winterfell's recovery. Robb considered, nodding. Aye, that might suffice. Who to send, though? Someone who carries my full authority. His gaze slipped to Jon. Jon raised both hands. Me? Robb let out a small smile. You've negotiated treaties, fought the undead, parleyed with free folk, and know the southern lords from our time in King's Landing. If I can't go, you're my best envoy. A flicker of conflict passed through Jon. He had only recently settled into Winterfell's rhythm, and the memory of King's Landing still tasted bitter. But if duty called. If you command it, I'll go. Robb clasped Jon's shoulder. I ask it as a brother more than a king. Without your voice there, the southern powers might worry the north is withdrawing. We must keep them assured that we stand by the arrangement. And Davos at least is an honest man. Jon sighed, letting the tension settle. All right. I'll gather a small escort ride south. I'd rather be building walls, but the realm's politics can't be ignored. Lady Cailin pressed her lips together in approval. We'll hold Winterfell while you're gone, Jon. Take safe roads. The snows near the neck might be tricky. Jon and Robb drafted a reply to Stannis that same night, confirming Jon's imminent arrival. The next days were spent preparing. Jon arranged a retinue of about 20 men, a mix of skilled riders and a few officials who could handle negotiations. Ghost would accompany him, of course, though the direwolf would make many southern lords uneasy. Sava, the free folk ambassador, asked if she might come to see the fabled city. Jon hesitated but ultimately agreed it might help the south accept that free folk were now part of the realm's tapestry. When departure day came, Winterfell saw them off at dawn. The battered gates creaked open. Robb and Lady Cailin stood by with gray wind to watch the column ride forth. Snow drifted lazily in the gray sky. Ghost padded beside Jon's horse, ears flicking. Jon exchanged farewells with Robb, who clasped his arm. Ride safe. We'll pray for mild weather, Robb said, and see if we can get the realm to remain stable a while longer. Jon managed a wry grin. I'll do my best. If anything urgent arises, send a raven. I'll return at once. With that, he nudged his horse into a trot, leading the small party out onto the King's Road. The winter landscape stretched before them, fields of white dotted with dark stands of pine. Over the following days, they navigated the tricky patches of ice, sometimes dismounting to lead the horses when drifts blocked the path. A few outposts near the gift offered brief shelter. The watchers recognized Jon, awarding him warm welcomes. Then came the neck, with its boggy terrain made doubly treacherous by ice that broke unpredictably. The horsemen had to pick their steps carefully or risk plunging into half-frozen swamps. Sava marveled at the unfamiliar wetlands, noting how different it was from the stony hills near the wall. The men grumbled, but they pressed on. They reached the Twins, where Walder Frey still drew breath if rumors were true. The crossing went smoothly enough. Some of Walder's grandsons demanded a toll, but Jon brandished the message from the king in the north, which insisted on free passage. The Freys complained but ultimately let them pass, cowed by the threat that a refusal might bring northern retribution. As they pressed into the Riverlands, the land grew more welcoming, though winter's cloak still covered fields. They passed minor holdfasts, recognized the trout banners loyal to Edmure. People recognized Jon's sigil. The direwolf and greeted them kindly. They spoke of the White Walker's defeat, seeking reassurance that no new horrors lurked. Jon offered calm answers, mindful that no one truly knew if the others might return in some future decade. Eventually, they came to Harrenhal's grim silhouette. Instead of stopping, they skirted the fortress. Stannis had evidently not made it his seat. The place remained as a garrison for Tully men. The men were content to avoid the cursed walls. After a brief rest at a local inn, they continued south. The roads south of Harrenhal turned busier, with merchants and travelers heading to King's Landing. Jon's column merged into the flow. He heard bits of gossip in passing, talk of King Stannis's tax reforms, the Tyrell shipments of grain, Lannister gold propping up the crown's finances, the possibility of a spring thaw. No mention of new wars, though tensions with the Iron Islands flickered here and there. Some insisted the Ironborn continued to raid the coasts. Finally, the high walls of King's Landing rose on the horizon, framed by a cold, steely sky. The city's sprawl was as crowded as Jon remembered, crooked buildings pressed against the walls, a crush of small folk drifting in muddy lanes. The stench of waste and fish greeted them well before they reached the gates. Sava wrinkled her nose, muttering that she'd never smelled anything like it. Jon recalled the fresh air of the north and suppressed a shudder. At the main gate, gold cloaks halted them, demanding their business. Jon introduced himself as the envoy of King Robb Stark. The guards, wide-eyed at mention of the freed wolf, let them pass quickly. Entering the city, Jon's party found the streets thick with passers-by, many wearing patched cloaks or ragged garments. Winters in the south might be milder, but the city's population faced its own hardships. Food was scarce, though Tyrell grain kept outright famine at bay. They made their way up to the Red Keep, weaving through the narrower alleys near the top of Aegon's high hill. The keep's outer gates opened upon recognition of Jon's banner. Inside, the courtyard thronged with the usual bustle of soldiers, servants, and minor courtiers. Ghost drew uneasy stares. A few recognized Jon, murmuring, "The freed wolf has returned." Stepping onto the cobblestones, Jon gave instructions to his men about lodging. Then a steward approached, bowing. "My lord, we've been expecting you. King Stannis is in council. Shall I lead you there?" "Yes," Jon said simply, ignoring the swirl of courtiers who craned to see. Sava followed, glancing around with curiosity. Ghost trotted behind them, prompting the steward to eye the dire wolf nervously. But no protest was voiced. They ascended stone steps into the Red Keep's interior, corridors lit by torches. Memories crowded Jon's mind, the day they'd stormed King's Landing with Robb, dethroning Joffrey, the subsequent negotiations, the uneasy days forging a new regime. Now Stannis ruled here, or at least served as protector with a council's backing. The steward paused outside a pair of double doors, rapped twice, then opened them. Announcing Jon Snow, envoy of King Robb Stark. Jon entered a spacious solar that overlooked the city from tall windows. A large table occupied the center, strewn with maps and scrolls. Around it stood several figures, Ser Davos Seaworth, face stern and weathered, Melisandre in her red robes, flame-bright hair streaming over her shoulders, Kevan Lannister, posture tense but calm, and a couple of other notables, including Lady Olenna Tyrell perched on a cushioned seat, posture regal as ever. Stannis Baratheon, in a dark cloak embroidered with the flaming stag, stood at the head of the table, arms folded. At the sight of Jon, the men paused. Stannis stepped forward, expression as flinty as always. "Snow, you've come. Where's the king in the north?" Jon bowed slightly. "He sends his regrets. Winterfell's rebuilding demanded his presence. He bade me represent him." Stannis's eyes flicked to Ghost, who entered behind Jon, prompting raised eyebrows from Kevan Lannister. "Very well," Stannis said curtly. "We have much to discuss." Davos moved around the table, clasping Jon's arm in greeting. "Welcome back. I feared the roads might be impassable." "We managed," Jon replied. He inclined his head to the others. "My lords, my lady." Olenna Tyrell gave him a small, sharp smile in return, as if to say she still remembered meeting him during the Great Council. Stannis gestured to the table. "We stand at a delicate time. Some lords question the two-king arrangement. Others whisper that the Targaryen girl in Essos prepares an invasion. We also have reports that the Ironborn raid shipping lanes. We hoped your presence might clarify the North's stance on these matters." Jon approached, scanning the documents. He saw references to trade routes, letters from spy masters about Daenerys Targaryen's rumored alliances, complaints from crownland lords. "Robb has no intention of undermining the southern governance, if that's your concern," Jon said. "He stands by the pact. The North and Riverlands remain under his crown while you hold the rest. In return, we defend the realm together if threatened." "That was the deal?" Kevan Lannister nodded. "Some in King's Landing fear the North might attempt to expand. They recall how your armies once took the capital." Jon's jaw tightened. "We took the city from Joffrey, who executed my father. That conflict ended. Now we have peace. We won't break it without cause." Melisandre watched him with a gaze that felt too knowing. "And if a new threat arises from beyond the sea? If dragons come? Will the North stand with the rest of Westeros?" Jon shrugged. "If dragons come to conquer, it threatens everyone. The pact stands. Robb will not let the realm fall to foreign invasion, provided the southern kingdom likewise aids us if the others return." A faint tension rippled. Stannis's lips pressed together. "Then our arrangement remains." "Good. We must address the Ironborn next. Victarion Greyjoy is rumored to lead raids near the Shield Islands. The Crown's navy is limited. We need unity. Are you prepared to commit northern ships if the Ironborn expand raids up the western coast?" Jon considered. "We have few ships, mostly from White Harbor. Lord Manderley might spare some if the raids threaten the north shoreline. I can't promise more without consulting Robb." but we won't ignore Ironborn aggression. Stannis nodded, satisfied. So noted. Lady Olenna Tyrell tapped the table with a finger. And the Targaryen girl? We hear she has 3 dragons, though small. She's busy freeing slaves in Slaver's Bay, admirable if far away. But if she looks westward eventually, does the North remain neutral until threatened, or do you act preemptively? Jon frowned. We don't seek more war. If she attacks your domains, we'll discuss a coordinated defense, as promised. We have no cause to strike her unprovoked. Olenna hummed. Practical. Let's hope dragons remain across the sea. The meeting stretched on, covering finer points of taxes, trade, and cross-border justice. Stannis hammered at each detail with rigid intensity, determined to keep the realm from slipping back into chaos. Kevan Lannister guarded House Lannister's interests, ensuring their gold loans were repaid on schedule. Lady Olenna argued for stable trade routes to feed King's Landing. Davos tried to mediate, a voice of reason amid conflicting demands. Jon mostly answered questions about the North's willingness to honor the old alliances. The Night's Watch still needed recruits. Certain families asked for safe passage. Sava, waiting outside with the rest of Jon's retinue, might have found it all tedious, but these negotiations shaped the fate of thousands. When at last the discussions ended, evening shadows filled the solar. Stannis dismissed the others, but he beckoned Jon to remain. Davos lingered, as did Melisandre. Once the door closed, Stannis fixed Jon with a measured look. We ensure stability for now. But you and your king should remain vigilant. The next threat could come from any quarter, Ironborn, Targaryen, or the others themselves. Jon nodded. We'll watch. The North remains ready. At Winterfell, we prepare for any eventuality. Stannis's mouth tightened slightly, as if he weighed saying more. Then he exhaled. You've done well for a man who once wore the black. I recall the day we first heard of your feats beyond the wall. I won't deny I doubted your loyalty. But you proved otherwise. Perhaps that is the Lord of Light's doing. Jon's throat felt a pang at the memory of all that had passed, from the White Walkers to the Ringford assault. I did what I had to for the living. It was never about crowns. Stannis acknowledged that with a grim half-nod. Go rest. You'll stay as my guest for a few days, I trust? The city's calmer than when you last saw it. Jon accepted. He left them, stepping into the corridor where Sava waited. She observed him curiously, noticing the strain on his face. Politics are as dangerous as whites, yes? She asked wryly. Jon managed a thin smile. Sometimes more so. They found quarters prepared for them in a wing of the Red Keep. That night, Ghost curled at Jon's feet as he stared at the chamber's ceiling, remembering how quickly the realm had pivoted from the undead war to courtly disputes. Perhaps that was the nature of men, eternally fixated on power struggles once mortal danger receded. He prayed that the realm's fragile unity would outlast these petty ambitions. Over the next few days, he attended further councils, signing official papers that reaffirmed the arrangement between King Robb Stark and King Stannis. He dined with Kevan Lannister and Davos Seaworth, spoke briefly with Lady Olenna about trade. He even crossed paths with a few old faces from his earlier days in the city, gold cloaks who recalled him storming the gates with Robb. They marveled that the freed wolf was now a high envoy. Sava explored the city, returning with wide-eyed stories of how cramped and dirty it was, how different from the open northern skies. She visited the docks, sniffed fish markets, and nearly got into a scuffle with a pickpocket. Jon introduced her to some watch officers who laughed at the idea of free folk in King's Landing, but found her bold and quick-witted. On the final evening before Jon planned to depart, Davos invited him to a modest supper in a private corner of the keep. Melisandre was absent, presumably engaged in her own cryptic devotions. Davos poured them each a cup of watered wine, leaning forward. Jon, I wanted to speak without all the lords listening. I'm a simple man, and these high matters of state can cloud honest conversation. Jon sipped.